she asking? She rose carefully, tentatively. While gently touching Rachel's chest to soothe her, she placed the brush against Rachel's head and passed it lightly through the tangled hair. Rachel sighed and relaxed. She was all for it, like a dog getting petted. Beck brushed a little more, and Rachel leaned into it. Well, okay, then. Beck kept going, brushing out the tangles, combing with her fingers, cleaning Rachel's coarse, oily coat. When she stopped to pull twigs, bugs, leaves, and loose hairs from the brush, Rachel nudged her to continue. She returned to her work, parting Rachel's hair neatly down the middle, coiffing the sides and teasing the hair to give it body, blending the head and neck hair with the hair on Rachel's back. She had to pause frequently to clean debris from the brush, but Rachel finally accepted that part of the process once Beck gave her first choice of anything the brush found. Before Beck realized it, she was having fun. She started humming to herself, no tune in particular. Rachel stared off into space and made a deep-toned noise of her own HMMM. Beck smiled and kept humming, working on Rachel's right shoulder. Grooming the whole body was going to be a big job, like brushing down a vertical horse, but the hair was mostly cooperative, sorting itself out and falling into place as the brush passed through. Rachel watched, obviously pleased, as Beck brushed her right arm. HMMM. Beck started whistling just to see what would happen. Rachel cocked her head, apparently surprised. Woo whistle. Beck said, and did it. Rachel had to think about it and then tightened her lips against her teeth and made her playful teakettle sound. Beck laughed and whistled with her. It was just like getting their dog, Jonah, to sing by making high, howling sounds. Beck whistled, Rachel whistled, Beck whistled, Rachel whistled. Now for that left shoulder roar. Rachel flinched so violently she sent Beck tumbling. Beck righted herself, poised to run, expecting to die, thoroughly, shakingly terrified. I've broken the rules. But Rachel wasn't angry. She looked down at her left shoulder, gingerly touching the place Beck had tried to brush. Still trembling, and making sure she had Rachel's permission for each step, Beck dared to come back. Now that the cake was broken up by the brushing, Beck could see for the first time where the blood had come from. The wounds were recent and just beginning to heal. 2 large tears near the top of the shoulder with smaller cuts between and on either side. The curved pattern suggested the obvious: Rachel had been viciously attacked and bitten. Beck backed away, the brush at her side, and stole a fearful glance in Jacob's direction. He was still sitting against the tree, basking in all the attention he was getting from Leah. He met her eyes only once, then looked straight ahead as if he didn't care to discuss it. Cap, inbuilt cap and blue coveralls he borrowed from the caretaker's garage, carried a bag of garbage on one shoulder to obscure his face as he walked down an alley to check out the rear of a particular building. During the summer quarter, many of the labs and classrooms were not in constant use, meaning the lab he needed might be empty. At least the alley was empty. He tossed the bag into a dumpster, looked around as casually as he could, then walked briskly up the alley to a back door. This was Kazini University's bioscience building, his old stomping ground, a modern, 3-story structure with lots of glass, state-of-the-art labs and classrooms, and what used to be his office. Access through the front door would mean signing in and making his presence known, which would bring questions and permission denial, things he couldn't afford. This door in the back, known only to maintenance staff and professors trying to avoid squabbles with student protesters, required only a key. He pulled a key from his pocket, the one he'd unknowingly left in another pair of pants when the administrator told him to turn in all his keys. He'd planned to bring it back or maybe just mail it. If things didn't go well today, they'd get it anyway. The key worked. The door opened. He ducked inside. He was in the combination office and locker room of the maintenance department. Against one wall was a row of lockers. Opposite the lockers were the desk and cot of the head custodian, Louis. The desk calendar was filled with Louis's usual notes and reminders in blue felt-tip pen. Good. Things were still the same. Hopefully, Louis kept the same schedule. He always arrived for work at 8 in the evening, after everyone else had gone home, except for intensely occupied molecular biologists who had a habit of working late. He and Louis had gotten to know each other pretty well. Cap even knew which locker was Louis's, and that Louis never bothered to lock it. Inside, he found the custodian's coveralls and, most important, an access card that operated the doors in the rest of the building. Louis lost that card once, and another time his youngest daughter had used it for making motor sounds in the spokes of her bicycle. Ever since, Louis kept it in his locker, strung on a lanyard. Cap hung the access card around his neck. He checked his watch. Most of the staff and students were probably at lunch right now. This was going to tight, but doable. He hurried into the next room, where supply shelves reached to the ceiling and the cleaning carts were parked evenly spaced in a straight row. The trash cans on board were emptied and relined, cleaning solutions replenished, clean dust cloths in place, mops beaten and ready to go again. He picked a cart, added 2 more dust mops with big heads to the cart's broom rack, in case he needed to hide his face, and wheeled the cart up to the metal-clad fire door that stood between him and the rest of the building. Without waiting to rethink this or bolster his courage, he swiped the card through the slot of the keypad. The lock clicked open, and he pushed through. It felt odd sneaking into a place where he felt so much at home. He'd been up and down these clean, off-white halls and through these department doors so many times he almost knew this place better than his own house. He hurried down the hall, avoided the eyes of a few students who passed by, came to a TA man with perfectly coifed hair and wearing a tailored suit stood at the end of the hall to the right. He was straightening a few pages that had gone crooked in a notebook he carried. It was Dr. Philip Merrill, formerly the Department Chair of Molecular Biology, recently promoted to Dean of the College of Sciences. He was more than well entrenched in the system, he practically was the system, and he and Cap had never been on good terms. Cap turned down the hall to the left, ducking around to the front of his cart and pulling it behind him, keeping his back to Merrill and the cart with the big mops between them. He rolled past an informal lounge area with chairs, a couch, and some science, nature, and cell magazines, and then through some heavy double doors marked authorized personnel only beyond this point. Immediately to the right was a door with a large glass window. A placard on the wall to the left read Molecular Biology Research Center, and under that was a blank space where his name used to be. Cap swiped Louis's card through the keypad, and once again, the lock clicked open. Inside was a wondrous place, his former world. His micropipettes and PCR thermal cycler waited faithfully on the bench where he preferred them, although the electrophoresis gel boxes and power supply had been rearranged to someone else's liking. The reagents inside the glass storage cabinets were exactly as he'd left them, so they would be available if he needed them. Joy of all joys! The fluorescent microscope was still in place and operational, its video camera still interfaced with a computer. There was no time to waste. Cap parked the cart against the door, adjusting the mop heads to block the window. Then he pulled the blinds on the outside windows. He reached inside his coveralls for a paper bag, and from the paper bag he pulled 3 plastic bags, one containing the rest of the hair samples, one containing the rest of the stool samples, and one containing the squashed thermos that still held dried saliva. The folks at the Judy lab were good people, but Cap knew they also had professional considerations, especially where former biology professors were concerned. Holding back a portion of the samples and keeping them safely tucked away was a planned precaution. He'd already made a trip back to the internet, asked the right questions, and gotten a positive ID on that junk DNA. Now he knew what to look for, and he had a very good idea where to find it. The procedure would only take a few hours, and he could do it alone. If Baumgartner's not-so-subtle hint was correct, he would soon know. As long as Beck was slow and careful, Rachel let her brush out the blood-encrusted hair around the wounds and even helped by licking the area with her tongue. It was tedious work, sometimes hair by hair. Beck didn't want to get decked again, but they made it through the task together. The perilous area groomed, Beck stepped back to clean her brush, admire her work, and enjoy the feeling. Rachel grunted, reaching for the hairbrush. Beck let her take it to sniff it for treats while Beck removed her jacket. Rachel sniffed the brush and probed it with her fingers, but better treats could easily be found for less work. She lost interest. Beck prompted, her hand extended. Rachel gave the brush back. Beck worked her way down Rachel's expansive back and around her waist, nudging that big body one way and then the other so she could reach every side. Rachel was looking good, the dandiest Sasquatch in the forest. She sent looks Leah's direction. "Hey, Leah. I'm getting groomed. What do you think about that?" Jacob abandoned Leah, disappearing into the forest in his usual, mysterious way. With no source of glory, Leah sank against a tree and moodily examined her fingernails. Rachel jutted out her jaw and wiggled it at her competitor. Apparently, Leah reached some kind of limit. A plaintive expression came over her face. She actually fussed a little and then started to rise as if she would come their way. Rachel lurched and barked at her, teeth bared, a display so abrupt and loud it made Beck jump. Leah sat back down, her eyes averted. Beck wasn't sure she could believe what she saw. My. Rachel snuffed in Leah's direction, an assertive postscript, then heaved a deep sigh and relaxed, looking lovely. Well. It's about time. Beck touched the side of Rachel's face and looked her in the eye, something only safe between friends. "See? You're not so bad." A cluster of mountain bluebells grew within reach. Beck plucked them up, twisted them together, and stuck them in Rachel's hair. "The ugly duckling is now a princess." Rachel pulled the bluebells from her hair, sniffed them, and ate them. "Oh well." Even Beck heard a sickening, ripping sound. She knew what it was, and who was responsible, before she leaped lopsidedly to her feet to look. No. She'd wondered where Reuben was, and of course, all it took to bring him out of hiding were Beck's eyes averted and her jacket unguarded. He had her buckskin jacket in his teeth. He bit and yanked pieces of leather as if it were beef jerky. A sleeve was already torn off and lying on the ground by itself. Beck limped toward him, yelling, screaming, waving her arms. He found a pocket and pulled out Beck's precious roll of toilet paper. "NNU. PPP. Please." She took one step too many toward Leah's child. Leah exploded from the ground and became a fearsome wall between them, teeth bared, hands ready to break Beck in half. Beck lurched away to save her life, and Rachel caught her, growling, but moving to their safe zone. Reuben discovered that the toilet paper could unroll. Beck wailed in anguish and disbelief. This couldn't be happening. God wouldn't let a thing like this happen. This was worse than losing the jacket. Even Reuben pulled on the streamer of toilet paper. The dwindling roll danced and tumbled. He leaped with delight and pulled it again, getting another loop of streamer as a reward. Beck sank to her knees, defeated, insulted, and violated, watching the last vestige of her cherished world unravel in the hands of a savage beast. With his body draped and looped in white streamers, Reuben grabbed the jacket again and, like a dog slinking away to chew on a treat, bolted into the woods and out of sight. "God, did you make him do that? You couldn't allow me just one little comfort?" And just when she was feeling better. She'd even spoken a few sentences. It wasn't fair. It was unbelievable, but the evidence was clear, recent, and right in front of them, not more than an hour's hike from Whitetail. The roughly 12 by 12 patch of tilled and raked earth now abounded in tracks unlike any they'd ever seen before. "Never in my life," said Alan Peake, in total awe. Fleming Krinkovic, still burdened with heavy bags of casting plaster and clanging mixing bowls, was the sort whose excitement went straight to his mouth. "Hey, forget Bluff Creek and the Skookum cast, I mean, this is something, this is really something, this is 4 of 'em all at once. This ought to change some minds, don't you think? My mom and dad, you know, they don't believe in Bigfoot, but I always knew. It's patience, right? Patience is what it takes. Let's cast 'em, man, before they erode." Sheriff Mills, unabashedly staring, visibly shaken, put up his hand. "Slow. Slow down. And stay back, please. We have no idea what we've got here, not even the half of it." Fleming backed up a few steps, his impatience showing. Max Johnson and Alan Peake stayed close to make sure Fleming wouldn't be a problem. That didn't mean they could keep him quiet. "I've tried to stick with local fruits, the kind that grow around here. But I guess somebody liked the bananas too. Listen, there's a running creek right over there. I can bring water for the plaster, it'd be easy." Pete, with Reed at his shoulder, had worked his way around the perimeter, measuring boot prints near the edge and comparing them to a drawing he'd made near the Lost Creek cabin. He placed his tape measure in his pocket and looked one more time at his drawing. Finally, he reported, "It's her." Reed exhaled a held breath and locked his knees to keep from collapsing. He couldn't hold back his tears, but he resolved he would remain standing, whatever it took. Pete pointed as he spoke. "Same boot sole, same wear pattern. See there? She's favoring her right foot, putting most of her weight on the left. She's injured, but she's alive and walking. Can't explain it, can't explain any of this, but that's how it is." "Well," Fleming piped in, "Bigfoot are not known for violence against humans, except maybe the Ape Canyon incident, but that's grown into a legend by now. But there have been reports that they don't like dogs very much." Singh kneeled on the opposite side of the tilled area, glasses perched on her nose, magnifying glass hovering over the largest print. "It's explaining itself, if we can believe it." She rested back, sitting on the grass at the edge, more shaken than Reed had ever seen her. She brushed some hair away from her face and looked at Alan. "This footprint has a scar on the ball of the foot. It's an old injury that's healed, with the dermal ridges turned inward." She sighed, overcome. "Alan, you know that casting you have back at the inn? That footprint and this one were made by the same animal." Alan was stunned, then beaming. He and Fleming high-fived each other. Pete nodded. "Most likely a male." He turned to Reed and Mills, "The alpha male, if that's how these animals operate. We've got 4 of 'em, 1 big male, 2 smaller adults that are probably females, and 1 juvenile, can't guess what sex it is." "And Beck," said Reed. "And Beck," Pete agreed. Singh was still looking at the big print. "This print's a full 18 inches long, and, Pete, what do you make of this?" Pete circled around, along with Reed and Mills, and knelt close. "Yeah, looky there. See the outside edge of the print?" He pointed it out to Reed and Mills. "The dermal ridges, you know, the crinkles in the skin like fingerprints, they are running along the length of the foot, not across it, like human prints." "So tell me what we're looking at," said the sheriff. All eyes went to Pete. He scanned the prints one more time. "I may as well admit the obvious." He paused and gave a deep sigh. "I'd say we've got ourselves a Bigfoot." He cast a questioning glance at each of them. Reed had thought so all along, and now he let his face show it. Singh nodded acceptance. Mills stared back, stern as a rock. "Knew which one has Beck?" Reed asked. Not the camp raider. Pete pointed to one of the mid-sized prints. I'd say this one here. It's the closest match with the size we found above the waterfall, and look at that pressure ridge in the middle of the print. Singh was still amazed about it. Right behind the metatarsal joint. These feet flex in the middle. That's how she fooled me. She pushes off from the whole front half of the foot. We couldn't tell what in the world we were tracking. But look there, figure that one out. He directed their attention to where the first digits of Reed's cell phone were scratched in the dirt. Two sets of prints seemed to be playing tag with each other. When Beck tried to carve out your phone number, that big gal was following her. He sniffed a chuckle. Looks like she even tried to write herself. Singh grabbed the camera from her backpack and snapped pictures. Among her shots of the footprints, she also captured a few group shots, careful to include close shots of Fleming Krinkovic, Aidan Peake, and Max Johnson. She and Reed were compiling a record of every name, every face, no exceptions. How fresh are these tracks? Mills asked. Fleming blurted proudly, I raked this area early yesterday. Found the tracks this morning. Pete nodded. Apparently, what he saw matched that scenario. Still on one knee, his gaze sweeping slowly, he scanned the trail of tracks leading back across the coarse sand and into the stream bed. Could I have everybody stay put, and no noise, please? He got to his feet and followed the tracks, taking one carefully chosen step at a time, staying well to the side. As the others waited and watched, the tracks took him clear across the smooth, dry river rocks of the stream bed and to a narrow stand of river grass on the other side. Just beyond the grass, the forest began and the mountainside rose sharply, the trees rising one behind the other, tree above tree, until the green mat of the forest ended abruptly against a jagged and near-vertical rock face. He stood very still in the grass, reading the sign, looking, listening, maybe even smelling for all the others knew. Fleming piped up, his whisper loud and grating, can we do the casting now? Mills picked up his rifle as he answered, and Pete gives the okay. I brought some more plaster, said Arlen, but I don't think it'll enough. I brought some too, said Singh. We'll try to stretch it. Mills looked at the field of footprints and gave his head a barely discernible wag. Nobody's ever gonna believe this. Vivan Pete finally returned, his walk was brisk. He didn't speak until he was close enough to do it quietly. They didn't follow the stream bed. He pointed as the others gathered around. They cut straight across and headed up the mountain. If they are still up there and we can push them up against that rock face, Mills nodded and whispered, we can hem them in. Reed got a grip on his apprehension by sheer force of will. His stomach was tight to the point of nausea, and even his whisper quaked, what if Beck's with them? They all exchanged nervous looks. If Beck's with them, the sheriff finally answered, then we can't let them leave. Max sighted through his rifle scope a little too calmly, as if he wasn't buying any of this. Pete walked to his backpack and dug out some small plastic spray bottles. Better spray this on. The air's moving up that slope like a brush fire. He tossed a bottle to each hunter. It was scent shield, rather unpleasant stuff that covered up human scent. They sprayed it on their clothing and boots, then smeared it on their hands and faces. There are only 4 of us, but maybe that's better, Pete said. No dogs, no mobs, no racket. I want to get close this time. He pulled his shirt open and sprayed his armpits. The others did the same. Can we cast the prints now? Fleming nagged. You may, said Pete. He studied the mountainside as he addressed Mills. If we push em, they are gonna break left or right. If I can get you and Reed to handle the left and right flanks, Max and I can sew up the middle. Max seemed unconvinced. So how do we even know they are up there? Right now it's a good guess, said Pete, but we are gonna find out real quick. The big metal door swung open and Cap came through, shoving the cleaning cart ahead of him, brooms swaying, bottles sloshing. He checked his watch. Louis wouldn't be arriving for several hours. So far, so good. He pushed the door shut and wheeled the cleaning cart back into its parking place. Now, which mops did he add? He pulled one out, a key rattled in the back door. I'm dead. He never danced so quickly in his life as he spun and swivel-necked, trying to spot a place to hide. Behind the carts. It was his only choice. He yanked the cart out of its parking place, dove into the space behind, and pulled the cart in after him. It didn't fit all the way in, but maybe Louis wouldn't notice. The back door opened and somebody big came in, work shoes thudding and shuffling heavily on the floor. It was Louis, all right. Cap knew that familiar whistle. The tune was Georgia. Louis was a big Ray Charles fan. And he was ever so inconveniently early. Cap looked down and noticed he still had Louis's access card around his neck. Oh, please, Louis, don't go to your locker. He heard the locker door open and the rustle of Louis's coveralls as Louis pulled them on. Then the whistling stopped. Louis was rummaging around in the locker. The big footfalls went to the desk. Papers shuffled. A drawer opened and shut again. The huge footsteps came into the supply room and stopped. Louis was looking around. The silence suggested he was being cautious. I'm deader than dead. Louis had to weigh 280 pounds, and he was all muscle. If he wanted to detain Cap, and that was putting it nicely, it would happen, absolutely. Cap prayed, his heart pounding. Dear Lord, don't let him worry about one of his carts being crooked. Louis came straight to the cart and pulled it out. The light streamed in on Cap, cowering like a frightened mouse against the back wall. Louis, a towering African-American with a lineman's body and a shaved head, gawked at Cap for a protracted moment. Cap considered trying to explain, but this ridiculous situation and the sight of this huge man struck him stupid and he couldn't find the first word. The big man sighed through his nose, rubbed his lips together thoughtfully, and finally asked, "Should I come back later?" Cap struggled to his feet, never breaking eye contact and trying to smile. No. I'm all through. Once on his feet, he still had to look up to meet Louis's gaze. Louis reached and with one finger gave the card hanging from Cap's neck a little jiggle. Cap took it off hurriedly and handed it to him. Louis looked it over as if checking for damage, then put it around his own neck. You better get out of here, he said. I got some crew coming in, and I don't want to be stuck explainin' you. Cap inched around the big man's frame and made a beeline for the back door. Louis, thanks. Louis followed him at a distance, watching him. You get what you needed. Cap paused at the door, considering the question and the data printout he'd stuffed in his pocket. I'm afraid so. He got out of there. Reed worked his way carefully up the incline, searching and selecting a firm, hopefully silent place to plant each step, weaving and dodging from tree to tree, his pulse pounding, his rifle slick in his sweating hands. The GPS receiver strapped to his left forearm showed him he'd come halfway up the slope. The 4 numbered blips on the moving map indicated he was maintaining formation with the others. They were moving up the hill in a semicircular arrangement, like the bottom half of a clock. Reed was at 3 o'clock, Pete was downhill and to Reed's left at 5 o'clock, Max was coming up the middle to Pete's left at 7 o'clock, Sheriff Mills was directly opposite Reed at 9 o'clock. The rock face was directly above them. The GPS doubled as a 2-way radio, and now Pete's voice whispered in Reed's earpiece, the tracks are veering south a little. Let's add another 10 degrees. Reed spotted a big fir about 50 yards up the bank and 10 degrees to his right. He headed for it. The blips on his map made the same correction. The half-circle warped, lagged, caught up, over-tightened, then loosened again as each man struggled with the terrain, but so far they were holding the dragnet together. Reed held his rifle in one hand while he dried the other on his pant leg, then switched hands and dried again. Part of him, the part with the weak knees, pounding pulse, and sweaty palms, couldn't help dwelling on the flaws in the plan. There were only 4 hunters forming this semicircle, and they were spread out over half a mile. Any creature brave and wily enough could slip through the huge gaps between them and be long gone before they knew it. The success of Pete's plan rested on these animals being either very shy or very deadly. If they were shy, they would back away until the hunters could tighten the circle and hem them in against the rocks. If they were deadly, then at least one of the hunters was bound to encounter them sooner or later. Pete didn't mention how even shy animals could become deadly if cornered, but it did occur to Reed that, given what they were attempting, they were going to be dealing with a deadly wild animal either way. Pete's only admonition for whenever that happened was don't let them get past you. Right. No problem. Those 18-inch footprints had given Reed a whole new way of looking at shadowy trees, obscured stumps, and breeze-rippled bushes. He'd already chambered around. The safety was off. Thinking of Beck was the only thing that kept him pushing into this madness. Pete had said she was injured, limping most likely. Reed hoped it wasn't more serious. How had she managed to survive this long when 2 strong men had died at the hands of these beasts? That was the question no one had asked, and yet it bothered Reed. Was she living in a terror that far outpaced the hell he'd been living in? There were only 3 blips on his GPS screen. Sheriff Mills. I don't have you on screen. I'm on though. Here Mills came back, his voice breaking up. Singh had returned to her mobile lab, parked next to a trailer-turned tavern in the obscure, almost town of Whitetail. She could see all 4 blips on her computer screen via the satellite dish on her RCK. If the satellite's picking up everybody, she reported over her headset. It's the peer-to-peer radio signal between the units. Sometimes terrain and distance can block it. Yeah, I'm down in a hollow, Mills reported. It happens. Max. Better add another 10 degrees, you're drifting left. 10 more degrees, Max replied. Everybody, I copy you about a quarter mile below the rocks. The blips kept moving, inch by inch. Vmoa. Max whispered. Pete radioed, hold up. The radios went silent. The blips on the screen stopped moving. Reed merged with an elderly hemlock, nothing moving but his eyes, and then, as slowly as the sweep hand on a clock, his head. The forest around him was thick enough to hide anything. Apart from the chirping of a bird somewhere, he heard nothing. No movement. No twigs snapping, no rustling. He waited. Pete came on the radio, his whisper barely audible. Max, I heard some movement your direction. Max reported in a tense, hushed voice, yeah. There's something up there, my 11 o'clock. Pete replied, any visual? No. Singh leaned toward her computer monitor, her hand pressing her earpiece against her ear, her mind leaping into the map she saw on the screen. The blips were motionless, still in a rough semicircle on steep terrain. Sheriff, came Pete's voice. I heard it. My 2 o'clock. Reed scanned the forest to his left, inside the semicircle. His gaze locked onto a brown mass behind some elderberry. It didn't move. After a blink, a look away, and a return, he saw that it was a stump. He carefully stole a step, then another, then 4 up the hill where he merged with another hemlock. Yeah, came the sheriff's muffled voice. There it was again, 2 o'clock. Pete replied, Sheriff, move up toward the rocks. Max, fill in. I'm up the middle. Reed, move left, close in, quick and quiet. Reed separated from the hemlock and moved left, his eyes on the trees, the tangled brush, the ferns, the obscuring broad leaves. He stopped short at the sight of a shadow behind some devil's club. Even he was sure it was an upturned root ball. He stepped again, carefully placing his foot on soft earth or solid log, anything silent. "I'm getting closer," said Mills. "I can hear it moving, still to my right." "Move in, everybody," said Pete. "Move in. Tighten the circle." Reed checked the screen on his GPS. All 4 numbered blips were visible now, but the semicircle didn't look much tighter than before. He tried to move faster. He froze. His finger wrapped around the trigger. Something uphill, to his right, caught his eye. Something white, flickering, waving. A white-tailed deer? No. It wasn't moving from that spot. "Did you hear that?" Mills asked. "Yeah," Max replied. Reed checked his GPS. Mills was moving in, tightening the top of the semicircle. Max and Pete moved up the hill, flattening the pattern. He could see his blip still lingering out on the right flank. The strange white thing was there, moving in the slight breeze. Reed quickened his pace, eyes alert. Ash closed the distance. It appeared to be a ribbon of some kind, but whatsoever would have been clear up here. Heads up, Mills whispered. "It's coming down the hill." "Max, eyes open," said Pete. A quick run across the open grass, and Reed came to an elderberry bush sporting the white ornament. It looked like, he reached it, even touched it. A string of toilet paper. "I think I saw it," said Mills. "Huh. I think it's a bear. It's black." Reed did not remove the toilet paper from the bush but stood by it, surveying in all directions for any other sign. There. Only 15 feet away, a small scrap of white lay like a fallen leaf on a patch of brown pine needles. Nervously, quickly, keeping an eye open for anything approaching, he entered his present location as a waypoint on the GPS. He was about to report when, "I don't have it," said Maximum. "I don't either," said Mills. "It's quit moving." "Pete, Reed, where are you?" Singh responded, "Pete's on his way, about 1,000 feet at your 5 o'clock. "Reed, how are you doing?" We found something," he said. For some silly reason he didn't want to say he'd found toilet paper. "I'm going to," he heard it, and time stopped. His thoughts, his breath, maybe even his heart, stopped. That ghost-like cry of anguish, though echoing and distant, chilled his blood even more than when he'd first heard it in the dark near the cabin on Lost Creek. Beck barely had time to flinch before Rachel grabbed her up and dove into a sheltering clump of elderberry and maple, huffing in alarm. Clamped against Rachel's chest, Beck looked backward over Rachel's shoulder and saw Leah crouching in the open, calling for Reuben with faint, high-pitched yelps, until the leaves closed in and she saw nothing. She didn't have to. With the jolting surprise over and the brush settling back to stillness, she heard the distant sound that so alarmed her captors. Her hands became trembling fists as she clamped onto Rachel's fur. Reed was about to call, but Mills spoke first. "It's her," said Mills. "Reed, I can hear Beck." No. "Sounds like she's hurting," said Maximum. Reed tried to control his voice as he radioed, "It's not Beck. Repeat, it is not Beck. Do you copy?" "Reed, you're breaking up," said Pete faint in the distance. Sheriff Mills was shouting, "Beck! Beck Shelton!" Reed broke into a run, ducking and veering around trees, thrashing through thick brush. He radioed as he ran, "Mills, get out of there. Max, let's move." Pete ordered. The blips on Reed's GPS crawled steadily toward each other, tightening the pattern. We got it," said Mills. "It's a drawn breath. The squeak of leather, the rattle of metal." The sheriff was fumbling with his rifle. "Man, oh man, I don't believe it." His signal cut out. A rifle shot. "Mills. Mills! Reed cried. Mills came back on the air, breathing heavily as if running. Hear me? Get up here! Another rifle shot. Pete demanded, Sheriff, are you all right? God help me, that thing's walking. Get up here, you live in. For a microsecond, Reed forced himself to stop against every raging need to plunge forward. He gripped his rifle high, ready to sight down the barrel at so much as a squirrel if it dared to move. Between gasps for air, he listened for any sound, no matter how insignificant. Whatever Mills had encountered, it wasn't the only one. Pete was yelling, his voice distorted in the earpiece, Mills! Just shoot! Draw a bead and shoot! I can't see him! Then came a scream of alarm. Another shot. Reed was moving again, eyes wide open, rifle ready. He came to a clearing, swept it visually, and dashed across. Mills! Pete called. Mills! Max, do you see him? Max didn't answer. Reed checked his GPS as he plunged into the trees again. Mills was moving north, obviously running. Max's blip had stalled. Max, Sheriff Mills is northeast of you. Move northeast. Max finally answered, I can't get there from here. I've got to go around. They heard a scream, first piercing, then garbled, then muffled, then cut short. Silent. A second scream followed. The woman, that same invisible banshee of Lost Creek, screamed as if she'd been cut open, the echoes of her voice layering one upon the other as the barren rocks sent the sound back and forth, back and forth, back and forth across valley. Reed froze in terror, his back against a tree, his eyes darting, his hands nearly dropping the rifle. The nightmare had returned in daylight. From out there, a legion of demons answered the woman from their haunts and hiding places, their guttural howls long and mournful like ghostly sirens following one upon the other, rising, fading, notes clashing, echoing, echoing, echoing. The radios were silent as every man went speechless. Reed was petrified, wishing he could meld into the tree at his back. These were no strangers, he'd heard this eerie dirge before, and it was no less terrifying now. Beck clamped her hands over her ears and cowered, unable to squirm out of Rachel's iron grasp as the Sasquatch, head raised and jaws agape, howled with the power of a ship's horn. Rachel was trembling, stinking. Her eyes swept about the brush canopy as if death hovered over their heads. I heard shots, Beck thought. But still the woman screamed. What's happening? Just outside their hiding place in the brush, Leah crouched in the undergrowth and howled just as loudly, still anxiously looking for her son. Reuben came bounding out of the trees, tattered shreds of toilet paper streaming behind him. Leah scooped him up, he clung to her, a frightened child, and Leah immediately plunged into the elderberry thicket, nearly trampling Rachel and Beck in her haste. Pete called, Mills? Sheriff Mills, can you hear me? No answer. Reed checked his GPS. Max and Pete were moving again. Max would reach Mills first. But Mills's blip wasn't moving. Reed called, Sing, are you getting anything from Sheriff Mills? Sing's voice was tight with emotion. His GPS is still working and I'm getting his radio signal, but he isn't moving. He isn't responding. Reed checked his bearings, dried his hands on his jacket, and plunged ahead, knees weak. Hello, this is Reed. Somebody out there talk to me. Pete came back, we're closing on Mills. Watch yourself. That critter's still out here. Reed was watching, all right. These woods were full of shadows and dark places to hide. His rifle barrel went anywhere his eyes went. A raven flew from a dead branch above him and he almost shot it. Sing came on the radio. Max? Are you all right? Can you talk to me? Max didn't answer. Reed checked his screen. Max was moving, so he was alive. He was getting close to Mills's location. Singh asked again, Max. Reed kept moving, pushing through the brush, clambering over rocks and logs, eyes darting, dread closing over him like a cloud. Pete radioed, I have maximum. He's okay. Movement. Branches snapping. Pete's laboring breath and footsteps came over the radio. Max. I'm coming up behind you. Pete's voice became strangely quiet, cautious. Max, I don't see your rifle. Point it in the air for me, will you, bud? Okay. Good. Now just keep it there, okay? I'm coming up behind you. You see me? Max. Just look over your right shoulder. It's okay, it's me. Now Reed heard movement ahead of him slightly uphill. Pete? I'm coming your way from I hear you, Reed. That's the story. Stand by. I'm gonna check on maximum. His silence. Reed didn't like silence, not now. Pete. Reed could see a small break in the forest canopy ahead of him. Light was penetrating to the forest floor. A few more steps through the undergrowth and he saw Pete, looking his way. Pete waved at him, weakly at first, but then urgently. Get out of those trees, Reed. We've got a casualty. Those were the words none of them wanted to hear. Reed carefully chose some short leaps down the grade and broke into the clearing. Max was sitting awkwardly on the ground, teetering as if he'd collapsed there, his face pale, his body quivering and palsied with shock, his eyes staring, then averting, then staring again. Reed thought he was injured, even shot. Pete stood by Max, alert, rifle following his eyes as he continuously scanned the forest on all sides. He gestured for Reed to close in. Reed crossed quickly and stood by him, guarding Pete's back as Pete guarded his. The question had only formed in Reed's mind when the answer assaulted him from across the clearing. He lurched, looking away, flooded with shock and revulsion. Sorry, said Pete in a hoarse whisper. Should have warned you. Reed forced himself to "K" again. Sheriff Mills's bow had been hurled against a tree and now lay wrapped around the trunk, crumpled and contorted like a broken doll. The earpiece lay in the grass, still connected by wire to the GPS on his left arm. Mills's rifle lay in the grass, the stock broken off. Except for a few remaining sinews and dripping arteries, the head was all but separated from the body. Reed's mind was paralyzed, but only for a moment. Without a conscious thought, he positioned his rifle and turned his full attention to the surrounding forest. For several seconds, with tendons tightened to their limit, sweat dripping down their faces, and every breath controlled, Reed and Pete rotated slowly about a common center, back to back, eyes, ears, and rifles on the dark, concealing forest that encircled them. At their feet, Max slumped to the ground, vomiting and moaning. Max, Pete whispered. Max tried to finish as silently as he could. Singh came over the radio. Her voice was frantic. Pete? Reed? Please report. Without taking his eyes off the forest or his hand away from the trigger, Reed spoke quietly, slowly, and deliberately, the way Sheriff Mills would have. Singh, get hold of yourself. Sheriff Mills is dead, same as Alan Arnold and Randy Thompson. He thought he heard a faint oh no, but after that, nothing. Singh. Acknowledge. Her voice was controlled. I'm here. Sheriff Mills is dead. Call Deputy Saunders. Tell him to evacuate all the search teams, every last one of them. And have him contact the Forest Service. No civilians go into the woods, not campers, hikers, anybody, and that's by order of, well, me. Guess I'm the county sheriff for now. What are you going to do? Reed kept his voice steady. I want you to get hold of Jimmy. Tell him we need him and all of his hunters up here, and if he can scare up any more from the Forest Service, we can use them too. Reed, are you secure until they arrive? Get us the medical crew, somebody to take Sheriff Mills out of here. Reed. He got firm. Singh, are you copying this down? She was trying to. Her hand shook so badly her writing was nearly illegible. Dave Saunders, evacuate the search parties. Jimmy Clark, relocate the hunters. Get the medics here to take out. Emotion overcame her. Reed's voice was so steady it was almost mechanical. Remain where you are so you can meet them. I'll leave Sheriff Mills's GPS with his body so you can guide them in. Got it? She listened to several seconds of radio silence and finally asked, Reed. Are your intentions? Reed exchanged a look with Pete, who gave him a slight but definite nod. This is as close as we've ever been to finding her since Lost Creek. We'll be all right, Pete concurred. Singh asked, what about Max? Max lay on the ground, still recovering from shock and nausea. Discreetly, while Max wasn't looking, Pete crouched to examine the soles of Max's boots, quickly referring to the blue cards in his vest pocket. With a quick look and a barely discernible head shake in Reed's direction, he radioed Singh, Max can come with us if he's up to it. Max pushed himself off the ground and breathed a moment. He nodded at Pete and Reed, then slowly struggled to his feet. I'm in. He was still shaking, and he kept his back toward Mills's body. Reed and Max stood guard as Pete quickly found signs: scuffed earth, bent grass, broken twigs, one impression, and a few drops of blood. He took off south again, uphill. If we can keep him up against those rocks, we'll have half the battle. Reed radioed, Singh, you got us on your screen. Good to go, she replied. Pete, I'll check this out, Reed said. He showed Pete the waypoint he'd entered and told him about the toilet paper. Pete shook his head in wonder. Either Beck was there or something she had a run-in with. It'd be a good place to start, you're right about that. He then suggested, if I were you, I'd duck downhill to that open country where you can make better time and get south of there. Then you can climb uphill again and close in from the south, maybe head him off. Max, you work your way from here, parallel to those rocks, and do whatever it takes to keep him up there. Pete nodded toward Mills's grotesque form. It only took one of them to do this, so don't wait to shoot. I'll try to put the cork in the bottle, come in from the north. And, Reed knew what Pete was going to say. Pete eyed the mountains above. Those footprints down below told a story, and I thought we had it right. But this. He looked unwillingly at Mills's twisted body. This is the real story. There's no mistaking this. Reed was more direct. You're saying Beck is dead? Pete glanced away a moment, waiting for words. This might be more of a hunt than a search. Reed weighed that, then replied, so don't let them get past you. Pete answered, you neither. That was enough for now. Cap was considering, only considering, his next move, when Singh called and told him of Sheriff Mills's death. Her last words before I love you were, Cap, we really need to know what this is. Please. That locked his decision and his resolve. After a quick trip home to change into presentable clothing, black slacks, a plain almond shirt, conservative tie, navy sports coat, Cap drove back to the Kazini campus and went straight to the bioscience building. He used the front door this time and walked boldly down the hall to the cherry-paneled office of Dr. Philip Merrill, Dean of the College of Sciences, former department chair of molecular biology, an ice sculpture in a suit, and Cap's former boss. Do you have an appointment with Dr. Merrill? His secretary asked. Cap glared down at Judy Wayne, the same lady Cap had said good morning to and mooched donuts from for the entire 6 years he worked there. "Judy? You know I don't need an appointment. I need to talk to Phil." She tilted her head condescendingly. "If it's about your severance package, you need to talk to accounting. Mad if I told you it's a matter of life and death. I wouldn't believe you. Is he here?" "I'm sure he's busy. You can tell him you tried to stop me." He skirted around her desk and went to Meryl's door. She ran after him, of course, protesting, citing policy, afraid for her job. He knocked gently, then turned the big brass knob and opened the door. Meryl was still Meryl, hair combed straight back and in place, suit jacket neatly hung on a wood valet in the corner, necktie conservative and tightly knotted under his Adam's apple. His desk was a squeaky clean battleship, and he was the Admiral. He was on the phone, which was actually a good thing because it forced him to watch his language when he saw who barged in. His eyes went frosty cold, but he held his demeanor, putting his hand over the receiver. "Cap, you must know this meeting isn't going to happen. I tried to stop him." Judy squeaked. Cap held up 2 fingers. 2 minutes. Please. Meryl glared at him for a long moment, then spoke to the phone. "Snafu here at the office. Can I call you back?" He hung up. "Shall I call security?" Judy asked. Got a Cap gawked at her in disbelief but told Meryl, "Phil, this concerns you, not me. It's in your interest." Meryl processed that, then waved Judy away. "Hold off on that. Just leave us alone, for 2 minutes." Judy walked out. "And close the door." She closed the door. Meryl leaned back in his chair and silently gestured, "Well?" Cap expended a few precious seconds taking a seat on the fancy leather couch. This wasn't going to be easy, but what the heck, he was already fired. "I thought you'd want to know that the Whitcomb County Sheriff was just found up in the National Forest with most of his bones broken and his head nearly torn off, just like a logging foreman from 3 Rivers who died in exactly the same way on Monday morning." Meryl showed no reaction. He simply said, "And why would I need to know that? There's a trail guide missing, and then there's also a woman missing, a gal who's married to a friend of mine, a deputy sheriff. Singh and I have been trying to help out, trying to track down the animal responsible." Meryl steepled his fingers under his chin. "I thought you said this concerns me. I ran a fluorescent in situ hybridization on stool, saliva, and hair samples from the thing. I found chimpanzee DNA with human DNA present. HM contamination. Too bad. The human DNA was juxtaposed with adenovirus." Meryl processed a little more and then tried not to laugh. "Where I think you're going? I just thought you'd be interested. And you were hoping to get a reaction, I suppose. You can't be going considering what Adam Burkhart's been working on all these years, and hey, you know what? He isn't even around. I checked at his office and he's on sabbatical. Again? How can he possibly make any money for the university when he's never here?" Meryl's gaze was mocking. "By results, Cap. He produces results." Cap NC kidded. "And that's why the department gets all that funding, all that money from those big corporations Euro-Atlantic Oil, the Carlyle Foundation. So you've done some homework. American Geographic and Public Broadcasting's got their fingers in it too. He's worth a lot of money to you, isn't he? Come to think of it, you might owe him a debt of thanks for your promotion." Jealous. Bothered, for the same old reasons. It's not results that get the funding, it's correct results. Give them what they want and they'll send the money. Question what they want and, what they want is science, Cap. I could never get you to understand that. But science prides itself on being self-correcting." Meryl looked at his watch. I'm waiting for you to make your point. Cap leaned forward. Vivat if something went wrong? What if Burkhart's results weren't correct? Vivat if people got hurt? What if people got killed? I must warn you, if you are in any way considering a violation of your confidentiality agreement, what do you suppose would happen to the funding, or even your job? That hit home, finally. An old, cold look returned to Merrill's eyes. As you may expect, I will not abide what you're suggesting, nor will I dignify it with a response. Cap knew this man, he was familiar with Merrill's style of lying. He rose from the fancy couch and leaned closely over Merrill's desk. Self-correcting. I've brought you data of great interest, I'm sure, if you're a scientist. Cap had what he came for. He walked out, leaving the door wide open. Merrill followed just a few seconds behind and watched him go down the hall toward the front door. The Dean was not quite as poised as before. Judy looked up from her desk. Everything okay? He's leaving. Merrill returned to his office, circled behind his expansive desk, unconsciously checked his hair, then consciously checked his desk, his way of assuring himself that his world was still stable, predictable, and under his control. His eye was immediately drawn to a void in the fastidious arrangement of calendar, telephone, desk caddy, and pen set on his desktop. An allotment of desk space was now empty where he usually kept. He burst from his office. Call security. Judy got on the phone. Merrill was trembling with indignity, looking up and down the hallway. That weasel just stole my master keys. Sheriff Patrick Mills's lifeless eyes gawked at the sky one last time as a paramedic placed Mills's cowboy hat on his chest and zipped the black body bag shut. Jimmy Clark respectfully removed his own hat as two paramedics carried the body out of the clearing. Wiley Kane did the same, exposing his long white mane. Steve Thorne, looking tough and military as ever, watched grimly, camouflage cap in place. Young Mariners fan Sam Marlowe tried to concentrate on familiarizing himself with a GPS unit. Jansen, no one ever asked Jansen his first name, chose not to watch at all. Not one man set down his rifle for any reason. Jimmy had already strapped Mills's GPS to his arm, a most regrettable task, but it had to be done. He carefully washed the blood off the earpiece with a handkerchief and water from his canteen, then put the earpiece in his ear and pressed the talk button. Sing, this is Jimmy. How do you read? Loud and clear. Singh was at her computer in the mobile lab, watching the same GPS blips in a new arrangement. Reed was south of his toilet paper waypoint and doubling back. Pete lingered to the north, waiting to hear from Reed. Max was roughly halfway between them and a quarter-mile below the stone face of the mountain. They formed a very large triangle, and each man looked pitifully, frighteningly alone out there. Jimmy, now represented by Mills's old blip, was still in the clearing where Mills had died, but that would change, soon, she hoped. The hamlet of Whitetail had gotten busy. 2 Forest Service vehicles, Jimmy's fish and game rig, a medical emergency vehicle, and 2 private cars were now clustered around Singh's mobile lab. A lot of firepower had gone into the woods, meaning there was a major chance something was going to come out dead. Singh was feeling hope and fear in equal proportions. Another blip appeared on her screen right next to Jimmy's. A voice crackled in her headset, "Singh, this is Thorne. About time. I have you on screen," voice is loud and clear. Steve Thorne was satisfied he'd figured things out. He positioned the GPS on the underside of his left forearm so he could read it while holding his rifle, and he was ready. Sam Marlowe just did what Thorne did and he was ready in half the time. "Singh, this is Sam Marlowe." "Okay," she came back. "You're number 6, on screen," loud and clear. Jimmy greeted the 4 armed forest rangers who had just arrived, then called via his earpiece, "Reed." "Pete?" We're ready down here. Reed hurried up the hill through thick woods, homing in on his waypoint, eyes and ears wary. Under the circumstances, he was glad to hear Jimmy's voice. Pete radioed, "Let's fill in the circle, guys, quick as you can. I think we can work within a quarter-mile radius, we're that close." With all the grimness of a platoon leader leading his men into combat, Jimmy divided his hunters into 3 teams headed by himself, Steve Thorne, and Sam Marlowe. "Sam, you and your guys fill in around Pete's position. Steve, spread your guys along that west side and help Maximum. My team will take the south end and do what we can to help Reed. We don't have GPS units for everybody, so the rest of you stay within earshot of your team leader. Let's go." As they dispersed into the woods, he radioed, "Sing, we're moving." Beck tried moving once, just raising her head enough to peer out of the thicket, but Rachel held her back with a firm hand, clamping her like a child against her bosom and holding her still. Beck settled for the moment, and became like Rachel, Leah, and Reuben, a shadow, a dark, indistinct area within the elderberry thicket, obscured by a web of stalks, branches, limbs, and leaves. This was hiding as Beck had never experienced it, as an animal, motionless, silent, part of the darkness. Like ogres in a dim, odorous underworld, they'd as dead things while the forest lived, stirred, and chatted above them. "I heard shots." Moving only her eyes, Beck tried to meet theirs. None would look back, but she could tell they knew what was happening, something terrible, something frightening, to them. And hopeful, for her. Maybe Jacob was in the middle of another grisly killing when he encountered something he wasn't expecting, hunters. Humans. Big burly guys in camouflage, looking for a lost woman of her description, toting rifles and ready to blow away any hairy monsters that gave them guff. Maybe someone found her footprints and made some sense of Reed's cell phone number. Maybe Reed was still alive and leading the search. Maybe, at long last, the rules were changing in her favor. She had to know. Fighting back a rising quiver of excitement, she tried to be still, like her captors, and hear what they might be hearing. The forest above was still speaking in its everyday way, in a language she didn't know. Were the birds concerned about something, or just gossiping? Was that quiet rustling a passing creature, the wind in the branches, or a hunter? Then she noticed, and felt, something, only because it changed. Rachel's heart and the slow, steamy flow of air through her nostrils had quickened. For the first time, Rachel's head turned. The other heads turned. Beck turned her head. The birds took flight, sounding alarms. Footfalls approached through the undergrowth, 2 feet, not 4. There was a soft, rumbling grunt as they passed by and continued on. Abruptly, and so typically, Rachel rose to her feet without warning and burst out of the thicket, heaving Beck over her shoulder. Leah, with Reuben on her back, followed directly behind. Beck hooked an arm around Rachel's neck and swung down into a manageable straddle, but she was looking back, to the sides, anywhere else she could catch a view of the forest. Were there hunters out there? Rachel and Leah ran south in a nearly straight line as if they knew exactly where they were going, and then, so quickly Beck missed when it happened, Jacob was with them, leading the way. His gait was hurried and cautious, his hair bristling. His fierce scent trailed behind him like smoke from an old locomotive, and he kept glancing over his shoulder, not at all the haughty kingpin he'd been before. Beck was afraid to assume too much, to hope too much, but from all appearances, they were being chased. Jacob was leading a getaway. Cap knew he wouldn't have much time and wasted none of it getting down a flight of steel stairs and into the subterranean world under bioscience. The main hallway was narrow, its ceiling cluttered with conduit, plumbing, and ductwork. The walls were a monotonous grey, undecorated except for frequent red signs on imposing doors that shouted, "Danger, high voltage," this door to remain closed at all times, and authorized personnel only. He came to a sign that read blue clearance only beyond this point. He kept going, his shoes clicking on the bare concrete. He'd been stripped of his blue clearance badge along with everything else, but maybe no one would notice, if he even encountered anyone. So far, the whole floor seemed strangely deserted. He did feel a pang of conscience, as if he were a spy or even a burglar, but he kept telling himself he was down here because, a, he was a scientist, b, he had a theory, and c, a scientist tested his theories through experimentation and observation. Following up on Baumgartner's question and that second trip to the internet, he'd used a fluorescent tagging method to check the human DNA in the samples for adenovirus sequences, and bingo! Knowing what to for, he'd found them everywhere. Adenovirus was a tool commonly used in gene splicing because, being a virus, it naturally spliced its own DNA into the DNA of a cell it infected, making it an ideal delivery system. It was a matter of using an enzyme to cut a DNA sequence from a donor cell, splicing that sequence into the virus, and then infecting the recipient cell with the virus. Once in the recipient cell, the virus spliced the donor DNA into the recipient's DNA along with its own, making the desired addition but also leaving its own detectable sequence. In the case of the DNA from the stool and the saliva, meticulous rearranging of base pairs through site-directed mutagenesis, SDM was clearly evident but, predictably, too slow for the genetic engineer's schedule. If moreover it was resorted to viral transfer, using adenovirus to transfer, splice, and mix human with chimpanzee DNA whole sequences at a time, a much faster process but haphazard. In SDM, the genetic engineer controlled what base pairs were being changed, switched, and moved. In viral transfer, the virus decided, potentially doing more harm than GCK-D. So Cap had a theory to explain the strange sequences the Judy lab had revealed: chimpanzee, human, and hybrid all in the same animal, laced with sequences from the adenovirus that did most of the splicing. It was no accident, and there was no contamination. The presence of human DNA was intentional. But of course, it was still a theory, and incomplete at that. He had the what and the how, but he needed to confirm the who, and while the possible answer was a no-brainer as far as he was concerned, it was necessary to test that answer through observation. That observation was going to begin on the other side of a plain door marked with nothing but a number, 102. He pulled a small cedar box from his jacket pocket, a nice keepsake Merrill had received from the American Geographic Society in recognition of his contribution to the field of evolutionary biology. It bore his name and the Society's logo, laser-etched on the lid. Cap flipped it open and took out Merrill's master keys to the department's labs and classrooms. The third key Cap tried opened the door. With a quick glance up and down the hall, so far, he was still the only one here. He slipped inside, closing the door behind him. He knew where to find the light switch because he knew this place well. This was the lab of Dr. Adam Burkhardt, the unsung and secretive pioneer poster child, Cap had often thought derisively, of molecular anthropology. In Cap's early years at the university, and at the very strong suggestion of Merrill, Baumgartner, and other department colleagues, Cap had spent many hours in this room working side by side with Burkhardt, supposedly to restore Cap's faith in beneficial mutations and keep him on the right path as a professor of biology. If anyone could prove that mutations really worked as the mechanism for evolving new species, it had to be Burkhardt. He'd spent his whole life trying, and as Cap kept pointing out, failing. That, of course, wasn't the conclusion Cap was supposed to reach. After 2 years of working together, their respective positions became so polarized that they parted company, Burkhardt to his secretive, high-priority research, and Cap to his role as the outspoken, question-asking department pariah. But Cap had no time to dwell on unpleasant memories. Right now he had to deal with the fact that he was carrying stolen keys, would soon be caught if he didn't move quickly, and was standing in a lab that was, by all appearances, vacant. The workbenches, once cluttered with a dozen different projects in various stages, were now clear and unused except for a few cardboard boxes that were lined up near the door. The biology posters were gone from the walls, the specimen jars were gone from the shelves, the lab mice were gone from the cages. Burkhart's old desk was bare. Cap set down the box of keys and pulled out the drawers. They were all empty. The bulletin above the desk carried a calendar still flipped to January even though it was July, announcements of events that had long passed, and a few snapshots held in place with pushpins, a pretty grad student holding a lab rat as she injected it, rats with mottled colors in their fur, 4 male students grinning as they held a trophy they'd won at a regional collegiate science fair. Burkhart's PhD diploma had been removed from the wall, but the square of unfaded paint still marked where it once hung. A Teacher of the Year plaque remained, dusty and forgotten. Cap remembered Burkhart losing interest in teaching over the years, and now it seemed Burkhart didn't care much for the memories either, nor for the young lives he'd influenced, considering he'd left their pictures behind. Cap went to the cardboard boxes and folded back the top flaps of the first. Ah, here was at least one vestige of Burkhart's presence. Inside, wrapped in several layers of newspaper to protect from breakage, were some of Burkhart's glass specimen jars. Burkhart always prided himself on his vast collection of evolutionary icons in formaldehyde, a display that once took up several shelves along the front of the room and caught the eye of anyone who dropped in. He'd bought, borrowed, and swapped with other biologists around the world to collect Galapagos finches with different-sized beaks, peppered moths both white and grey, sea lacanths that were regarded as living fossils, bats whose wing bones bore a homologous similarity to the human hand, lizards that had supposedly evolved from snakes, and a boa constrictor that had supposedly evolved from lizards, all part of Burkhart's sideshow of the dead. These remaining jars must have been the last ones packed, still waiting to make the move, wherever it was they were going. Cap pulled out one of the jars and carefully removed the newspaper wrapping. He'd no doubt seen this specimen before. No, he hadn't. This one was new, and from its appearance, Cap decided, Burkhart hadn't bought or traded for it. Burkhart had produced this one. It was a lab rat floating in amber preservative, a pitiful animal with a twisted spine and, Cap counted them twice to be sure, 6 legs. He pulled out and unwrapped the second jar. It was another lab rat, this one with mottled fur and no eyes. The third jar contained a rat with no legs at all. Cap felt his face flush and his stomach grow queasy. He rewrapped and placed the jars back in their box, not looking at the contents, trying to sell himself a foolish, vain hope that Burkhart had gotten the message and stopped with rats, or at the very worst, chimpanzees. Burkhart was a scientist, after all. Surely he knew how to read the indications of the data, especially at such a high level at the far end of the room. A solitary animal cage caught Cap's attention. He paused in wrapping the last jar and stared at the cage a moment, frozen in time, one hand on the jar and the other holding the box lid open. He couldn't be seeing what he thought he was seeing. He wasn't ready for things to get worse. He lowered the last jar into the box, then hurried down the aisle between the workbenches for a closer look. The cage was similar to a large pet carrier, a rectangular box of tough plastic with a swinging, barred gate at one end. It had come on tough times. The opening all around the gate had been chewed as if by an enormous rat trying to escape. The slot for the latch was nearly gouged out. The gate was tooth-marked and bulged outward as if pushed with incredible strength from the inside. Whatever Burkhart had kept in this cage, it was bigger than a rat. Apparently, hopefully, Burkhart had found a bigger, tougher cage. Dr. Capella. He'd stayed too long. Turning, he saw Merrill come into the room, flanked by 2 campus police in grey uniforms, the university's best and biggest. Merrill was strong and confident between his two-man army. He extended his palm. "My keys." Cap nodded toward Burkhart's empty desk. "They are on the desk." Merrill retrieved them. "Cap, you have a choice: leave this campus immediately and do not come back, ever, or be placed under arrest right here, right now." Cap walked slowly forward, hands half raised in surrender. "Hi, Tim." The first cop, lanky and bespectacled, said, "Hi. Kenny, how's it going?" The second cop, arms crossed over his barrel chest, nodded and replied, "It's going all right." Cap addressed Merrill. "Looks like more than a sabbatical. Looks like Burkhart's pulled up and moved altogether. Vnuich is no concern of yours." Cap nodded at the damaged cage. "Viv, happened? Did things get a little tough to contain?" Merrill smirked. "A word to the wise, Dr. Capella, if that term means anything to you. We are all scientists here, and that means we deal in facts. You are a creationist, and now have the added liability of being a trespasser and a burglar. Before you say anything to anyone, please give careful regard to which of us has the credibility and the power to destroy the other." Creationist. Merrill used that word as an insult. Cap had seen this power trip before, and he was fed up with it. "Is this a scientist I hear talking?" Merrill smiled. "In every way, Dr. Capella, in the eyes of my peers and, most of all, in the eyes of the public. I have my responsibilities, foremost among them, not allowing science to be undermined by detractors like you." Science? Wouldn't it be more accurate to call it the only game in town? Merrill turned to his cops. "Get him out of here." Rachel was in a full run, her legs blurring in a shock-free, fluid stride, her weight forward, her arms swinging in wide arcs. Beck hung on, head down, cringing close to Rachel's body and wincing as tree trunks and branches missed them by inches. She looked over her shoulder but saw no hunters, no friends, only rapidly retreating forest and distance building by powerful leaps. No hunter on foot could hope to catch them. Though it terrified her, she looked down at Rachel's blurred feet, then the huge tree trunks that raced by, and tried to envision herself letting go, leaping into space, landing and rolling safely enough to live and limp away. Vs. what if she could drop into that clump of young firs? Would they soften her fall? Would Rachel realize she was gone? What if suddenly, shockingly, Rachel dug in and lurched to a stop, nearly throwing Beck off? Jacob burst out of the brush, stinking and huffing, so close he and Rachel almost collided. Leah followed, more frightened than Beck had ever seen her, carrying a whimpering Reuben on her back. The train was turning around. Rachel spun and moved into a run again, last in line. They were heading north, the way they'd come. Beck looked behind and saw nothing but forest, but she'd read Jacob's face, something was back there, or someone. Jacob turned down the slope, Leah and Rachel followed, and Rachel's fluid stride became a rocking, heaving lope as she leaped and landed her way down the mountain. Beck's stomach reacted immediately, and her grip began to weaken. She started sizing up landing spots again. Rachel stumbled. Landing after a leap, she was trying to stop, heeling in, staggering, grabbing and snapping off branches. She danced several yards farther down the slope, finally gripped a tree trunk with one hand, and whipped around to a quick halt. Beck couldn't have held on if she wanted to. She sailed backward, floating as the ground dropped away, then landing cleanly, tumbling through a struggling patch of Oregon grape until she found a stump to grab. It occurred to her not to stop, to keep going downhill. She let go of the stump and let herself roll until her feet came under her and she stood, bracing herself against a small pine. Downhill and to her right, Leah clambered back up the hill with Reuben on the ground beside her, four-wheeling up the rocks. Beck veered left and half-limped down to the next tree, buying just a little time, a little more distance from Rachel. Now she saw Jacob groping his way up the hill. He looked panicked, drooling and slow with exhaustion. Something had turned him back again. A shock went through Beck like electricity. She caught only a glimpse, only a fleeting image through a gap in the trees far below, but she knew what it was. A man's camouflage cap. Had it not been moving, and had she not seen one before, she would have missed it, but there was no mistaking it. "Oh!" escaped her, a cry of hope and disbelief. Rachel pounded down the hill toward her, snapping off branches and upsetting loose rock. Beck hobbled downhill to the next tree and cried out again, not bothering with consonants or pronunciation but just making a noise, any noise she could. A man's voice answered from far below, "Hello? Somebody up there?" Beck had just opened her mouth to answer when Rachel caught her in midair, jarring her, stealing her breath, muffling her cry. Beck wriggled, squirmed, tried to get free. She screamed. She saw nothing but fiery eyes, bristling black hair, flaring nostrils, and glistening teeth. Jacob never came this close to anything except to kill it. His throaty roar erased her brain, his foul breath paralyzed her will. "Hello," the man called. Beck didn't answer. Reed was closing in on his waypoint well ahead of Jimmy's team, when Steve Thome's voice crackled in his earpiece, "I've got something above me. It's heading back up the hill." "Any visual?" he heard Jimmy ask. "No, but I heard a woman scream." Max's team, tighten up. Pete ordered. "Give us a wall down there." Reed looked at his GPS. He could see Max and Thorne tightening formation and inching uphill. Pete was moving south along the stone face, with Sam about 500 feet below him. The other two guys were filling in between. Reed got on the radio. "Heads up, everybody. Don't let the screaming fool you. That's not a woman. That's the target." He didn't like the silence he got in response. "Jimmy, I've got you and Sam behind and below." "Yeah, that's us," Jimmy replied. "Can you get a man above me, between me and the rocks?" "Give him a few minutes." Did everybody hear my heads up about the screaming sound? Several answered that they had. Steve Thorne radioed, "You're sure that's not your wife?" No, he wasn't sure, and it was killing him. "Did she say anything?" "No, she just screamed." "A hunt, and not a search." Reed fought down his fear. "Don't let that thing sucker you in. That's what happened to Mills." "What the heck are we hunting, anyway?" Thorne asked. Jimmy cut in, "I told you not to ask." Reed paused to breathe deeply and gather himself. He glanced at his GPS. He was close now, only 40 yards or so. The circle of hunters was closing in. Something inside that circle was going to be really ticked off. Beck's world was a cruel kaleidoscope of blurred images, powerful, grappling arms, brush and tree limbs whipping past, her own arms and legs kicking and flailing, the total, choking darkness of Rachel's in quick, intermittent flashes between grabs, holds, slaps, and kicks. She saw Jacob leading, ascending the slope, his flexible feet grabbing the ground and his legs pushing relentlessly upward. Rachel was just too strong, and Beck's ribs, arms, legs, and sprained ankle were sending her warnings, "Much more of this, and you're going to break something." With a whimper muffled in Rachel's hairy body, Beck gave up the struggle, if only to live one moment longer. The climb continued. Beck pushed herself up just far enough to look backward over Rachel's shoulder. More forest, thicket, and impenetrable tangle. How these beasts could pass so easily through that stuff, she couldn't fathom. No hunter could ever get through there. Ahead, she caught a glimpse of Jacob as he plunged into a tangle of honeysuckle and elderberry that had formed a living dome over a fallen aspen. Leah and Reuben followed, dropping through the tangled web of leaves and into a hollow beneath. Without slowing, Rachel lowered her head and shoulders and stormed through. It was like falling through a roof into a dark cellar, but the landing was soft. There were 3 hot, hairy bodies to cushion their fall. One of them, possibly Leah, gave a painful grunt on impact. The hollow was tight and confining, stabbed through with limbs from the fallen aspen, obscured on all sides by vines and brush, packed solid with steaming apes. It got hot right away. Jacob's scent glands were working overtime. They were hiding again, motionless, eyes intense, breathing in quiet puffs. Listening. Peering through the myriad tiny gaps in the leaves, vines, and branches. It made Beck afraid, as if the monster were lurking outside and not on both sides of her. She could see through the curtain, a slot here, a chink there, tiny windows blurrily framing puzzle pieces of the forest outside. Other than the troubled forest chatter, she heard nothing. Something moved, and she gasped before she could catch herself. She leaned closer to the tangle, peering through a vertical hole between twisting vines. Something white dangled from a nearby elderberry bush, moving lazily in the breeze. They had come full circle. Obnoxious, raiding Reuben had already been here. Of course, Reuben's escapade with her toilet paper was not going to help the Sasquatch's cause. A streamer of white toilet paper would stand out like a Savez ribbon. One of the hunters was sure to spot it. Reed took a moment to listen and watch before taking another step toward the white ribbon. He had his bearings now. He recognized everything. He whispered via his earpiece, "Pete, I see the toilet paper." "We're closing on you," Pete replied, still moving uphill. Said Maximum I. "We got a man above you," Jimmy said. Reed didn't move. Maybe Pete Henderson was rubbing off on him, or maybe he'd been in these woods so long he was growing a whole new set of senses, but he felt something. Steadying his rifle with his right hand, he flexed and stretched his left, then reversed the procedure, flexing his right. A search or a hunt? He checked the progress of the other hunters on his GPS. It was a search right now, but would definitely be a hunt in a matter of minutes. As one, Beck and her captors alerted, their muscles tensing, their eyes shifting about. When they heard a second step, their heads turned the same direction, toward the south, the broken bits of light painting speckles on their faces, glimmers on their eyes. Beck peered through an opening, saw nothing but leaves, peered through another, saw only forest, peered through a third at the sight of her husband. Her diaphragm involuntarily leaped and a squeal escaped her throat. Rachel's arm nearly collapsed her rib cage. Jacob shot her a glance and a warning hiss. Leah's glaring eyes cut through the dark. Beck clapped her hand over her mouth. Reed took another step toward them. Beck craned her neck to steal a tiny, partial view of him through a gap in the leaves, her hand squeezing over her mouth ever more tightly as her emotions defied restraint. Reed stole forward, one step at a time, ducking branches, stepping over twigs, hands welded to his rifle. He removed the earpiece from his ear, putting aside the other voices. He only wanted to hear what was around him, right here, right now. 2 more steps, and he reached his waypoint. He was standing by the white toilet paper streamer. He was so close that Beck could see only his legs. Rachel's body had turned to iron. Her hair was bristling, stabbing Beck in the face and arms. Jacob breathed slowly but deeply, building strength in silence, his hair on end, ruthless murder in his eyes. Beck put her other hand over her mouth but could not steady the quaking breath rushing in and out of her nostrils. They are cornered. They have young, Reuben, and me. If I make a sound, Reed comes any closer. Reed stood still again and scanned around him, occupied first and foremost with staying alive, but driven by one irrepressible longing, to see Beck, to hear her voice, to know, at long last, that she was alive. Maybe it was the longing that gave him the feeling, somehow maybe it was that stupid toilet paper, but he felt she was close. He remembered seeing another scrap of toilet paper the last time he was here, within sight of there. 15 feet away, the scrap of white lay on a patch of brown pine needles, right below a huge honeysuckle that grew over a fallen aspen. He took 2 small, careful steps. A leaf crackled under his and he froze. Steady now. 1 more step. Freeze. Listen. 1 more step. A scent from an old nightmare reached his nostrils and his blood ran cold. Suddenly he wasn't just remembering that first horrible night, he felt he was there, hearing Beck scream and feeling helpless, so helpless. The thing was there too. Though he couldn't see it, he could feel it hiding, watching him. Beck. He could think only of her and took 1 more step toward the terror. It was 1 step farther than he'd ever gone before. 1 step ago, he was terrified. Now he was as good as dead, but he didn't care. His hands became steady. He had no urge to step back. This was his destination, exactly where he wanted to be, not just close, but there. Beck, he whispered. I'm here, babe. I'm right here. He could smell the thing. If he wasn't imagining that slow, steady, hissing sound, he could hear it too. A search or a hunt? He'd come to do both. He swung his rifle about, daring that thing to move. Reed stood just above the hollow. Beck heard a hiss crackling through saliva and teeth. Jacob's teeth were bared, his canines gleaming. He was crouching, poised, planning. Reed, get out of here. He didn't leave. He took another step toward them. They are going to kill him. Honest to God, they are going to kill him. 12 Singh saw the circle tightening, closing in from the west, north, and south against the stone cliffs above. Inside the circle, toward the south end, Reed's blip wasn't moving. He wasn't answering his radio. Reed. Reed, talk to me. Jimmy, can you see him? Negative, Jimmy whispered. It's pretty thick in here. Do you have him on your screen? Got him? Then what are you waiting for? Pete came on the radio. Steady, let's not get ourselves killed. Reed could hear commotion from his earpiece. He replaced it, pressed the talk button, and spoke quietly. This is Reed. I'm at the waypoint. I don't see the target, but I can smell it. Reed, fall back. Singh cried. Wait for the others. Negative. I'm not letting that thing get away again. Reed. He removed the earpiece. Go away, Reed, Beck begged in her mind. I love you. Please don't let them kill you. Go away. Jacob was waiting, ready to explode from the hollow. Beck couldn't even guess what would trigger him, but she knew the attack would only last an instant. Reed moved slowly past the mound of vines, mentally mapping the area, looking for hiding places. An upended stump just below him could have hidden something. The fallen aspen looked suspicious, but could anything fit under there? Another step and he spotted an open space, just a little breathing room to his left. It might give him a half-second more to react if anything charged him. He tried to catch that scent, the sight made him jump. He calmed himself, looked around for danger, confirmed his grip on his rifle. Brown leather. At first he thought it was an animal, obscured by the wild grass and knapweed, then he thought it was a dead animal. It was bloody, torn, ripped. Double-checking every direction, he carefully approached whatever it was, knowing what it was but not wanting to know. Jacob eased back just a little, which eased Beck just a little, enough to think, what can I do, what can I do? No answers came. She could see Reed through another gap in the overgrowth, moving into view in a small clearing. Apparently he'd found something, though for a moment she couldn't imagine what it could wait. Her jacket? She and the group had come full circle, back to where Reuben had raided her toilet paper. It might be her jacket. Now her heart quickened with one spark of hope. If Reed found her jacket, he'd know she had to be around here somewhere. It would keep him looking, keep him hoping. It would be like a signal, a flare, a message in a bottle. It was her jacket, or at least a piece of it. Reed picked it up, turned it over in his hands. Reuben had done quite a job on it, worse than a pup with a chew toy. It was chewed, shredded. A foreboding hit her like a blow to the stomach. The fear, no, the certainty of death coursed through her like an electric shock. There was blood on that jacket, Rachel's blood from days ago. It was torn into pieces. It looked like a quaking, nearly dying breath passed through her lips as the words formed, Reed. Don't think that, Reed. Don't think it. It's not my blood. The blood on the leather was days old by now, flaking and brown. The leather was tattered, tooth-marked, and only a fragment of Beck's jacket, a side panel and half of a sleeve. It spoke to Reed, it told him everything. He sank to his knees, unaware of the forest, the search, the hunt, and even the danger. His rifle dropped to the grass. He gazed at the shredded garment and ran his thumb over the smear of blood. A shadow crept into his mind like black ink permeating a parchment, spreading, pushing away light and hope, stripping away every thought but one, Beck. He raised his eyes. All he could see was Beck chewing on a cold sandwich and making a teasing face, a crooked, stuffed cheek, half smile, while he took her picture. It was the last smile he could remember, and even as he tried to dwell on it, it faded, lost in the darkness of a night that would last forever. Though he tried to hear her laugh again, or even say his name, only silence answered. If she screamed, he would die. She could only lie pilloried in Rachel's arms and watch in silent agony as Reed rose from the ground, weak as an old man, the tattered remnant of her jacket in his hand. He didn't think to pick up his rifle, but instead fumbled with an earpiece, his hand trembling, until he'd replaced it in his ear. She heard only the words, pulling out. And then he started back the way he'd come. Jacob tensed again. Reed would be passing by close. Reed stopped, went back for his rifle, then passed by quickly, clumsily. I'm not dead. One last image through the vines, a trudging, wounded man, no longer alert or careful, in no hurry, stepping over a log, pushing aside a leafy branch. I'm not dead. He went out of sight. A quiet rustle followed, then the snap of a twig, then a very distant crunching. Then there was no sound at all. Sing threw open the door on her mobile lab and stood on the steps, gripping the handrail, watching the trail that climbed into the Walk 1S from the parking area. For the past 40 minutes she had been not a human being but a stone, forbidding herself to feel, care, or cherish. There were hunters in the woods. Someone had to maintain contact and be their link to the outside world. Someone had to help them close up the circle in case the positioning signals winked out on their mobile units. She had to think of them, even while she watched one blip on her screen slowly make its way down the mountain, across the creek bed, past the site where Fleming Krinkovic found all the footprints, and back down the trail to Whitetail. Now that the blip on her computer screen had reached the end of its journey, she expected to see Reed and Jimmy drawing near. When she did, she would release her heart. She would become a human being again. But how she would ever bear the pain and loss, she didn't know. Jansen's voice crackled through her headset. Hey, I need some help closing up the south end. A guy could drive a truck through here. She shot a quick glance at her computer screen and replied, Max. Steve. Do you have Jansen's position? No, I've lost him, said Thorne. He's bearing 135, about 800 feet. He's using Jimmy's GPS. 135, Roger. Jansen, you're good. Stay where you are until they pick you up again. Jansen acknowledged grumpily. And then she saw Reed and Jimmy emerge from the woods like tired soldiers returning from battle, eyes vacant, shoulders slumped, legs trudging, rifles slung on their shoulders. Jimmy stayed close to Reed, lending strength, as Reed managed to put one foot in front of the other. Reed caught her eye, but his face was hard to discern. He carried a blooded piece of leather in both hands. Now Singh's heart was free to grieve. Her hand went to her mouth as her body began to quake. They met in the parking lot, embracing. Singh wept with no words. Reed seemed strangely empty, like a body without a spirit. He held her but did not cry. I'll handle the radio," said Jimmy. Singh watched him go to the motorhome, recover the headset she'd left dangling by the door, and go inside. Even Jimmy's voice came over the radio. Pete had to turn down his volume. "Okay, guys, this is Jimmy. Just to let you know, Sheriff Mills and I had an agreement, as long as it was a search, the sheriff was in charge. When it became a hunt, Fish and Game would be in charge. Well, guys, like we all heard, the search is over. We got ourselves a full-blown hunt now, and that makes me the big kahuna. Thorne and Max, Reed and I are out of the game for now, so pull your lines south and sew up the net before the big one gets away. Let's get ourselves a bear." Pete lost half his will to go on when he heard that Reed had pulled out. Now that it was clear there would be no finding Beck, he lost the rest of it. He checked his GPS. The north end was pretty tight now. Sam Marlowe was only 90 yards down the slope, with Wiley Kane and a forest ranger in between. They'd be able to carry on well enough without him. He got a bearing from his compass and started down. Singh checked on Reed one last time. He'd shed his jacket and boots and left them on the floor by the bed, but he wouldn't part with the piece of Beck's jacket. He clutched it tightly as he lay on the bed in the back of the motorhome, his face to the wall. "I'll call Cap and let him know," she told him. "I've got some soup I can heat up. You need to have some." He didn't answer. He didn't move. "I'll be right here," she said. Satisfied that he was comfortable, he would never be okay, she closed the door quietly and left him alone. In the main room, Jimmy was at her computer, wearing her headset, still running things. "Pete, you need to move up the bank, you're slipping down too far." "Say again?" He rolled his eyes. "Sam, head up the hill and push the other guys ahead of you. Close it up." He looked over his shoulder at Singh. "How's he doing?" "He's breathing. That's all I can tell you." He stared at the rear bedroom door. "We were fools to let it go this long. I tried to tell him. I tried to tell Mills. But nobody ever listens to you." Her sarcasm was subtle but intentional. "This isn't the time." She picked up her cell phone. "No, it isn't." "Have you called Dave Saunders?" "I'm on it." Jimmy turned to the computer screen, burying himself in the hunt. "Pete, can you hand off your GPS to Wiley on your way down?" "Thanks, Guy, and hey, listen, we all understand." Singh stepped out of the vehicle, closed the door behind her, and punched in a number. It was quiet out here, away from Jimmy. She got Deputy Dave Saunders. "Hello, Dave. This is Singh Capella. Reed's calling off the search. Everybody can stand down." She listened to his question and fought back tears in order to answer. "No. Just a piece of her coat." While he dealt with the news, Singh pulled herself together for the moment. "Dave, are you there?" He was, full of condolences, wanting to help. "Reed would like you to contact the Forest Service. We have to close the woods to civilians until we hunt down though. Until we get the problem cleared up. But, Dave, there's one more thing, the hunters have cleared out of the Lost Creek area, so you won't be in their way anymore." We still need to find Randy Thompson. I'm sure we're dealing with a body, or remains. If you could get a few deputies up there. Yeah, I know, but we have to try again, and this time, bring some metal detectors. You're going to be looking for a shovel. Pete found Wiley Kane within minutes. All he had to do was follow the cigarette smoke. So Kane said with a bit of a leer, we had enough, huh? Pete removed his GPS and handed it to him. I was in this for Beck, not Jimmy. Wiley dropped his cigarette and crushed it out in the dirt. He took the GPS and marveled at it. Woo! So this has got all of us on there. Pete pointed out a few details, the available screens, the moving map, the zoom feature, and the various peer-to-peer blips. You're gonna be me now, this dot right here. This one here is Sam, down the hill from you. You just put this earpiece in your ear and press this button to talk. Man, the toys these days. Sometimes the terrain gets in the way and you wink out, but usually, as long as your unit's turned on, the other team leaders can see you and you can see them. Okay, my turn. Wiley strapped it on his arm as he'd seen the others do. Just run that wire up the inside of your jacket. That'll keep it out of the way. Wiley removed his jacket and started fiddling with the earpiece, trying to figure out where to route the wire. Pete stayed at his back, acting as if he was helping, but all the while taking a good look at Wiley's boot print where he'd stamped out the cigarette. The print didn't match Pete's sketch from Lost Creek, but then again, Wiley Kane was wearing a brand new pair of boots. Cap. I'm here. No further words would come to him, but at the moment, he didn't care. It was enough for him to accept the news, bear the pain, and nurse the wound as he sat glum and alone in their living room in Spokane, the phone to his ear. The news didn't come as a shock, but more like the final, awaited outcome of a tragic story. From the outset, Cap and Singh knew it could end this way. Putting aside denial, a happy ending would have been more surprising. "Matt, are you feeling?" she asked. He rested his forehead on his fingertips and closed his eyes. He was feeling so many things. You mean, besides the sorrow? The loss. I'm not sure what to do next. I got caught sneaking into Burkhart's lab today. Meryl had me booted off the campus. Now there was a silence on her end. Finally, is that it, then? He thought a moment, then answered, anger. I'm feeling anger, a close friend is dead and somebody's getting away with it. Do we have anything solid? So far it's all circumstantial, and some of it could be imaginary. What about those photos? We photographed everybody within camera range. I took some more today when all the hunters came through. VF me, don't you email those to me? Will do. We got one more lead I'm going to harass a little, and if that doesn't pan out, maybe I should just get over there and, be there. Reed could use you right now. Is he there? He's sleeping. Oh. Well, give him my love, and get me those pictures, and more crack at it, for Beck's memory if for nothing else. I'll take one, you be careful. Oh, I think the worst is over for me. Singh closed her cell phone and climbed back inside the motorhome. She found Jimmy still glued to the computer screen, not saying much and looking antsy. He nervously flexed his ankle with his toe planted, making his knee wiggle up and down like a jackhammer. It was a good sign he wouldn't be able to sit still much longer. She decided to let the tension build another few minutes before she said anything. In those minutes, she used a second computer to go online through her cell phone, selected the folder containing her photos, some posed, some candid, some downright sneaky, of anyone and everyone who'd had anything to do with the search or the hunt. With a few quick taps on the computer's touch pad, the photos were on their way to Cap. "How's everybody doing?" she asked Jimmy. "Nothing so far." His voice was tense. That south end was open a long time. The bear may have given us the slip. I can take over if you want to head up there again. That turned his head from the screen. You're sure? Hey. You want to be stuck down here while somebody else bags that bear? He ripped the headset from his head, grabbed his coat and rifle, and went out the door, jamming the earpiece from Reed's GPS in his ear. You're welcome, she said, settling in front of the computer. The first thing Singh noticed was Steve Thorne and Jansen's GPS blips coming perilously close to Reed's waypoint, the place where he'd found part of Beck's jacket. Jimmy's voice crackled in the earpieces. Talk to me, Jansen. What's happening? We're at the location, Jansen whispered back, so everybody piped down. Jansen stood guard while Thorne went first, keeping an eye out for any movement, any stirring. The streamer of white toilet paper was still there, hanging on the elderberry bush. It moved lightly in the breeze, as obvious and tempting as bait for a trap. Jansen didn't like this place, there was just something about it. Thorne moved slowly, carefully planting each step, sighting down his rifle as he checked out a dark stump amid a clump of young firs, a log within a thicket, a shadow under an upturned root ball. He was mindful that this was where the Sheltone woman got chewed up, and he'd seen firsthand what happened to Sheriff Mills. He drew a sample of air through his nose. Didn't Reed Shelton say something about smelling the target? There did seem to be a certain odor about the place. As a matter of fact, the odor could have been coming from a dome of vines that grew over a fallen aspen just a few yards away. Heads up, Thorne whispered, gesturing toward the dome. Jansen leveled his rifle at the mound. He nodded to Thorne. Ready. Thorne approached slowly. The odor was getting stronger. Singh watched intently. Thome's GPS blip was dead-centered on Reed's waypoint, apparently motionless, but probably stalking, sneaking. She couldn't imagine that thing would still be there after all this time, but then again Thorne was close to the fallen aspen, and now he could tell that the tangled overgrowth had been disturbed, thrown open like a curtain and left to settle back in place. He shot a glance at Jansen, nodded toward the tangled dome, held his rifle ready in his right hand, reached out slowly with his left, took hold of the vines, drew a breath, yanked the vines open. Underneath the thick mat of vines, leaves, and branches was a dark hollow. A foul stench washed over him, making him flinch. His trigger finger tightened. He relaxed. Jansen allowed himself to breathe again. The hollow was empty. The running finally came to an end in a secluded, soft-floored grove of pines and hemlocks somewhere in Idaho, or Montana, or maybe Canada for all Beck knew. Not that she cared anymore. When the adults finally stopped to rest and Rachel let Beck roll off onto the ground, Beck flopped and lay where she landed, face half buried in the moss and pine needles, despondent to think about it. Reed thinks I'm dead. The image of him finding that tattered piece of jacket kept playing, and replaying in her mind. It wouldn't fade, it wouldn't turn off. It gave her no rest. I'm alive and I can't tell him. He thinks I'm dead and that he can't save me. I may as well be dead. Ooh-hoo. She moaned and writhed from the pain and frustration, her voice muffled in the ground. I may as well lie here until I rot, until trees start growing out of me. God hates you. God hated her. He had to. Why else would he keep slapping her with nothing but lousy luck? Vivo else understood fairness enough to make sure she never got any good breaks? Who else could make her dead to the world and everyone she loved, and yet leave her alive to agonize in it? It was all too perfect. It had to be planned. Her rising anger gave her just enough strength to roll over onto her back, point her finger toward the converging treetops, and whine at God, why you? Oh, right. She forgot. God gave her a stutter so she couldn't tell him how ticked off she was. She slapped the ground and growled at him. Then she sat up and screamed at that upset Rachel, who'd been lying on her back in some maple bushes. She raised her head and looked over her belly. Leah was half visible in another clump of maples, staring at Beck as she tore off the broad leaves and munched on them. Beck just growled at them, waving them off. "I'm all right, don't trouble yourselves, don't get up, just leave me alone." Rachel's head sank to the ground again and she let out a tired sigh. Leah regurgitated a wad of chewed leaves into her palm and started eating them a second time. Beck stared at the ground, angrily flicking tufts of moss with her fingertip. "What am I going to do? Everybody thinks I'm dead. They are not going to look for me anymore. They are going to get together and have a memorial service, and then they are going to eat chicken and potato salad and go home. Reed's going to cry for me every night, and I'm going to cry for him, and the only friends I have left are these. Ooh-ooh-hoo." Seething, she growled at Leah, who ignored her, and Rachel, snoring somewhere beyond those big feet and that round belly. She couldn't see Jacob or Reuben, but she growled at them anyway, wherever they were. "All right, so you hate me. Well, I hate you too. If you eat me, I hope you barf." Then she watched Leah, licking and nibbling her vomited wad as if it were coleslaw. These monsters enjoyed barfing. God thought of everything. "What am I going to do?" She sniffed derisively at her own thoughts. "Why do anything? God will only ruin it." She dug her hairbrush out of her pocket and began running it through her hair only because it made her feel better. Maybe God wouldn't notice and make all her hair fall out. HMPH. She heard a grunt from Leah. The big grey female was just finishing up her maple leaf coleslaw and looking at her. Beck looked back, angry enough to meet and match the gaze from those deep-set eyes. Direct staring was never polite in Sasquatch circles, and Beck could tell Leah didn't like it, but she stared anyway and kept brushing, not caring what Leah liked, disliked, thought, or wanted. Leah swallowed the last of her green wad, licked her palm clean, and gave Beck's hairbrush her earnest, undivided attention. Then she extended her hand and grunted again. HMMPH. Beck quit brushing. She looked down at her hairbrush, then at Leah, and the strangest and most unexpected thought came to her: I have something she doesn't. It was uncanny. Had God thought of this yet? This huge, intimidating, massively strong animal could break Beck in half with no effort at all, but only Beck knew how to use a hairbrush, and Leah seemed to know it. Leah's eyes glanced very quickly at the sleeping Rachel, then back at Beck, taking on an imploring expression, like a dog begging. This is going to go wrong. Somehow, God's going to foul it up. Then again, it could have been his idea. She looked toward the sky, didn't get an answer, and ventured a guess: maybe I'd better try it. She got up slowly, keeping her eye on Leah, who sat there next to the maple bush, eyeing her. Now she could see Rachel's face. Mom was asleep. While the cat's away, the mice will play, is that it? HMMPH. Leah extended her hand again. Looking around for Reuben and not seeing him, Beck stole forward, keeping the brush visible in her hand. She was about to enter Leah's space, so she hummed quietly, no tune in particular, and diverted her eyes from Leah's to be polite. Leah sure looked big sitting there on her haunches, and those arms were all muscle, lots of it. Beck came within a few feet, close enough to have her head swatted off, and thought of a safety tip when approaching a Sasquatch, and try to make that low, guttural, rumbling noise. They seemed to like that. She bowed, knees bending, her hands almost touching the ground, and tried her best to make her throat rumble. Leah looked puzzled. Oh. Apparently, bows with rumbled greetings were only for the alpha male. Beck made a mental note. HMMPH, Leah grunted, leaning forward. Beck reached out with the brush and touched Leah's head. Leah shuffled closer. Beck started brushing, stealing glances at the sleeping Rachel and feeling like a turncoat. But she was doing Leah a service, maybe even gaining acceptance from Rachel's rival, and that seemed a smart thing to do. She continued, working more systematically, from Leah's head down to her neck and shoulders. Leah burped a green vegetation burp and sat still, looking pleased. I don't know where this is going, but it just might keep me alive. After all, if Beck could be part of the group, maybe the group wouldn't eat her. Beck kept brushing, working her way down Leah's back, and Leah allowed her, letting out occasional hums of pleasure. Her grey hair was sensational, so soft and smooth, and once Beck got it all lying in the same direction, it became prismatic, reflecting a rainbow sheen. So gross, and yet so lovely. After that unfortunate death flinch blunder with Rachel, Beck was careful to look before she brushed, and it was a good thing she did. Halfway down Leah's back, Beck spotted another anomaly and stopped brushing just in time. Leah immediately noticed the pause and turned her head, grunting over her shoulder. Beck hummed back at her pleasantly, finding a safe place to brush while she had a closer look. Again, it was blood. Carefully parting the hairs, Beck recognized another bite wound, not as severe as Rachel's but just as recent. Beck gave a low, rumbling hum as if to ask, what on earth happened? Did Jacob do this? Leah sighed, seemingly resigned to whatever the unfortunate situation was. Beck kept brushing, carefully checking, then grooming Leah's ribs. She found a shallow gash under the right arm, possibly a bite that didn't quite land. Leah flinched when Beck brushed around it, but she didn't get mad. As Beck thought about it, it didn't make sense that Jacob would do this. When Jacob punished Rachel the first night he saw Beck, he was brutal and unforgivably abusive, but he never used his teeth. Besides, Leah seemed to be the alpha's pet in this group, she could do no wrong. Maybe Beck was seeing the aftermath of a full-blown catfight, Leah and Rachel, with Leah the winner and Rachel the cast-down loser. Either that, or she just couldn't imagine. A shape moved through the pines, and Beck looked up to see Mr. Bad News himself, Reuben, approaching in a wide, tentative arc, head cocked in suspicion. He growled at her as if to say, "What are you doing with my mother?" Beck looked him in the eye and kept brushing. He stepped closer, then started sidestepping, left and right, making little waving, threatening gestures with his arms as he growled. Leah Pig grunted at him, which set him back slightly, but he still wanted to fight about it and stared daggers at Beck. Beck came to the brink of being frightened. She could feel her stomach starting to tense, her hands starting to tremble, her speech faculties starting to jumble, but strangely, surprisingly even to her, she went only to the brink and no further. Standing by Reuben's mother with her permission could have had something to do with it, but there was something else. For the first time in her life, her penchant for being afraid had worn thin. After several days of terror and dread, terror and loathing, terror and despair, she was tired of it. And besides that, she was just plain mad. She'd lost her husband in a most enraging dilemma, she'd been a doormat to this snotty-nosed throw rug from the day they met, even God was picking on her and wouldn't give her a break. "Arag," she growled. She met Reuben's stare, held her eyes steady, and didn't turn away. She growled again and even huffed through her nose at him. "Listen, kid, I'm somebody too." Leah grunted more loudly at him, her displeasure obvious. Beck seconded that with an angry bark, her weight forward. Reuben bought it. He backed off, gave her a look that was half dirty, half perplexed, and shuffled sulkingly into the pines to mind his own business. Well, to Beck's amazement, things seemed to be going the right direction. Leah nudged her, wanting more. Beck returned to her brushing and enjoyed every square inch of it, right down to Leah's toes. She finished with a soft hum and a flourish, then backed away passively, eyes diverted, honoring the custom with confidence. Back in her own personal space amid the pines, she settled to the ground by herself with no one bothering her, feeling strangely unafraid and strangely alive. She's not dead. Singh and Pete looked up from the dining table at a man not quite risen from the dead. Reed stood, his frame filling the rear bedroom door, but he didn't appear well rested, to put it mildly. He was still clutching the blooded piece of jacket. Singh rose from the table. "Can I fix you anything? I have some soup." Reed stood there as if he hadn't heard the question, a weird, catatonic look on his face. Yeah. Please. And how about a sandwich or something? Singh rummaged in the tight refrigerator. "I've got pastrami and turkey breast." "Okay. Please." He sat at the computer and looked at the screen, now dark. "So what happened?" Pete answered, his fingers curled around a coffee cup. "Hunters are back down for the night. They'll regroup in the morning, go back to using bear stands and maybe some dogs. They found plenty of sign that something had been up there, but it's gone now." Reed broke into a delirious grin and chuckled. "So they didn't get their bear." He chuckled some more, enjoying a demented laugh at a sorry situation. Pete stared into his coffee, and Singh sliced bread until he'd finished. "I'm sorry," Reed said. "Pete, I wish to God things could have turned out different." Reed gave him a curious look. "We don't know how they turned out." Pete looked at Singh, who only looked down at the open sandwich. Pete found words first. "Reed, you know I have the deepest respect for your feelings on this, but we've got to face it. 3 violent deaths in a row don't line up with Beck just tagging along with a bunch of creatures, alive and well and leaving footprints. Now that piece of her jacket, that's consistent with what we've seen. That talks. So you're with Jimmy?" Pete winced. "Oh, man, don't put me in Jimmy's camp. He thought the Krinkovic footprints were a hoax. He thought Beck was dead a long time ago. Is that what you think?" "We've been talking about that," said Singh. "We've been going around and around about it," said Pete. Singh still had a touch of fire in her eyes. "I'd like to know how those prints could be so accurately formed, and just what creatures were doing all that howling when Mills was killed." Reed focused on the tired tracker. "Do you have another explanation?" Pete could only give a slight throw up his hands gesture. "Like I was telling her, I don't know, but what if Fleming Krinkovic is as nutty as he looks and just wants attention? He's a Sasquatch fanatic, he would have known how to fake footprints. And as far as Beck's boot prints, he could have found a size 6 boot with a matching sole. A boot is a boot." Singh jumped on that. "With the same tread pattern you noted at Lost Creek? You did sketch it all out on one of your blue cards, didn't you?" Reed added, "With the same wear pattern." "And what about the cell phone number scratched in the dirt?" Pete countered, "I don't have it all figured out. I'm just trying to see this thing from all sides, that's all." "Reed, isn't it possible that Arlen Peake could have gotten your cell phone number?" Reed saw his point. "Yeah. And he's a Bigfoot nut too, isn't he? And he and Krinkovic are friends." Singh's temper was starting to show. "You know what you're saying about Arlen?" Pete drilled her with his eyes. "Why'd you take his picture then?" Singh got flustered. "Just there's this whole cover-up thing. We can't rule out any possible suspect. Well, there might be a cover-up and there might not be." Singh was ready to grapple on that one. Alan Arnold was moved. And Randy, was he moved? Possibly. But you don't know that. Not really. And that's my point. Reed asked, "So, what has Cap found out?" Singh's discouragement was obvious. "Nothing solid. It's all conjecture." Pete let his hand come down forcefully on the table. "There. Thank you. That's the word I've been looking for. Conjecture. I conject, then you conject, and that's all Cap has is conjecture. Read, we've been at this all afternoon, talking about whether Beck's dead or alive, or somebody's fooling us, or we're just FCK-ling ourselves, or whether there really are Sasquatchs up there. Reed answered quietly, and whether Sasquatchs are killers, and whether it's a bear like Jimmy says, and why in the world somebody would want to protect those monsters with a cover-up, if there really are monsters and there really is a cover-up. That gave them pause. I thought you were sleeping, said Singh. I was until you two started in on each other. But I've been thinking too. So help us out, said Pete. Reed lightly stroked the remains of Beck's jacket as he spoke in a quiet, tired voice. Considering how much we don't know, it might be early to say how things turned out. Pete looked out the window to mull it over. Singh busied herself with lettuce, meat, pickles, and tomatoes. It's kind of funny, isn't it, how much this whole thing's been about what people think they know. It's a bear, it's a Bigfoot, I'm a wife killer, I'm a crazy victim, Beck's dead, Beck's alive, it was a cover-up, it was an accident. Singh finished making the sandwich, put it on a plate, and handed it to Reed. Still want that soup? That'd be great. Thanks. He set the sandwich on the computer bench, truly hungry but needing to speak. I just keep thinking of Beck and me climbing up the trail before this all started, and how much I thought I knew, and how much I really didn't. Here I was, telling Beck her world was too small and if she didn't get out and stretch a bit, she'd quit learning and growing, and all along, I didn't know how small my world was. It's been one tough lesson. He considered the tattered piece of leather in his lap, looking it over as he spoke. Anyway, I guess it's never a bad idea to let your world get stretched once in a while, to just humble down and admit there might be something right in front of you that you haven't thought of before. So on the one hand, Pete, you're right about Beck's jacket. It talks. He held it up for them to see, tooth marks, bloodstain, and all. This bloodstain is several days old, isn't that right, Singh? Silently, she examined the stain, and then she nodded, knowing what it meant. Reed spoke what the others realized. It means Beck died several days ago, probably that very first night. He folded the leather carefully, solemnly, and set it on the dining table in the midst of them. There's no way she could have made those footprints. Singh and Pete stared at that tattered remnant. It did speak, without words. Singh finally said, it still doesn't answer everything. Pete tried to say it calmly. It answers enough. The rest of it? Never know. Maybe we'll, Reed replied, so that's one thing we can agree on, that we don't really know. Pete and Singh silently checked with each other, then nodded. But on the other hand, maybe it's okay to believe a little? Instead of just accepting the way things look, maybe there's still room to stretch what we're so sure of just one more inch. He leaned forward, confronting Pete eye to eye. Pete, you ever had a feeling you couldn't explain? Pete understood. He nodded. Reed looked at Singh. How about you? All the time, she said. When I was up there at the waypoint and I found this, he nodded at the remnant on the table, everything I saw told me that I'd finally gotten the answer, that I finally knew. But there was a part of me that felt something, like she was talking to me. I had every reason in you all to even know that she was dead, but still. There was some part of me that wouldn't let go, that still believed. He leaned back, eyeing the remnant on the table. I could say I know Beck is dead, but I don't, not really. And as long as we don't know for sure, I can believe she's still out there. Then he added, and I believe there's one last thing we haven't tried. No, now listen, I said I didn't want to get sucked into it. Nick Claybuckle was enjoying a relaxing jog around Manitou Park. He passed the big duck pond and the geometric rose gardens, pounded over the beautiful stone bridge and under the spreading maple trees, until he was overtaken by another jogger who could outrun him. "You heard me, kid. Pull over. Doc, somebody's gonna see us talking." "Not if you get off the road," said Cap. He pointed. "How about in there? Nice benches, lots of hedges, nice and private." Nick was huffing and puffing anyway, carrying too much extra poundage to get away. He hung a right and they ducked into a pleasant grove, sending a brown squirrel darting up a tree. Nick collapsed onto an ornate concrete bench with a brass plaque commemorating the donor. He was soaked with sweat and his glasses were foggy. Cap sat down next to him, not even breathing hard. "Nick, my needs are very simple," Cap began. "We all know Burkhart's shifting his operation off campus for years, and now he's moved off campus altogether. I need to know where he went. I need to find him and his lab." Nick gasped a few breaths and then answered, "Dr. Capella, you're one of the main reasons he moved." "Nick. They are going to know I told you." Cap nudged him. "You said your department's having to cut back. Where's the money going?" "Now, how would I know that?" Cap hooked a finger under Nick's chin and forced him to meet his eyes. "Let me tell you about my ape. Remember him, the one who's ticked off about something? He's been killing people, Nick. He's been breaking their necks." Nick tried to look away. Cap used his whole hand to hold his attention. "He's killed a trail guide, a logger, the Whitcomb County Sheriff, and now—" Cap came closer, nose to nose. "He's killed Beck Shelton, a close friend of mine, lots of bites, lots of blood, ripping, tearing, the whole 9 yards. So, Nick, you have to understand, now I am ticked off. I am not a patient man." Nick's face went white, he was paying attention now. Cap let him go. A question began to form, Cap intercepted it. "Chimpanzees, Nick, maybe as many as 4, spliced so full of human DNA they are a patchwork quilt. Now, how do you suppose that happened?" "The Judy lab said it was contamination, it was put there using viral transfers." "That means human intervention, which means somebody's responsible, which means somebody's going to be in big trouble when the law sorts this all out. So who are you more afraid of?" Nick stared, struggling to process it all. "Where's the money going? Is Merrill diverting funds?" Nick thought it over one more second, then gave in, nodding yes. "I checked on it. The college budget's gone up the last 10 years, not down, but all the departments are being cut back, including the York Center. Merrill's got some kind of pet project going. With Burkhart." Nick hesitated and Cap nudged him again. "With Burkhart. That's the talk on the inside. Merrill's hoping for a big payoff to make it all legit. I mean, you wouldn't believe the big people hovering around with grant money like Euro Atlantic Oil and the Carlyle Foundation." "Yeah. And Mort Vernon." Cap hadn't seen that name in his research. "The guy who owns the Evolution Channel. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Whatever Burkhart is working on, Vernon wants first dibs to put it on TV." He sniffed a bitter chuckle. "Must be pretty sexy stuff, a whole lot more exciting than inequity aversion in Capuchins. But it's a gamble. The investors are holding back until they see results." Cap nodded to himself. Results. There was that word again. No results, no money. And Merrill will have some explaining to do. Incorrect results, no money, Cap mused. Same thing. So what about the chimpanzees being shipped off campus? Any truth to that? Nick nodded. The York Center's turning away research proposals, which means we're turning away money, because we don't have new chimps. We have the old standbys, but they are getting too aggressive to be useful, and we're short on younger males. Mad about the females. They are getting old too, and we don't have younger ones to replace them. The young ones get shipped out as soon as they are old enough to breed. Orders from Merrill's office. Where do they go? Somewhere in Idaho. A place called Three Rivers. That turned Cap's head. Say again. Sing kept raking, loosening up the sand by the creek bank, cleaning out rocks and twigs that could prevent a clear footprint. Reed brought a gunny sack into the center of the tilled area and began setting apples, pears, and bananas on a short, sun-bleached log. Pete remained outside the circle, studying a map in the ebbing light. It's the right place, Reed assured him. Only if they come here, Pete answered, orienting the map to the surroundings. They've got plenty of choices which way to go. But the food is here, said Reed, alongside the same creek bed, and just a little farther south. If nothing else, Jimmy's hunters will drive them this way. We may have been driving them this way all along. That's what I've been thinking. If they were living in the forest around Abney all this time, why else would they move? Then again, if they were living around Abney all this time, why haven't they attacked anyone before? Sing looked up from her raking. I keep hearing the word they. Pete grabbed up a second rake and directed a buddy's look at Reed. It'll be they as long as Reed wants it to be. Sing smiled her gratitude at Pete. It won't be very long, said Reed, setting a few last items on the log. I know this whole idea's ridiculous, but it's the only one I've got. Maybe just half ridiculous, Pete replied thoughtfully. Look at it this way, Alan and Fleming don't even know we're doing this, so if we get something this time. He could only shake his head after that. It's either this or give up, said Sing. So if you don't go through with it, I will. You write Beck a note? Pete asked to make sure. I explained everything, Reed answered, taking long strides out of the circle, leaving a minimum of footprints for Pete to rake out. Pete raked them all out, and then they stood there, gazing across a small circle of clear, carefully raked sand at what Reed had designated the last-ditch attempt. It would be dark before they could make it back to Pete's truck, but they found it hard to leave. And I told her I loved her, Reed added. His gaze moved between his two friends. Would you guys mind praying with me? It would put my mind at ease. Sing and Pete both nodded their consent. Reed put his arms around his two friends' shoulders and spoke softly. God, wherever Beck is, we know she's in your hands. Hold her tight for me, will you? Keep her safe and bring her home soon. And, that's about it. Amen. We'd best get back, said Pete, and they grabbed up their gear. 13 Deputy Dave Saunders had spent Thursday evening on the phone, recalling any search and rescue volunteers he could find. 4 were ready, willing, available, and armed. Then he'd hunted around for metal detectors. 2 he borrowed from some hobbyist friends, 1 he rented, and 1 he bought with his own money. At first light Friday morning, he and his crew were at the cabin on Lost Creek. They would test Sing's theory by searching for something that was not necessarily there to be found. If you see, hear, or smell any belligerent creature in the area, I don't care if it's a bear or a Bigfoot or a raccoon on steroids, you get out of there, he told the faithful 4. If you find the shovel, then get on the radio and we'll all converge on the area. If there's a shovel, then chances are there's a grave, and that's what we're after. Any questions? The housewife, the fireman, the heavy equipment operator, and the machinist all looked back at him, silent. Okay, then, you know your quadrants. We'll take a snack break about 10. Let's go. Cap drove east from Spokane. He planned to cut through Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and then south into the Timberlands. A highway map rested on the seat, his destination represented by a small open dot. "3 Rivers," he said into his cell phone. "Said that. That's close. I about fell off the bench when Nikto where Alan Arnold was killed, am I right?" Singh replied, "Cap, I think you're heading into trouble. I remember Burkhart talking about a vacation cabin in Idaho, and now Nick says the chimps are being sent to 3 Rivers, right where all this trouble began, if the pattern means anything." "That's exactly what I mean. I'd say call the police, but what would we tell them?" "Well, get something to tell them and then tell them exactly my intentions. But tell me first, and be careful. Say hi to Reed." Singh closed her cell phone and redirected her attention to the dozen camouflaged, rifle-toting hunters now gathered beside the mobile lab, planning, discussing, debating. Max Johnson, Steve Thorne, and Sam Marlowe were telling stories and expressing opinions about today's plan of action. Wiley Kane was having a smoke, Jansen was repacking a backpack, Jimmy and some forest rangers huddled around a map, pointing and muttering, "Set out bait here and here, but you can't have human presence pressuring from above," Jimmy said. "How about a triangle? Just keep these guys in a triangle and make one big sweep," one offered. "Dogs'll take care of that, really, if you want to wait," said a second. Singh reached inside the motorhome and brought out some briefcase-sized storage cases. "Here are the GPS units." Jimmy was elated. "All right. I'll hand them out. Want to take the central command like yesterday?" He opened the first case and pulled out one of the units. "I'll be here." "Great. Now I need to know where Reed and Pete are." Singh pressed through the huddle so she could see the map. She found the site of the last-ditch attempt, along the same creek bed as the Fleming Krinkovic site, 2 miles south. "They are hiking back in there to look for any sign. Big footprints, I suppose?" Jimmy teased. She only smiled. "We'll take anything we can get." He gave her an encouraging pat on the back. Singh received it as such and stepped up into the motorhome, settling in front of the computer. "Okay, guys," she heard Jimmy saying, "here's the plan. Max and Jansen, we'll start you guys up where Reed found that shred of jacket. You'll bait the area and then wait, you know the drill. Wiley and Thorne, I want you farther south, and take a look at the map here. Henderson and Shelton are in that area, so let's make sure we make contact with them and don't cross purposes. Catch my drift?" Jimmy's banter faded from Singh's awareness as she studied the computer screen, scrolling it south to reveal the terrain around the last-ditch attempt. The map was clean, no activity. "Hey, Singh," Jimmy called. "We're short a GPS." She called out the door. Reed and Pete took it. Reed and Pete were armed and cautious, working their way into the forest along a game trail that only live deer and elk used. There were no human trails here, no hikers, no trail-side latrines, just thick, leafy forest and sun-starved undergrowth that swished and crackled despite their best efforts to keep quiet. Pete led the way, setting his own pace, thinking, watching, moving stealthily, like an animal. Reed's watch told him it was time to call in. He put a small handheld radio to his jaw and whispered, "Singh, we're halfway in." Her voice came back, "Roger that. Jimmy's guys are moving in. Thorne and Kane are taking the south flank. They know where you'll be." Leah sat on her haunches amid the Rocky Mountain maples and wild roses, eyes half open as if she cared little about anything her immediate, sweet little world, moaning and humming a song of pleasure. Immediately behind her, Rachel hummed and grunted, busily, meticulously running her fingers through Leah's hair, making Sasquatch improvements in the grooming Beck had performed just the day before. Immediately behind Rachel, Beck guided her brush carefully, maintaining the beauty of Rachel's full back one-way coiffure and humming quietly, constantly gauging how her behavior was being received and passed on. The arrangement had fallen together spontaneously, like the revival of a forgotten routine. Rachel, as if desiring reconciliation, offered to groom Leah. Leah, having been groomed by the lowest member of the group, now seemed to find grooming from a slightly higher member acceptable, and allowed it. Beck, seeing a chance for just one more measure of acceptance, and possible influence, joined the party, and so it happened. She wasn't humming out of joy or pleasure, but to keep things calm and to keep appeasement flowing. This was a whole new social development, as precarious as a ceasefire between two mortal enemies, and she feared one wrong move could break the spell. Either that, or one jealous little Sasquatch, obsessed with an ape's version of sibling rivalry. As Beck brushed, she kept a watchful eye on Reuben, fully expecting him to do something, she didn't know what. Right now he was sitting at a distance, his shoulder against a tree, contemplating his fingernails, a behavior he may have learned from his mother in a similar situation. Beck couldn't be sure just what it meant. He might be pouting or trying to act indifferent. Then again, he could be acting indifferent while plotting a vicious and wicked act. He was a wild card in this game. He looked up, met Beck's eyes, and held the gaze, in this context, a challenge. Leah gave a quiet, corrective grunt, and he looked down at his fingernails again. Okay, Beck thought. I just have to keep his mama on my side. As for Jacob, Beck didn't expect him to warm to her. He was a protector and provider, but every bit a beast, a cold and savage ruler. Even the gentle side she may have seen when Leah groomed him seemed a thin facade in light of the he gave Rachel and the brutal bite marks on his two women. The only reason Beck was a part of this chain was because he wasn't around to render an opinion about it. If and when he ever showed up, suddenly the bushes quaked. Jacob was returning. Beck bolted away from the two females and hobbled to her spot in the pine grove, pocketing the hairbrush and plopping down, trying to appear passive. Reuben was on his feet instantly, like a dog whose master had returned. The two females rose at the same time, looked into the forest, and then flopped down to their hands and knees in formal greeting. Beck got on her hands and knees as well, not wanting to challenge the patience of the king who now emerged through the trees, light and shadow blinking on his face and chest as he walked. He was clutching something against his stomach with his hands and arms. Beck knew right away that he'd found more fruit, which brought a volley of questions to mind. Was it a farm, an orchard, or another baiting site? Were there humans around? Lastly, will I get any to eat? Jacob came to a small gap in the trees, sank to his knees, and let the fruit tumble to the ground. The selection was suspiciously familiar: apples, pears, and bananas. Another baiting site, Beck thought. Reed knelt in the sand, staring, at a loss for words except to say, I don't know what to feel. Pete was beside him, studying the huge footprints and needing a little time to become a believer again. I've had my head turned around so many times it's about to come unscrewed. The similarity to recent horrors struck him. Sorry. It's him, isn't it? Pete studied the tracks where they approached and then returned in a beeline across the creek bed. It's him. Old alpha male, Mr. Scufffoot. He's still out there, like it or not. So Fleming's footprints weren't a hoax after all. Pete didn't answer that but stood, scanning the area. He took the bait, every piece of it. Reed searched carefully around the perimeter of the raked ground. Every piece. Beck held back, waiting to see what the rules might be this time around. Surprisingly, Leah and Rachel approached the fruit almost together, Leah first, but Rachel only a few steps behind. While Jacob sat back and watched without comment, Leah took an apple and allowed Rachel to take one after her. She didn't seem to mind Rachel sharing in the fruit as long as Leah chose first. Reuben sidled up to his mother in his usual way and helped himself. My turn? Beck wondered. She waited, watching Jacob. He did not look at her, which could have meant a lingering hatred, prideful rejection, or total indifference. She tried to read his body language for any clues as to which it was, but she couldn't be sure. She waited for Rachel to invite her, and after Rachel had downed 2 apples with the group's indulgence, she looked at Beck and Pig grunted a call to supper. Beck approached slowly, braced for some kind of reaction. Jacob eyed her, his brow sinking slightly over his eyes, sending a warning, but just a warning. She dropped her eyes and bowed slightly, trying to look small and submissive. He glanced at the ground, scooped up a lump of his own dung, and popped it into his mouth, enjoying a fruit salad the second time around. Beck came up behind Rachel, who moved over to give her room. Beck spotted a pear and leaned in to pick it up. There was something lying next to it, and it was not a piece of fruit. Reed found a crumpled shred of white paper snagged in a stunted pine. He carefully worked it loose. It had been chewed and was slimy with saliva, but he peeled the folds open enough to read what was left of his own writing, the last line of some instructions about batteries, the words "I love you" and his name. I had this wrapped around the GPS with a rubber band. Pete combed the surrounding ground with his eyes. Well, obviously, it wasn't Beck who picked it up. He observed the chewed condition of the note. Doesn't look good for the GPS, does it? Beck knew right away what it was. Reed, always the gadget nut, had shown her one in a sporting goods store. She'd managed to talk him out of buying it, but of course that reprieve only lasted a month before he brought home 2. After they spent some quality time together learning how the gadgets worked, he put his in his car and she put hers back in its box. But that was then. She felt no cynicism now, not the slightest tendency to brush it off as a guy thing. That hand-sized device of yellow plastic with the LCD screen was nothing less than life itself. It spoke, no, it yelled, of Reed. This was so typical of him, he would have thought of this. He's reaching for me. He hasn't given up. Her hand trembled as she reached for it, reached for him. Leah picked it up and sniffed it. Oh! Beck stifled a squeal of alarm as soon as it escaped, her hand over her mouth. Leah shot a testy glance. Beck lowered her eyes, careful, careful, don't challenge her. Now Jacob was watching, his piercing eyes focused on every detail, looking for trouble. Beck tried to show interest in an apple, her hands shaking. Leah went back to sniffing the GPS. She stuck out her tongue and tasted it. Beck bit into the apple, trying not to look alarmed or interested, just letting her eyes pass over Leah without really looking. Oh, please, Leah, please don't eat it. Reed and Pete stepped carefully, walking a square pattern around the baiting site, 10 paces to a side, then 12, then 14, probing and combing through the river grass, the flood-bent willows, and the knee-high pines, needing to know, was it here? Did the beast pick it up and drop it? Eat it? Chew it and spit it out? They needed to know. The GPS fell to the ground, and Leah picked up a pear instead. Beck reached, Rachel was curious and picked it up. Beck jammed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, blocking a cry on its way out. Eye contact with Rachel was allowed. She tried it, her eyes imploring. Rachel didn't notice, she was too fascinated with the strange object. She sniffed it, turned it over a few times, and then popped it into her mouth. This time Beck took the risk and made a sound, extending her hand. Snap! The plastic cracked between Rachel's teeth. No! Beck took hold of Rachel's arm and got half her attention. Rachel spit it out, flipping it off the end of her tongue. Beck caught it before it hit the ground, hoping, praying it would still work. It was slimy now, slippery like a wet bar of soap, but she hung on, clutched it against her heart. The case was cracked, but maybe, oh dear God, maybe the electronics were still intact. She looked for the on button as she wiped slime away from the keypad. A hairy hand flashed over her shoulder and the GPS shot skyward. With a shriek and without thinking, Beck took hold of Reuben's arm, reaching and grabbing with her free hand. His arm was impervious to her weight, like a thick tree branch, and as he stood he lifted her torso off the ground so that her feet were dragging. She groped for a foothold. He twisted, whipping her about. She hung on, fighting to wrest the device from his fist. Words were impossible. She shrieked, she yelled, she growled, she hit him on his. The females were on their feet, growling and barking, but not at each other. They were two mothers scolding their quarreling children. Beck locked eyes with Reuben. "I won't give it up. No, not this time. This is my." She got both hands on the GPS and pulled. It could have been embedded in concrete for all the good it did. Her eyes were closed in a grimace when the blow came, a stunning haymaker across her face. She no longer felt the GPS in her hands, she no longer felt her hands. She went numb and oblivious, the world spinning before her eyes in a blur of sky, trees, grass, light, dark. She slammed into the ground but felt no pain, only nausea, as the earth reeled beneath her and her vision wandered, then went black. As if in a dream, she heard Rachel barking and protesting while Leah growled and snarled, but they sounded so far away, so very far away. Reed and Pete had walked and combed a square of 50 paces, an area that now included the creek bed and roughly 150 feet of creek bank and adjacent forest. Now they stood at the edge of the creek bed, the dry river rocks under their feet, and reached a consensus. "It's gone," said Reed. Pete removed his hat, wiped his brow with his shirt sleeve, and responded, "Make one heck of a scat pile." It'll. Reed felt so numb, so empty. He'd been hoping for so long, and had that certain feeling so deeply, that he now hung in emotional space with nothing under him and nowhere to go. He couldn't believe Beck was dead, but he'd expended his last hope that she was alive. For several minutes, he and Pete stood silently on the barren river rocks, waiting for the next course of action, not just in their search but in life itself, to come to mind while no water flowed past, no squirrels chattered in the trees, and no birds took an interest in the place. Pete finally suggested, "We can probably track it." Reed didn't answer for a moment, then asked, "Do you think those tracks at the Krinkovik site could have been a few days older?" "Could have been, but I doubt it." "So Beck could have been alive then, but then she was killed soon after. Or maybe the Bigfoot tracks were real, but Beck's were faked. I don't think it much matters. I just remember what Sheriff Mills said before he was killed, God help me, that thing's walking." Several seconds passed before Reed replied, "Sort of says it all, doesn't it?" "I would say so, yeah." Now, as Reed felt weak and his knees feeble, he didn't fight it. He sat down on an old grey log. Pete joined him. As the forest went on living, not mindful of them, they sat motionless, staring at nothing in particular, their eyes landing on those 18-inch tracks just once in a while. "I suppose we ought to track it," Reed said at last. "It's your call. If you're finished with all this, so am I." Reed took another minute to fish around in the feelings he didn't seem to have any more and concluded, "I guess I'm finished." Pete rose from the log and offered Reed his hand. "Home? Come on. Let's get you." The rifle shot echoed upon itself, stretching out into a clattering roar that rippled through the hills. POW. There it was again. Beck awoke as if from sleep, head throbbing, mind dopey, the world crazily sideways. Through the swaying, blurring, sideways blades of grass, she saw the Sasquatchs huffing and stirring, alarmed by something. That was nothing new. They were always alarmed about something. Beck guessed they were going to run again. Yeah, they were going to run. Rachel hovered over her, panting and grunting, taking hold of her arm, yanking, trying to rouse her. She thought she might have heard something. Pete borrowed the radio from Reed and called in. Sing. We heard some shots. Sing came back, Where have you been? Matt, do you hear from the hunters? Stand by. There's so much chatter I can't make it out. Pete waited, exchanging a concerned look with Reed. Sing returned. Better get over there. They are close to the creek bed, bearing 175, about half a mile. They are south of us, said Reed. Matt, VE they shot? Pete asked Sing. Jimmy doesn't know. Whoever did the shooting doesn't have a radio. Okay, we are heading over there. Pete handed back the radio. Lordy! If they bagged that thing. Elbeck saw the ground fall away, then start moving beneath her. She watched the grass and the Rocky Mountain maple whisk by, then the trunks of trees and more trunks of trees and patches of light and shadow on the plant-cluttered ground, but all the while, search as she would, she saw nothing made of yellow plastic, kind of cracked, kind of slimy, maybe broken. Reed and Pete rounded a bend in the creek bed and heard the voices of two hunters uphill in the trees, laughing and talking it up, all caution and stealth thrown to the wind. One of the voices was Jimmy's. Doesn't sound like they shot anything unexpected, Pete muttered. The knowledge brought Reed no joy, but on the other hand, he didn't care much anymore. They climbed into the forest, came over a rise, and found Kane down in a hollow, looking like a wild-eyed, white-haired mountain man as he knelt by the biggest black bear either of them had ever seen. He was holding up the head by the scruff of the neck and striking a pose while Jimmy Clark, in an unusually chipper mood, snapped his picture. When Wiley saw them he whckped long and loud. Can you believe this? Another voice came from higher up the hill. You get him, Wiley? I got him. A vague, camouflaged shape wearing a matching cap wove its way downward through the spindly trunks. Only when it came close did they recognize Steve Thorne, all marine, looking ready for jungle combat. His teeth stood out brightly against the green and brown grease paint he wore on his face, which put them off balance. They'd never seen him grin before. Now, that's a record breaker, my friend. That it is, said Jimmy, snapping another picture. Kane probed the thick black fur until he found a bloody spot on the flank. Perfect heart and lung shot. He dropped like a rock. Jimmy spoke into his earpiece. Okay, everybody. We have a confirmed kill. Wiley Kane gets the trophy. Good work, and many thanks to all of you. He laughed at the chatter coming back through the earpiece and relayed it. Everybody says congratulations. He spoke to the earpiece. Sam and Max, you're closest. I'd like to get you over here to help pack it out. Yeah, it's a monster. Gonna dress him out? Pete asked. Jimmy grinned up at them, jubilant. Yeah, he's too big to take out whole. Pete set down his rifle and backpack, then spoke softly to Reed. They are gonna find out they shot a bear for nothing. Reed answered, I'd better stay here. Pete nodded and stepped down into the hollow. Jimmy extended a hand, and Pete grasped it. You were right, Jimmy said. Was moving south. Sorry to get the jump on you, but hey, Wiley saw it first. Kane just grinned. Pete gave Kane a courteous smile. For a minute I thought you may have shot something else. Wiley knew what Pete was talking about. Not today. Pete took hold of the feet, studied the pads carefully, then looked up at Reed with a discreet wag of his head. Jimmy saw it. This is your culprit, Pete. I'll bank on it. Pete kept his voice down. I think the culprit's gotten clean away thanks to all your noise. He forced a smile Kane's direction again. But congrats on your bear. Jimmy took out his hunting knife. You're welcome to watch. Reed wasn't the least bit interested and found a small log a comfortable distance away. Pete circled around to stand by Kane and Thorne as they watched Jimmy open up the bear's abdomen with quick soaring motions of the knife. In just a few minutes, with a few quick cuts and a yank, the stomach rolled out on the ground. It was bulging. Jimmy sliced it open with one clean pass of the blade and it blossomed like a flower, the contents sending up a stench that made Kane back away. Jimmy probed through the contents with the tip of his knife. Lots of berries. He snagged some aluminum foil and food wrapping with familiar golden arches. Robbed a garbage can somewhere. Under the mass of berry pulp, seeds, and garbage, something caught on his knife. He pulled it up, letting the other contents fall aside. He lifted his gaze to Pete's. Pete reached down and, with deft fingers, worked the piece of leather loose and spread it out. It was brown, with a row of fringe. It was unmistakable. Deputy Saunders's crew had not given up hope even though Dave never had much to begin with. They combed the woods, 4 people working 4 quadrants, weaving back and forth according to compass headings, numbers of paces, and red ribbon markers, metal detectors sweeping the ground. The heavy equipment operator's detector let out a squeal that made him jump. He'd never heard his metal detector actually find something metal. The sound was so loud and the man was so close that even Dave heard it. He ran to the spot even as the man dug hurriedly with his shovel. Clink. His shovel hit something. He probed farther, scraped, pried, dug some more, and finally wedged up an old axe head. He got to keep it. The search continued. Singh called Cap to let him know the hunt was over. The news was such a foregone conclusion that it didn't shock or surprise him. It only strengthened his resolve. Well, it may be over for Jimmy and his crew, but not for us, he said. Get over here as soon as you can. Singh said goodbye, closed her cell phone, and stood by her motorhome, watching the final exodus. Jimmy Clark secured the last bungee cord over his gear in the back of his Idaho Department of Fish and Game King cab pickup, gave Singh a goodbye tip of his cap, and inside. The 4 rangers from the Forest Service were already in their pale green vehicle, the engine running. When Jimmy started out, they followed, easing down the road through the hamlet of Whitetail until their taillights vanished around a far bend in the road and all was quiet. Wiley Kane had taken great care in rolling and wrapping up his bearskin, setting it securely in the back of his old pickup so that only the bear's snout showed from under the canvas. He was whistling happily as Singh approached him. "I want to thank you for your help, young lady," he said. "I'm glad for you," she replied. "Thanks. But I am sorry. All in all, this is not a happy day for you and your friends." "Thank you. What's Officer Shelton going to do now?" he asked. Singh looked toward the forest where Reed had gone walking alone. "He'll go on living. You figure he's convinced now? I mean, he's not going to be out there searching for his wife anymore, or hunting for Bigfoot. No one could ever know that." Kane smiled and offered his hand. "It's been nice meeting you." She shook his hand. "May I ask for one small thing?" "Yes, May I have just a portion of your bear meat?" explained. "It would be for a remembrance, like flowers." "Got $20. He looked quizzical, so Pete stepped out of the motor home, feeling weighted down, dispirited, and 20 years older. He'd lain down to rest but hadn't slept. He wondered where Reed was, and how he was, alive, hopefully, which was the most one could expect for now. He wasn't sure where Singh might be. Most of the vehicles that had been parked along the road were gone, and Whitetail was nearly its old, mostly deserted self. Jimmy had left without saying a so long. Pete leaned against the motor home and took a moment to regret the less than friendly departure. He and Jimmy had had a discussion, then a disagreement, and then a pretty shouting match over that piece of Beck's jacket in the bear's stomach. To Jimmy, it settled every doubt and answered every question. To Pete and Reed, it was just another piece of garbage the bear had found, attractive because of the bloodstain, and gulped down after Beck was no longer anywhere near it. Of course, bringing in the alpha male's footprints at the second baiting site did not serve well in resolving things, but only made them worse. Pete sighed, deeply impressed with how badly things could go sometimes, no matter what he did. Smoke rose from a small campsite back in the trees. He headed that direction and found Sing seated on a log near a fire pit. She was wrapped in a warm Indian blanket, tending a fire in which a piece of bear meat was burning and sizzling, sending up smoke. Max Johnson was there, carrying on a one-sided conversation. "So really, there's not a lot of point in prolonging this. I think you and Reed and Pete just need to settle this in your hearts and get on with your lives." He spotted Pete as he approached. "Oh, hi, Pete. How are you doing?" "Beck Shelton is dead," he answered, matter-of-factly, as he stepped into the circle of logs placed around the fire. "How should I be doing? I'm so sorry. But it's for the best, isn't it, that you finally know? It's closure. That's what you've been needing for days, and now. Maximum." Pete looked at Sing, who said nothing, only watched the flames. "I think this is supposed to be a private moment." Max looked at Sing as if really seeing her for the first time. He nodded and, without another word, left them. Pete found a few more chunks of firewood and carefully placed them on the fire, keeping the flames hot around the burning meat. He sat on the log beside her, as close as a good friend. Before long, alive, safe, and silent, Reed returned from the woods. Pete and Sing greeted him with their eyes, but there were no words. Reed observed the fire and the burning meat, then picked up 2 more pieces of firewood and added them to the fire. He sat on the other side of Sing, and all 3 watched the flames together. Even the meat was almost gone. Sing closed her eyes, releasing a trickle of tears, and began a plaintive lament from the old traditions, rocking gently as the flames crackled. First she sang in low, mournful tones without words, expressing a sorrow that only the soul could know. Then sorrow gave way to pain and the song rose in volume and pitch, the anguish lofting like the smoke from the fire toward the mountains where a friend had gone, never to return. Tears came to Reed's eyes, blurring the flames, as the song wrapped itself around his heart, carrying his sorrow as if he were singing it himself. The song spoke for him. "This is me, who I am and where I am right now." Pete removed his hat and looked toward the mountains, not thinking much, just wondering, feeling the same old why that always came at times such as this. The song spoke for the wandering too, and fit this place so well. Maybe the mountains had taught it to her. The song had no ending of its own. When Sing was finished, when she had delivered in full her complaint to the mountains and the God who made them, when she had cried out her last farewell, the song came to a quiet rest, closing like a door on the past. Sing was weary and drained, but just a little closer to peace. The bear meat was consumed by the flames. She opened her eyes and wiped the tears away. "Thank you," said Reed. "Where do you learn that?" Pete asked. "My grandfather sang it when my grandmother died. Remember all the words, but I remember the feelings," she said softly. "I don't." Beck flopped to the ground once again, delivered there by her exhausted, frightened, adoptive mother in the same old way. The flight through the tangled forest was a perfect copy of the last flight through the tangled forest. Jacob led the group relentlessly, with Leah and Reuben following behind and Rachel last in line carrying Beck. Halfway through the long, frantic run, Beck recovered her senses and climbed around to Rachel's back to ride conventionally, so even that was the same. As always, Beck had no idea where they were or where they were going, only that it was away from rescue, away from Reed and all she held dear. She rolled onto her face in the undergrowth with her arms covering her head, trying to block out the sounds, sights, and smells of a wilderness obsessed with no better cause than tormenting her. It was so unfair. She couldn't get away from her overly possessive mother even when she wasn't welcome, she couldn't leave a cell phone number in the dirt, she couldn't let her grieving husband know she was still alive when he was inches away from her, and now, of course. Pardon me for even assuming that I could. She absolutely could not make use of a GPS she was certain Reed had left for her to find. It was all so no. Beck opened her eyes and forbade that thought to play through her mind. No more. She'd spent enough time and energy on it and gotten nothing but more unfairness for her trouble. And what was she doing, lying in the weeds and bushes, feeling sorry for herself again? She'd done that before and, judging from how things were going, could easily be doing it the next day, or the next year, or even for the next 20 years, in the same weeds in the same woods at the whim and mercy of the same smelly, dung-eating, barf-chewing, power-struggling, upright walking, run-from-everything pack of apes. She sat up. Rachel lay next to her, her once lovely coat reverting back to a walking dust mop for every type of forest debris. Jacob was perched on a mound with his back against a rotting stump, keeping watch like a lifeguard, looking tired and irritable. Only Leah's left knee and stomach were visible above the undergrowth, her diaphragm laboring as she tried to catch her breath. Reuben sat beyond Leah, preoccupied with his toes. "So how about it, Beck? Want some more? Ready for another lap around the merry-go-round?" There was nothing like a dumb question to make things clear. "No more for me, thanks, but what could she do? It would help to have some idea where she was." They may have headed north again, judging by the location of the sun, but as always, nothing looked familiar. She once heard Reed say that going downhill was always a good idea, every hill eventually drained into a stream, every stream eventually flowed into a river, and every river eventually crossed a road, wound through a town, or flowed by a settlement. It might work, except for Vivian. She tested her ankle, then looked at Rachel, who looked back at her with those watchful, motherly eyes. The outcome of such a plan became as predictable as night following day. It made her want to kill Reuben, another plan with a predictable outcome that instantly ruled it out. But she did give him a second look. She thought he'd been playing with his toes, but just now she thought she saw a glimmer of yellow. Acting as lazy, uninterested, and detached as possible, she rose to her feet, stretched, faked a yawn, and double-checked. He wasn't playing with his toes. He was playing with the GPS, lazily batting it back and forth between his feet. 14 The Lumberman Cafe was Cap's third stop in Three Rivers. The folks at the local filling station hadn't heard of a Dr. Adam Burkhart. The lady at the Ace Hardware store knew him as an occasional customer but didn't know where he lived. Mr. Dinsley, owner/proprietor of the Lumberman, knew just enough. "It's up the Skeel Gulch Road," he said, scribbling a map on a napkin. "You go up there about 2 miles. You go over a bridge, it's one of those little ones, you know, made of logs. It goes over the Skeel Creek up there. Then the road takes a left turn, runs along the creek." He drew it as he said it. "And it's up in there somewhere." Cap studied the map, 3 lines for the roads, a squiggle for the creek, and a little box for the bridge, and asked, "Any sign out front, you know, house numbers or something?" Dinsley shrugged. "Well, Burkhart doesn't like to advertise. But you ought to try Denny over at Ace Hardware and Lumber. He's done a few deliveries up there. Adam was building a big old shop a few years ago. Denny's on vacation." "Oh, we already been there." "Yeah. Claire told me." "Oh, well, I haven't seen Adam for a week or so." "Did you try calling him?" "Lost his number." "Oh. Well, since you're good friends, I guess he won't mind you dropping in. He's a private sort of person, isn't he?" "He's that way." Cap put the napkin in his shirt pocket, paid for his coffee and cinnamon roll, and went out to his car. Down the street, in a pricey Mercedes that didn't fit in this town, 4 men with specific orders watched Cap's every move. Beck sat quietly in the Syringa and Snowberry, invisibly tethered to Rachel, who appeared to sleeping. She was watching Reuben with quick, careful glances, never a direct stare. If she did nothing, Reuben would eventually destroy the GPS, probably chew it to smithereens. Even if he tired of it, all she had to do was show the slightest interest and it would become important to him again. If she tried to take it from him, well, she'd already tried that. By now the sun and shadows told her the group was definitely heading north, and of course this was the wilderness, there were no boundaries here. The Canadian border wouldn't stop them. They could keep moving as far as there was forest, which meant she could wander in these woods forever, be given up for dead, and never be found. But she had an idea. It wasn't a sure thing, but considering how the future looked if she did nothing, a failure wasn't going to set her back that much. She hated having to be the one to change things, but for all she knew, she was the only player left on her team. Any change, for better or worse, was going to be up to her. She reached for the hairbrush in her back pocket. It had gotten her close to Leah once. If Beck could buy just a little more favor from Reuben's mother, then maybe. She made sure Rachel was asleep, held the brush up in a wide gesture so Leah could see it, then ran it through her own hair a few times. Leah sniffed and sat up straight. She was interested. Beck set out before Thea could catch up with her, quickly working her way through the brush toward Leah, head down, body language submissive, eyes lowered. For good measure, she added some quiet, conciliatory grunts and a little hum, a carefree, meandering sound. Reuben saw her coming and immediately took a strong, protective interest in the GPS, clutching it close and eyeing her suspiciously. She ignored him, obvious about it, and held out the brush to Leah. Leah grunted pleasantly. Beck met her eyes for a quick inquiry and found no fear or animosity there. She began brushing, smoothing out the hair behind Leah's left ear. Leah leaned into it. Beck breathed easier. This just might work. Then Rachel woke up. Beck could understand the displaying, crying, and commotion. After all, Beck and her hairbrush were the only unique claim to power or pride that Rachel had, and though Beck was by no means joining up with Rachel's rival, how could Rachel understand that? Viva to do. Commotion and disgruntlement she didn't need, but she had to have Leah's sympathy, and this was the only way she knew to get it. She kept brushing. She hadn't considered how Jacob might feel about it. His eyes had narrowed as she approached Leah, but since Leah wasn't bothered but interested, Beck thought he wouldn't mind. Even Reuben got upset, Jacob's hair began to bristle, but Beck wasn't about to challenge Reuben and hoped Jacob would see that. Then, when Beck started brushing Leah, he grunted a warning, but Beck felt it was only precautionary. Even Jacob came thundering down at her, roaring and threatening. She didn't think, hope, or feel anything, but leaped and rolled through the prickly undergrowth toward Rachel's protective arms. A gust of wind blew past her, generated by a deadly swat of his hand that barely missed. Falling into Rachel's enfolding arms was like running into a fortress, and fortunately, it worked. Having returned Beck to her rightful place, Jacob backed off and sauntered back to his spot against the old stump, satisfied that he'd made his point, whatever it was. Beck was shaking, very glad to let Rachel hold her and desperate to understand the rule she'd broken. Jacob had always made it clear that he was unhappy with Rachel's adoption of a human, but having punished her for such a dumb move, he seemed to be tolerating it. Apparently his tolerance ended when it came to the human making any further alliances with his females. Whether out of jealousy or feelings of threat, he wasn't going to allow it. Beck set to work right away, brushing and grooming Rachel to be sure their relationship was intact. Rachel was forgiving, her same old doting self. As for assuring support from Leah, that idea clearly wouldn't work. Dave Saunders surprised himself. When the concentrated effort of his search team found only a rusty hunting knife with the handle rotted away, a cluster of spent rifle shells, a canteen, and a set of car keys, he didn't get discouraged, just more determined, even angry. "Widen the search," he ordered. "Same quadrants, double the size." The searchers had never met Beck Shelton, but they felt they knew her. They didn't grumble or question, but went right to it. Singh turned her motorhome into the parking lot of the Tall Pine Resort, eased into the same place she'd parked before, and shut down the engine. With her chin in her hand, she looked through the windshield at the tired old lodge with the patched-together add-ons, the rambling, up-and-down porch, and the big, blackened outdoor barbecue, and mused on how she and Cap first came here to get away from the struggles, the pain, the disappointment. Yet all three had followed them here, more real and present than ever. Less than a week ago, they thought they would learn to survive. They hoped they would hear from GCXI. She sighed. Maybe they had. It all seemed too much like life to be otherwise. She shook off the sorrow and the weakness. As Cap said, it still wasn't over, and that was like life too. She straightened her spine and took a deep breath. Eyes forward, she told herself. She would join up with Cap in Three Rivers. Maybe the answers were there. She set the parking brake and got out of the driver's seat, eager to empty their motel room, settle up with Arlen, and get rolling. She noticed her computer was still on, listening for GPS signals that were no longer there. She'd forgotten to turn it off, maybe on purpose. She left it on and went out the door. "So you heading out?" came a voice from a few doors down the porch. Thorne and Kane sat on a bench, kicked back and enjoying a beer. Singh was surprised and knew it showed. "Aren't you?" Kane took a swig from his bottle and wagged his head. "Got my beer in Arlen's cooler. It'll keep." "Thought we'd stick around and do a little more hunting," said Thorne. Then Max stuck his head out the door behind them. "Oh, you going now?" Singh studied the three men only a moment and then replied, "Can't wait." They seemed satisfied with that. Reed and Pete pulled up behind the motorhome in Pete's old truck. They had nothing new to say to each other and just a nod to give to the men on the porch. Someday they would talk about how badly things had gone, but they both needed time. With only a handshake, they parted company, Reed to his room to gather his things, Pete to the lobby to update Arlen and thank him for his help. Room 105 was still in the pitiful, panicky mess Reed had left after Arlen got the call from Fleming Krinkovic. His uniform was draped over a chair where he'd left it. His computer printout regarding the logger's death and the photos of the mysterious unknown footprints in the Lost Creek cabin lay scattered on the bed. Leaning in the corner, carefully reassembled by Cap and Singh, was Beck's backpack. Looking at it, Reed remembered so clearly the moment she picked out the color. He remembered helping her get her arms through the straps as she wriggled into it at the bottom of the Cave Lake Trail. He tossed his sheriff's deputy shoes off a chair, and stared at his gun, his radio, his handcuffs lying on the bedside stand. He snapped open the black leather case that held the handcuffs and drew them out. They were small enough to fit in the pocket of his flannel shirt, so he put them there, if only as a reminder. For Beck's sake, he would be strong and forever stand between innocent people and those who would take away their loved ones. He sat down, letting his eyes drift where they wanted, mostly toward the backpack, and letting his heart feel whatever it needed to feel. No words, no thoughts, no answers. Just feelings. Singh would be heading out to join up with Cap. Reed would catch up later, in uniform if the situation called for it. But this moment he wouldn't rush. It had waited for him patiently, the grief. he would give it its due. With Rachel's indulgence, Beck stretched the limit of her invisible tether and reached a tiny crease in the terrain where a feeble stream trickled among rocks, aging logs, and moss-covered windfall. Crouching on all fours, one hand on a tuft of wild grass and the other on a stick that bridged the stream, Beck sipped with her lips just touching the surface so as not to stir up the black mud on the bottom. Survive, 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 she thought. Drink to live. Live to hope. Hope for a miracle. The stick under her hand shifted, and she sat up before it gave way, and she got a face full of mud. It didn't give way. It didn't crack either. With nothing better to hold her attention, she closed her fist around it and lifted. It came off the ground in her hand, about the size and weight of a baseball bat. She wielded it just a moment, thinking of Reuben and imagining what a GCKD club it would make, but of course, she was only venting her frustration. She let the other end of the stick plop into the stream bed but still held on to her end, just for the feel of it. Thinking she should return to the group before Rachel got nervous, she almost let it go but didn't. Instead, she lifted it again, felt its weight, gave it a few small swings. She tapped it against a rock. The stick hadn't rotted. Years of sun had turned it hard and grey. The stick had stirred up the bottom of the stream. She reached in with just one finger and spooned up a sample of the mud. It was fine and greasy between her fingers, like black paint. She smeared it along the top of one finger. It coated the skin evenly, turning it an impressive, smudgy black. An outlandish thought crossed her mind, displaying carried a lot of weight in Sasquatch circles, didn't it? Stomping, hollering, threatening, throwing things, banging on things. She studied the grass under her other hand, closed her fist around it, and yanked it up. There was plenty of it. As a matter of fact, there was plenty of other loose material around here, like leaves, twigs, and moss. Her shirt was loose-fitting. It could hold a lot of this stuff. No. She shook her head at herself, at God. No. I'm not the one to do this. As if God himself were saying it, the thought came to her, of course you are. Who else is there? She caught her reflection in the shallow water. There was only one face, one person looking back at her. She smeared the black mud over another finger. Now 2 fingers were blackened. She hated getting dirty. But it wouldn't be enough. If she was going to put on a show, it had to be a big one, something no Sasquatch, especially Reuben, had ever seen or even knew to expect. She dug for more mud and blackened her whole hand, grimacing with disgust. It felt awful. But it looked awful too, and awful was good. Awful might work. She probed around the immediate area, looking for more ideas, and stalling a bit. That was when she found a real prize, a fresh pile of Sasquatch droppings, most likely Jacob's. The scent of that stuff would be quite alarming. If it was Jacob's, it might even be confusing. Confusion was good. The more the better. She scrambled around the area on hands and knees, then on 2 hands and 1.5 feet, gathering leaves, twigs, moss, and grass. The process gave her momentum, enough to forsake her hygienic world and move to the brink of the stream once again. A thin barrier of disgust held her back for only a moment, and then she made a choice. With a dangerous, reckless resolve, she dug into the mud, brought up a sizable blob, and smeared her face. Singh made her last trip from room 104, carrying her backpack and a toiletry bag out to the motorhome. She piled them into the rear bedroom along with theatre camping gear and a well-read copy of Randy Thompson's book, The Last Vestiges of the Vacation That Never Was. Arlen Peake had been a neighbourly sort. He only charged for the first night, not the several days of searching. She stepped into the motorhome's overcrowded midsection where the bulk of her lab and crime scene reconstruction gear was stowed, hung, stuffed, and folded. The last thing to fold up and put away was the computer, still running. She pressed the menu key, arrowed down to the shutdown option, clicked on it, and got a box with the final question, "What do you want your computer to do?" Shutdown was the highlighted option. She hesitated, the little arrow poised over the 0K button. With a sigh, and feeling just a little foolish, she closed that window and left the computer running. The computer map of the mountains came on screen again, with no activity indicated. She would be having a last, parting consultation with Reed as soon as he was ready. Perhaps she would shut down the computer then. Jacob was probing the old stump for grubs, breaking off chunks of red, rotten with his fingernails and removing the white larvae with flicks of his tongue. Leah sat next to an elderberry bush, indulging in the leaves from a branch she'd pulled down. Rachel was picking through the hair on any part of her body she could reach, removing seeds, twigs, and small leaves, sampling each find for flavor and edibility. Reuben was discovering how to regurgitate into his hand, but he still wasn't sure what to do with the dripping contents. The intriguing yellow object was beside him on the ground, no longer an object of keen interest but a matter of territory nonetheless. All four were aware of the female human's presence on the other side of a thicket, near the tiny stream. None could see her, but they could hear her rustling about, raking the ground, often splashing in the little bit of water there was. She'd putted about before, feeding, drinking, grooming herself. They'd grown used to her ways. But then came a strange silence that bothered them. She'd never in quite this way before, standing still as if hiding, lurking like a predator, even stalking in the bushes. Jacob flicked a grub into his mouth and watched the thicket, curious but not alarmed. Rachel looked over her shoulder, mildly curious what her child was up to, and puzzled to see Jacob still eating grubs from the stump when she could detect his scent from her child's direction. Leah shot a protective glance at Reuben, wary of danger. Reuben was paying attention to nothing other than the green goo in his hand and wasn't expecting a. They all jumped, even Jacob, as if a cannon had gone off in the midst of them, and then they stared, mouths gaping, as Beck exploded from the thicket, running lopsidedly on a weak ankle, shrieking like a cougar, brandishing a club, face, arms, and torso blackened with mud except for wide white areas around her eyes. She'd stuffed her shirt, sleeves and all, to the bursting point with leaves, twigs, and moss, expanding her outline. Grass shot out like bristling hair from her waist, her collar, her shirt cuffs, her pant legs. She'd even fashioned a headdress from her handkerchief and long spears of grass, creating a sunburst of grass and blowing reddish hair around her face. Startling to hear, shocking to behold, she even smelled frightening, smeared with a liberal coat of dung that made her reek as if ejected from the bowels of the alpha male himself. It was all or nothing. No turning back. No fear. No gentle, timid world. No mercy, no compassion, no propriety, no fairness. If this was how matters were settled out here, then this was how she would settle them. She ran headlong, her club raised, her eyes crazed, her mouth wide open in a permanent scream. She closed in on Reuben, so focused and intense that he seemed to react in eerie slow motion, shyly jumping to his feet, gasping, and raising his arms in a singular moment that went on and on. She would never get a second chance for that first blow, that first desperate grab for advantage. As she passed on his uphill side, she swung the club in a wide batter's arc and broke it in half against the back of his skull. He reeled, stumbled forward. Beck dug in, reversed direction, lunged at him, swatted him again on his head and shoulders with the half club still in her hand. He ran for his mother, who was on her feet, screaming with shock and indignity. The GPS, that precious GPS, lay on the ground, ripe for the picking. She pounced on it, got her hands around it. Precious yellow plastic, hope from home. Reuben pounced on her and, with one powerful heave of his arms, threw her, head over heels, into the bushes. She floated, mashed the branches, tumbled into the tangle until the thick stalks near the ground bore her up. Her head was swimming, her world spinning, but she kicked, struggled, stayed alive. Still entangled and suspended, not knowing which way was up or whether her body was intact or what she could do next, she screamed, yelled, thrashed, and displayed, doing anything her body could do to show anger, defiance, and strength. Rachel was coming her way, trying to save her. No. She couldn't let that happen. She had to stay in trouble. With a violent kick, a twist, and several strong yanks, she got out of the bushes and onto the clear ground. Reuben was hunting for the GPS. She saw it the same time he did, in the grass, still intact. She crawled, then got to her feet. No fear. Show him who's boss. Bluff if you have, she leaped, screamed, beat on her bulky, grass and moss-stuffed chest, waved her arms, slapped the ground. Her hand found a rock and she threw it, hitting him in the hip. He roared in pain. Her entire field of vision suddenly filled with grey. Leah. Tell you what, said Arlen, his voice gentle, like that of a friend. Trophies are probably the last I'll ever see. I would say you've paid enough. The room's on me. Those, Reed smiled, admiring the 4 new plaster casts in Arlen's Bigfoot display case. He could understand what a treasure they must be to a man with Arlen's perspective. I do appreciate it, Reed said. He examined the grainy photo of the big female striding along a sandbar. Think they'll stick around after all this? Arlen's smile slipped. Maybe not. We never been hunted. If I were them, I'd probably move on. I hope you're right. I might be the interim sheriff, but I can't keep the trails closed forever, especially for a reason nobody's going to believe. Reed turned to go. Reed. Yeah. If I may speak on their behalf. Arlen looked down at the casts for a moment, drumming the countertop with his fingers. I can't explain what we found up there, other than that your wife was with them and she was alive. I'd like to think it was the bear that killed her. Reed would never believe that, but there would be no point in bickering. See you later, Arlen. He quietly closed the front door behind him, leaving a sad old man at the counter. Leah snarled, displaying, baring her teeth, arms upraised as if to strike, and then she looked up. A savage roar came from over Beck's shoulder. Beck hugged the ground as the truck-sized mass of red fur sailed over her and plowed into Leah, knocking her backward. Leah recovered in only 2 steps, then shoved, slapped, and punched as Rachel returned blow for blow. They faced off, mirroring each other, circling, hair bristling, backs arched, fingers spread like talons, hissing and foaming through their teeth. With Leah occupied, Beck half crawled and limped forward, searching for that glint of yellow. It was in Reuben's hands. He was slinking away with it. Beck got to her feet, yelling, displaying, then loping toward him. She leaped with her good leg, then kicked him in the side. It was like kicking a wall. He flinched a little but didn't even lose his balance. She landed on the ground, got up again, faced him. The slap sent her spinning. Her headdress disintegrated, the blades of grass falling like winnowed straw. The world was a blur until her hair blinded her. She hit the ground, her nose dripping, her face burning. With one eye above the grass, she saw Rachel holding her own, not backing down, getting slapped, slapping back, exchanging threats, and circling. Lee showed no weakness. As for Jacob, he sat next to his stump, surprisingly aloof, a spectator. Beck pushed against the ground, her body aching, nauseous. The ground reeled under her. Drops of blood glistened on the grass. She got to her feet, bent over to clear the dizziness, and wiped her face with her hands, streaking the mud, smearing the blood. She wiped her hands on her shirt and left red streaks. She straightened slowly. Ruben's foot caught her in the back and she went down like a limp toy, tumbling in the brush, arms flailing, until a tree caught her in the side. Half conscious, she thought she would never breathe again. Reed poked his head in the door of the motor home. Everything okay? Singh sat at the computer, scrolling the map up and down, back and forth, retracing old possibilities, exploring new ones. The GPS system was its cold and cruel self, it had nothing to say. It's hard to leave, she said. Reed looked back at the inn, at the bench on the porch, the front doors, the door to room 105. There wasn't a pleasant memory anywhere, only sorrow and finality. We have to. She nodded but didn't turn the computer off. She only closed the lid, then went forward to the driver's station and pulled out a map. So what's the best way to get to Three Rivers from here? Reuben stood a few yards up the hill, snuffing at her, acting superior and victorious, clutching the GPS in his hands, his snarl warning her to stay away, to stay on the ground, to remain subservient. Beck rolled a painful quarter turn away from the tree, drew her first full breath, and pulled her knees up under her. The two females faced off, daring each other to make a move. It wasn't so much a fight as a game, a war of wills. Beck straightened, got one foot planted, rose on one leg and fell again, hurting in every limb, every fibre. Reuben must have opened her somewhere, she was leaving a trail of blood on the ground. He displayed again, snarling, stomping, coming closer. She knew he would hit her, and this time it would probably kill her. She could barely keep the females in focus. They weren't looking her way but glaring at each other. If only she had won some favor. If only she was accepted. She cried out, the best series of alarm screams she could muster, and extended her hand, crimson with her own blood, their way. Rachel, facing Beck, saw her first. With a loud howl, she bolted Beck's direction. Leah opposed her. Rachel could have been fighting the bear again. With ferocity Beck had seen only once before, Rachel forearmed Leah across the throat, knocking her back several steps, turning her. Leah leaned into a step, about to lunge, when her eyes followed Beck's scream and Beck caught her gaze. Leah hesitated. She stretched her neck for a better view, concern clouding her face. Beck screamed again, her hand extended. Time stood still. Leah was wide open. Rachel hammered her with a right to the chest, then a left. Pushing, pummeling. Leah covered her head, struck back once, backpedaled, still staring at Beck. Beck cried out again, hand extended. Leah moaned, pain filling her eyes. Rachel pressed her attack, snarling, hurling another double blow. Then Leah ducked, arms over her head, as Rachel delivered a steady and violent drumming. Then, at long last, her will broken, Leah turned tail and ran into the shelter of some trees. Reuben's bravado drained in an instant. He whimpered, looking at Beck, then up the hill toward his mother. Finish it. Beck noticed she was on her feet. It hurt like crazy, but she was standing. A good-sized stick lay only 2 steps away. She took those steps, grabbed up the stick, raised it high, and climbed the hill, closing in on Reuben one last time. He was looking for his mother when Beck brought the stick down on his shoulders, raised it, brought it down again. 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 He flinched, ducked, put his arms over his head, then started up the hill, retreating, ducking, whimpering. Again. The GPS bounced onto the ground and came to rest in the shards of a rotting log. Reuben ran, disappearing into the same trees that concealed his mother. Beck teetered but remained standing, her fist still clenched around the stick, not sure it was over. Her upper lip and chin felt cold and she tasted blood in her mouth. She wiped her sleeve across her mouth and it came away red. Rachel was coming to save her. No, please, not yet. Where's that GPS? It was close enough to grab just before Rachel enfolded her in those huge arms. Rachel settled to the ground right there, cradling her, licking the blood and mud from Beck's face with her big tongue, poking with grave concern at the weird stuffing inside Beck's shirt, yanking and tasting the grass that protruded from Beck's sleeves. Beck held that GPS close, trying to find the on switch in between swipes from Rachel's tongue. Lick. She found it. Lick. She pressed it. Lick. Lick. Nothing happened. She almost felt a wave of despair, but another thought held it off: check the batteries. The licking had stopped. Beck tried to open the back of the GPS, but her fingers were slick with mud and blood, and now the GPS was smeared with it. She pulled her handkerchief from around her head and wiped her hands, then the GPS Rachel was poking her, humming with concern. Beck nestled in close to let her know she was all right and, using her fingernail, wedged the battery compartment open. The batteries were there, the ends blocked with a piece of paper. Clever. A safeguard, no doubt, to make sure only a human could turn it on. Beck pulled the paper out, closed the cover, and pressed the on button again. A little light came on. The LCD screen came to life. Reed spoke into his handheld radio as he sat in his SUV just outside the tall pine. OK, 450.45. Hello. Singh came back from inside the motorhome, gotcha loud and clear. All buttoned up. Three Rivers, here we come. Oh. Sorry. Got one more thing. Singh set her radio in its rack on the dashboard and hurried back to secure the bedroom door. On her way, she remembered one more thing: the computer. Okay. It was time to turn it off. She raised the lid and the screen came to life, the same old map of the surrounding forest with nothing showing, but something new caught her eye as her finger poised above the keyboard. No. It had to be dust on the screen, a bad pixel, the mouse pointer. It was blinking. She leaned in to make sure. Yes, it was blinking. She rolled out the computer chair and sat in it, digging her glasses from her shirt pocket. The radio on the dash squawked, "Singh? Any problems?" She put on her glasses and leaned close. The blinking blip was labeled with a number 6. Read, the radio squawked again. Hello? Singh? You copy? Read number 6. The GPS they'd left at the baiting site. The last-ditch attempt. Read. Singh bolted from her chair, ran to the dashboard, grabbed up the radio. Read. 15 Cap drove up the Skeel Gulch Road, past quaint homesteads and run-down barns, freshly mowed hay fields, and a huge pond where a moose grazed on water cabbage. He found the bridge just as Mr. Dinsley had described it, a squatty rectangle of logs and rough-hewn planks with red reflectors tacked to each end. After the road took a left turn, Dinsley's directions ran out, and Cap was left to do the best he could with the man's broad sweeping description: "It's up in there somewhere." Cap drove 2 miles up the road, looking for anything that might be home to a scientist detached from reality. He noticed recent tire tracks turning onto the road from a gravel driveway. He was desperate enough to check it out. The driveway wound back through the trees for several hundred feet, then ended abruptly at a small, metal-roofed cabin. The parking lot was empty, so Cap felt safe pulling to a stop and climbing out for a look-see. Just a few paces up from the parking lot, Cap could see past the cabin and into the trees beyond. The owner had added an outbuilding, a metal structure the size of an aircraft hangar. Dinsley said Burkhart had built a shop a few years ago. Cap may have come to the right place. In an instant, Reed's entire universe had compressed to the size of a tiny blip on a computer screen. The blip was moving north, pulling the moving map downward across the screen pixel by pixel, blinking as it went, a little number 6 at its side. Reed didn't dare believe what it could mean. His nerves wouldn't be able to take it. You double-checked. Sing, at the computer, was wiping tears from her eyes. I cycled through all the GPS codes and every unit is accounted for, including this one. 1 through 5 are in their cases right here under the bench. Number 6 is out, and it's broadcasting. Her voice tightened into a weeping squeak. She took a deep breath to clear it. I tested it before you guys left it at the baiting site. This is it, this is the one. Pete, at Reed's side, couldn't have looked more intense if he'd been staring down a cougar. You sure you wrapped those batteries? Reed was trying not to hope too soon. The whip-like reversal would snap his mind for sure. I made double sure. Only an intelligent human being would have pulled that paper out of there and reset the batteries. This isn't an accident. Mad if it's a hiker who found it. Sing ventured. The trails are closed, said Reed. Pete pointed. It's not on a trail. And look how fast it's moving. That's no hiker. ATV. Reed suggested. Not in there. It's nothing but steep slopes, heavy forest, and no roads. Watched it a moment. But something with 18-inch feet could move that fast. Reed nodded, remembering that moment below the waterfall on the trail to Abney. It's still carrying her. Pete cautioned, we don't know for sure. Right. Reed reined himself in. What about radio contact? Sing replied, I've tried to raise whoever it is, but the unit radio doesn't seem to be working. We've got GPS locating, but that's it. There was a rap on the doorpost and Max Johnson stuck his head in. Hey, we're all here. Reed went to the door. Max, Steve Thorne, Sam Marlowe, and Wiley Kane stood there, a firm set in their faces that almost overruled Reed's doubt. He still needed to be sure. I need to know you guys are with me. I'm in, said Maximum, always have been. I want to finish this, Reed, and finish it right. Reed wasn't satisfied yet. Steve. I don't care what's up there, and I'm not going to bicker about it, Thorne replied. Whatever it is, if it comes between us and your wife, I'm prepared to take it out. Sam. Sam seemed so young, but the grim look in his eyes came from the heart of a man. I know I'm the rookie here, but I'll give you my best, and that's a promise. Reed still couldn't address Kane by his first name. Kane? Do you think I killed my wife and made up a story to cover it up? Kane sniffed a chuckle and wagged his head shamefully. Out if that's what you want. I might. Hi, wash my mouth, fair enough. Kane grinned. I just got me a record-breaking bear. Getting a big old Sasquatch, now, wouldn't that be something? Reed asked Thorne, think you can keep him in line? Thorne nodded. All right, then. Mad about Jimmy and the others? Kane asked. Max piped up, we don't need the others. We know where your wife is. There isn't time, said Reed. He stepped back from the door to make room. Come on in. Let's get organized. The hunters climbed in and squeezed around the computer station, marveling at the sight of one little blip. So where is it now? Kane asked. 4 miles southeast, Sing replied. She zoomed in for a closer view of the terrain. And it's coming our way. The Sasquatch train was moving again, rushing through dense forest, brushing aside limbs, leaping over logs as they looked anxiously over their shoulders and gave off fierce scent, pushing themselves to the point of exhaustion, an endless cycle. Only one thing had changed. Rachel and Beck were now second in line behind Jacob. Leah and Reuben brought up the rear. The change was costly. Beck was sure she needed a doctor. The bleeding from her nose and mouth had gone from steady to sporadic, but it hadn't stopped. Her face felt puffy and her whole body ached, not just her ankle. With barely enough strength to hold on, she feared she had none left to survive. She'd found a way to bind the GPS in the roll of her sleeve, leaving its antenna exposed to the heavens. Beyond that, she was living by faith. The case was bitten and bent in the middle, and she couldn't get the slightest hiss out of the radio. She could only hope the GPS part was actually working and that someone was watching. Perhaps it was that person the Sasquatchs were running from this very moment. Hunters had encircled them before, and Reed was one of them. Beck cradled her head on Rachel's soft, furry shoulder, so tired, dizzy, wishing whoever it was would catch up and put an end to this. Rachel's head turned, her leathery cheek bumping Beck's bruised face. It hurt what? Rachel huffed and kept running, a new wave of fear quickening her step. Beck raised her head, and through the rush of the wind and the snapping of passing limbs, she recognized a familiar, chilling sound, the cry of the banshee. The woman from Lost Creek was wailing again, her voice carrying like a faraway siren, following them like a distant shadow. Wait. Following them? Beck fought off her stupor and forced herself to think. All the Sasquatchs were here, running together. She could see all four of them. Jacob wasn't making the noise, he was running from the noise. She tightly clutched Rachel's fur as a chill went through her. It was no hunter either. She looked over her shoulder. There were so many trees, limbs, thickets, dark spaces. Anything could hide in there. Max and Reed came to a wide-eyed, open-eared halt. Yeah, you heard it, and so did I, Reed said, answering the question in Max's. Reed faced south while Max faced north, both on high alert, watching each other's backs. They were working their way up the mountain slope above Abney, in a hurry and breathing hard, hoping they and the others could weave a net tight enough to catch a north-moving GPS and whatever or whoever might be carrying it. Reed radioed, Pete, we heard it to the south, down your way. There was a pause before Pete replied, gentlemen, as soon as we get one. It's north of me. It's in the circle. Reed checked the screen on his GPS. He could see blips 3 and 4, Pete and Sam, moving up the mountain to the south, but Thorn and Kane, sharing GPS Unit 5, weren't on the screen. Sing, you there yet? We're at the drop-off point, she answered, just pulling the motor home to a stop at the end of Service Road 221, a road so old and unused that nature was taking it back. According to her Forest Service map, this would place Steve Thorne and Wiley Kane far enough to the north to intercept the blip that continued on its present course, and they could get up the mountain in time to close up the circle. Thorne and Kane were geared up, armed and ready, in the back of the motor home. Thorne had GPS 5 on his sleeve. Singh killed the engine and set the brake. Good hunting. They jumped out the door like paratroopers and started up the hill. Singh took her place at the computer station and scrolled the map to her present location. Zooming out, she found all the blips, Reed and Max, Units 1 and 2, widening their position above Abney, Pete and Sam, Units 3 and 4, farther up the mountainside a mile south, but swinging north to close in. And Thorne and Kane, Unit 5, heading up the hill with a good climb ahead of them before they would cross the projected path of blip number 6. Because the radio on Unit 6 wasn't working, only Singh could see the blip, via satellite. It would be up to her to guide the hunters to its location. Target is still moving north, she reported, on a course roughly 355. Pete. Bearing to target is 345, about half a mile. Reed, to target is 110, 3/4 of a mile. Steve, maintain your heading, at your present rate of climb you should intercept it. It was like watching a fast-pitched baseball heading for home plate and hoping the catcher could put on his mitt in time to catch it blindfolded. We found a sign, Pete reported. It's more than one, maybe the whole family. So maybe they are going back home, Reed offered. Back where this whole thing started? Singh could see Lost Creek on the map just a few miles north. She wagged her head in absolute wonder and started trembling. She'd always believed the footprints at the first baiting station were real, and now being right terrified her. What had Beck gone through? If they found her, given she was still alive, would she even be the same person? Cap had to know. Singh grabbed her cell phone. Cap said goodbye and folded his cell phone, stunned, not knowing what to feel or think, except for one thing: he had to get inside this cabin. He'd knocked on the cabin door several times and concluded there was no one at home. Now he looked up and down the porch. Did Burkhart have a particular habit when it came to hiding keys? From his 2 years as the man's unwilling protege, Cap recalled Burkhart liking overhead places, rafters, ledges, window sills, light fixtures. He felt along the moulding across the top of the door. Nothing. There was a hanging flower pot next to the stairs. He reached and fumbled among the leaves. A house key. He stopped for one more cautious look around and then let himself in. It was warm and homey inside, with pleasant, soft furniture, a bearskin rug, a stuffed deer head, a mounted trout with its weight and length proudly displayed on a brass placard beneath it. Fishing poles were mounted in a rack near the front door, and in a cabinet with glass doors next to the brick fireplace. Rows and rows of glass jars containing Burkhart's icons of evolution, the Galapagos finches with different-sized beaks, the white and grey peppered moths, the coelacanths and bats, the lizards and snakes, and on the top row, in a place of honor, 4 new additions, unborn chimpanzees, floating in a fetal position in the amber liquid, eyes half open, toothless mouths in a half-yawn. Baumgartner had listed 3 possible results of tampering with a chimp's DNA: a normal, unchanged chimp, a deformed, retarded chimp, or a dead chimp. Apparently, these were the dead ones. Pete and Sam were moving north, following Singh's vectors while Pete spotted snapped limbs, bruised leaves, and soil depressions to cross-check their progress. From the sign Pete found, the targets were not moving in any lazy, meandering pattern that would indicate foraging but were heading in a fairly straight line northward, definitely on the run. How close are we? Pete whispered in his radio. Singh came back, still half a mile. They are moving just as fast as you are. Pete halted at the edge of some soft ground, scanned it for prints, but found none. Millimeter. We've veered off the trail somehow. Sam stepped through and pushed ahead, peering intently in all directions. Why don't we bag this tracking stuff and just follow Singh's vectors? I want to know what those critters are doing, Pete said, his eyes searching the ground. Pete, come on, that thing's gonna pull farther away the longer we stand here. Then Pete found a footprint in a bare patch of soft earth. Sam's. He dropped to one knee and produced a blue diagram card from his pocket, quickly comparing. When he looked up, Sam was watching him. Thorn and Kane were pushing uphill, groping and climbing as silently as possible through tightly spaced trees and limbs, following Singh's vectors, primed for a deadly collision. Veer to the right, came Singh's voice through Thorn's earpiece, 090. Thorn whispered to Kane, about 30 feet ahead of him, Kane, move right. Kane. Suddenly Kane jerked to attention, whispered a curse, and aimed his rifle uphill. Before Thorn could caution him, the rifle went off. Beck knew that sound and understood when Jacob turned on his heels and ran past, leading the group the opposite direction. Hunters. It was all happening again. Thorn hissed at Kane, what are you doing? Kane was nearly beside himself and had a tough time keeping his voice down. Saw it. It was a Sasquatch, I am not fooling you. Thorn caught up and put a hand on his shoulder to keep him calm, and corralled. You weren't even supposed to be ahead of me. We were tracking with the GPS, remember? I saw it. It was walking, standing upright. Man, it was huge. Thorn stared at him. You're sure? Reed pressed his talk button and only half whispered, "Who fired a shot? What's going on?" Blip number 6 was heading south again, with Thorn's blip less than 500 yards northwest. "Heads up, everybody," Singh said. "Target is moving south, Pete, Sam, it'll coming your way." Pete answered, "Okay, moving north to meet and greet." Sam reported, "I'll move uphill, spread out a bit." Singh's eyes were glued on every player. "Reed and Max, it's going to pass you on the uphill side." Reed answered, "We are heading that way." Jacob lumbered to a halt, then barely stood, stooped and swaying, his breathing laboured, his eyes darting about, his nostrils sampling the air. Rachel came up behind him, every breath a painful wheeze. Beck slid to the ground, barely able to move her arms. Leah trudged from behind, legs like lead, and plopped to the ground with Reuben still on her back. The forest floor became a hairy heap, huffing and steaming. Jacob's gaze darted to the south, then to the north, then down the hill. He moaned, a mournful sound Beck had never heard before. From somewhere up the slope, invisible in the forest, the woman whimpered then snickered. She was closer, watching, waiting. They were hemmed in. Rachel lay on her belly, her body heaving with every breath, the wind from her nostrils wiggling the undergrowth in front of her face. Beck crawled to her and touched her shoulder. Rachel looked up at her through watery eyes, and Beck saw more than fear, she saw defeat. "No. Rachel, come on, don't." Jacob sank to his haunches, still sniffing, still looking, his hair bristling. Reuben cowered behind his mother's prone body, and his expression was much like Jacob's. He was afraid, listening, sniffing, sensing the surrounding danger. And then a searing awareness worked its way through Beck's pain and stupor, "It's me. I'm the cause of this." She struggled with her shirt sleeve and got the GPS loose. It appeared to be working. The map on the screen was now indicating a steep mountainside, and that's where she was. This thing was locating her accurately, and somehow those hunters out there were getting the signal. Vivek meant. She didn't understand what she did. It was the last thing on earth she wanted to do, but at the same time, it was the only thing. She turned the GPS off. The blip was gone. Singh lurched forward. "No, no, don't do that." She radioed, "We lost contact with the target. It just winked out. Does anybody see anything?" Reed and Max had split up and spread out. Reed was alone now in timber so thick he couldn't see more than 10 yards in any direction. "This is Reed. Negative contact." "This is maximum negative contact, Sam here. Still moving, still looking." "Pete here. Sam, I'll wait for you to come up even with me." "This is Steve. Sorry for the misfire. There's something wrong with Kane's rifle. We're checking it out." "Beck, what are you doing?" Reed had heard of lost people getting so nutty in the Watkins that they actually hid from their rescuers. Was she afraid of being found? Either that, or had she made friends with these creatures? Was she protecting them? He radioed, "Everybody, keep closing on the last known position, steady and quiet, and be sure of your target before you shoot. Singh, let us know when you get the target again." "Will do." Reed wiped sweat from his hands and a drop of sweat from above his eye. He mentally reviewed the sight of the dead logger and the mangled body of Sheriff Mills. No more of that. Whatever Beck's mental state, the hunt would end differently this time. Cap wasn't finding out much in the little cabin, other than Burkhart was a fastidious person who always made his bed and put away his dishes. He searched and inspected his way to the back door and then gazed cautiously across the gravelled alleyway to his next frontier, that huge metal outbuilding. It was time to get out there and take a look. He was pushing his luck beyond acceptable risk to take any longer in the The sound immobilized him. He was stunned, a statue in the small enclosed rear porch of the cabin. Yes, he'd heard Reed describe it, and Reed sounded like a nutcase when he did. But Reed was right on the money. From the big metal building, clear as day, Cap heard it for himself, the eerie wail of a woman in pain and despair, the cry of the banshee. 16 Kane's voice was getting loud. What did you tell them? There's nothing wrong with my rifle. Thorne put out his hand. That rifle's pulling to the left. Let me see it. You're nuts. Let me see it. Kane handed it over. Thorne peered through the sight. It might be a little off. Did you drop it or something? Kane reached to grab it back. We're wasting time. Thorne jerked it away, then raised a hand to calm him down. Easy, Kane. You don't want them to know you saw that thing. Kane worked on that a moment and finally caught Thome's drift. In case they get the kill first, is that what you're saying? He got agitated again. But if we stand around here, they are going to get it for sure. Take it easy. If the others see it, they won't be any better off. They're all in the same mess you are. That changed Kane's demeanor. What are you talking about? The heavy metal door to the outbuilding was locked, but it had an electric locking mechanism with a numeric keypad. On a whim, Cap entered a number Burkhart consistently used for locks, entry codes, and passwords, 1859, the year Darwin's Origin of the Species was published. The mechanism whirred, then clicked. The door opened with a slight push. At first, Cap was unsure if he'd entered a lab or a warehouse. The building was cavernous but well lit, with a vaulted roof supported by steel trusses and enough floor space to host a convention. A half-height wall divided the front section from the rear. From beyond that wall came the occasional stirring, banging, grunting, and hooting Cap had become familiar with at the York Center. Chimpanzees. Filling the front half of the building in geometrically arranged rows was a lab most scientists, and most major universities, could only dream of. Cap performed a careful walkthrough, eyes and ears open for any human presence, which, at least for now, was strangely missing. Adam Burkhart's original basement lab had grown tenfold, dropped all superfluous decor and warmth, and taken on the appearance of an assembly line, dedicated to specific procedures executed efficiently and repeatedly: DNA and protein synthesis and analysis, DNA sequencing, viral transfer, site-directed mutagenesis, and in a large, dedicated section toward the rear, high-volume, assembly line in vitro fertilization and cloning. The woman cried again, her wail coming over that half-wall with the nerve-jangling volume of a fire alarm. Cap saw an archway leading to that side of the building. Moving quickly yet warily, he made a beeline for it. Thorne spoke reassuringly, the voice of reason trying to corral Kane's impulsiveness. People can't handle this sort of thing, you know what I mean. They see something like this and they get all the wrong ideas. Sometimes it's better when we decide what they are going to know and what they aren't. I don't follow you. Thorne struggled a moment. You just told me you saw a Sasquatch. You bet I did. It was huge, it was all black like a gorilla, and it was walking on two legs just like a man. Thorne chuckled and wagged his head. You think I'm crazy? No, you're not crazy. Quickly, easily, Thorne leveled Kane's rifle at Kane's chest. You're absolutely right. He fired. Reed got on his radio. Who's shooting? Fill us in. Thorne's voice came back, hey, we're sorry, we've got a problem up here. Kane's rifles misfired again and now he's hit himself in the foot. Reed winced. Kane? He should have known. How bad is it? Thorne came back on, yet sounded distant as if he were addressing someone else. No, try to stay off it. Yeah, just wrap it with something. Then, Reed, he's okay, but I need to help him out of here. Reed feared the hunt was as good as over. Okay. Pete, Sam, any southbound traffic? Sam called back, they are still in there, Reed, but after those shots they've got to. No, we're here. Max, can you swing north and fill in? Will do, Max replied. Sing, let's mark a waypoint at Steve and Kane's last position so we can guide Max up there, Reed instructed. You've got it, she answered. Reed scrolled his GPS over to Thorne and Kane's last position and marked that spot with a waypoint. Hopefully, he or Sing would be able to guide Max to that spot before there was no point in doing so. Cap found a central hallway with doors to individual rooms on either side, much like a hospital ward. The place was well scrubbed and smelled of disinfectant. The first door on his right was half open, some stirring from within drew his attention. He approached slowly and eased the door open. Chimpanzees. 6 of them, in 6 floor-to-ceiling cages. The chimp in the first cage immediately went to the bars and stood up, one hand gripping a bar of the cage, the other reaching through the bars toward him, her amber eyes meeting his imploringly. He knew that mannerism and expression and went to her, gently taking her hand and stroking it. Her eyes went across the room to a bin of oranges. He grabbed a few and passed one to her. She settled into the clean bedding and began to eat it. From her bulging abdomen he could see she was pregnant. The female in the next cage cowered in a corner, her arms enfolding herself. Except for one frightened glance, she wouldn't look at him. She was pregnant too. He rolled an orange toward her, and scratched for it but would not come out of her hiding place in the third cage. A female lay on her back in what appeared to be a drug-induced stupor. Her belly was shaved, and a large stitched incision crossed her abdomen. The chimp in the fourth cage was the kind who liked to be friends with everybody. She had bright, expressive eyes and didn't amble up to the bars, she pranced. She hit him right in the eye and reached for the orange he offered. Her belly too was shaved, with an incision, but not as recent, the hair was growing back. The female in the fifth cage was also pregnant, grumpy, and not interested in oranges. In the last cage, an older female bore an old incision across her bulging belly. The incision had apparently been reopened several times, it was ridged with pink scar tissue that displaced the skin and hair along its length. She didn't acknowledge Cap's presence but merely sat on her haunches, endlessly counting her fingers. Cap knew this mannerism too. She'd given up. At the end of the room was a pulled curtain. On the other side of the curtain was a clean room divided into 2 well-lit cubicles, each with a stainless steel operating table such as veterinarians used, but with one troubling addition, leather restraints. Cabinets on each side were stocked with surgical instruments, dressings, gowns, caps, masks, and gloves. Cap was getting a picture of how the process worked. When he opened the door to the walk-in cooler just past the tables, he got his confirmation. On the shelves, in Ziploc bags that were labeled and dated, lay tiny, unborn creatures that could have been, should have been, chimpanzees. 2 had legs, toes, and fingers so elongated as to be useless. One on the second shelf had gone the other way, with 3 fingered stumps for arms. On the bottom shelf, thrown into a tub, were 4 little females whose legs nearly matched human proportions and whose arms were intact. These must have shown promise, they were cut open and the ovaries were removed. Beck huddled against Rachel, listening, watching, her body aching, her soul in turmoil, her finger poised over the on button. She and Rachel were pressed against a crumbling snag, blending with the redness of the rotting wood until they had become part of it. A short distance downhill, Leah and Reuben had found a way to blend and disappear within a sizable clump of serviceberry. Only the top of Jacob's head was visible as he crawled through the underbrush toward the north, watching and listening, his eyes floating above the leaves. Beck had no idea what he was hearing, seeing, smelling, or even feeling, but she knew something had to have changed out there. Jacob wasn't in a hide or flee mode, he was planning something. He stopped and became a big rock in the middle of the brush. Silence. Stillness. Even he gave a quiet sniff over his shoulder. The old snag and the clump of bushes became crouching, sneaking Sasquatchs again with stealthy moves and low postures. The group pushed north. Beck slipped the GPS into her shirt pocket and buttoned the flap. The right time would come. It had to come. But not yet. Singh saw Max's blip moving steadily toward the north, but he was moving far too slowly for her comfort. With Thorn and Kane on their way down the mountainside, the north end was wide open for the quarry to escape. With no GPS signal, Singh and the hunters would never know it. Max. How's it going? Max's struggle came through in his voice. It's pretty rough terrain in here. Kane's waypoint is bearing 024. 024, okay. She quickly scanned the other hunters' positions. Reed was to the west, trying to keep the creatures from running downhill, if he could even do that. Pete held his position to the south, supposedly preventing any escape in that direction. Sam Vivia was Sam? Sam, I don't have you on screen. No answer. No blip. Sam. With his eyes still fixed in horror upon the eviscerated bodies of mutant unborn chimps, Cap's nerves nearly melted when the cry of the banshee rose like a goblin over the partition walls. He closed the cooler door and fell back against the wall to gather himself, take some deep breaths, talk sense to his mind, and make sure his bowels didn't let loose right there on the floor. It was bad enough knowing that thing was in the same building. It was far worse knowing he would have to find and identify it, which meant coming face to jaws with a savage, neck-wringing killer. He could only hope and pray it was in a cage and that the cage could contain it. He looked around for anything he might use as a weapon. No crowbars or baseball bats were readily available. He crossed the hallway to what seemed the most likely door. Careful, now. His hand shook as he grabbed the knob. He would open the door just a crack, take a look, then evaluate his next step. The knob turned. The door cracked open. The banshee screamed in terror, anger, maybe both, so loudly, so piercingly, that Cap jolted back, slamming the door shut. The screaming continued, the sound of violent death knifing into every fear instinct Cap had. It was all he could do to stand still, be reasonable, and not create another window in the building trying to get out of there. The screaming subsided to gasps and whimpers, and Cap noted that, as near as he could tell from the sound, it wasn't moving from one spot. Vivatever it was hadn't stormed the door or come after him. Chances were good that it was confined. He slowly opened the door again. The thing screamed again. He opened the door enough to look inside. He saw another row of cages, larger than the cells that held the surrogate mothers. At the sight of the first creature, he had to double-check not only his bowels but his stomach. In the first cage was a quaking, nearly hairless blob with blue-veined, leathery skin. On one end were stumps that should have legs. On the other end was a head without a neck that turned only slightly when he approached. Feeding tubes ran into the broad, flat nose, pumping in temporary life. It seemed only vaguely aware of his presence. The next cage held a chimpanzee giant, grotesquely overgrown and suffering for it. Straightened out, it could have measured 8 feet from head to toe, but this poor beast was bent and crooked like an arthritic old man, sitting painfully in the corner, its joints knobby, its fingers bent and useless. It tried to reach out to him, but the arm was a gnarled limb on a dead tree, it barely moved. A shockingly white albino occupied the next cage, its cold pink eyes studying him with suspicion and loathing. It too was oversized, and judging from the crookedness of the fingers and feet, only slightly mobile. It huffed at him, then creaked and straightened to its feet to growl and threaten. The twisted legs buckled and it fell to its haunches again, resigned to making threats it could never carry out. After what he'd seen so far, Cap thought he was ready for the next cage. He wasn't. At the first sight of him, the thing leaped at the bars, wailing and frothing, its eyes the crazed yellow orbs of a demon, its black fur bristling like a sooty explosion. It filled Cap's vision and he slammed against the opposite wall even before he felt the terror that put him there. This was a malformation of the highest order, a creature far removed from a chimpanzee, but not better. Though smaller than Cap in stature, it had to outweigh him 3-to-1, with muscles so pronounced they impeded its movement. It was deranged, drooling, out of control, and the cry from that throat the scream of a madwoman. It was urinating as it clung to the bars, tried to climb them, tried to bend them, tried to grab on with its feet, which only slid to the floor. The big, opposing toes looked to have been surgically removed. Cap inched along the wall, maintaining distance from the huge arm that groped at him through the bars. Hoping to make it to a nearby exit, he passed the last cage, this one much larger. It was empty. The bars were bent, the side walls battered. Plywood was ripped from the back wall, and the 2x6 framing members were snapped aside like dry twigs. Foam insulation lay everywhere in broken pieces. The metal sheathing that formed the building's exterior was mangled and ripped open like a tin can opened with a hatchet. The cage door was ajar, as if someone had already gone in to inspect the damage. Cap took one step inside, recognizing a familiar pattern of bite marks on the splintered lumber and a peppering of all too familiar diuretic droppings on the concrete floor. Looking through the gaping hole in the rear wall of the cage, he could see no barriers between this building and the forest and mountains beyond. Singh rebooted her computer, tweaked all the wires on the back of the satellite system, and double-checked her radio receiver. "Reed, can you hear me?" He radioed back, loud and clear. "I still can't find Sam, and now I can't raise Pete either. I have Pete on my screen." "So do I, but he isn't moving and he isn't answering." Reed called for Pete but got no answer. "Well, I sure won't buy this brand of GPS anymore. I'd better get over there." Then he asked, "What about Thorn and Kane?" "Vivera, you don't have them on screen?" "No." Singh sighed in exasperation. "Almost back here." "No, number 6. Now I don't have them either." "But they were no. It hasn't come back." "Max? Anything?" Max answered, "Not yet." Singh heard footsteps outside the motorhome. The door opened, and Steve Thorne stepped up into the driver's area, his rifle slung on his back. Singh was relieved. "All right. There's one warm body accounted for. We're having trouble with the system." He broke into a tired grin. "So I hear." She waited a moment, then asked, "Where's Kane?" Her cell phone on the counter rang, Cap's special ring. She reached for it. "Don't answer that," said Thorne, snatching it away. She saw him raise a pistol and almost understood before the muzzle flashed and her awareness shattered into a starburst of fragments fading to black. Her body came to rest face down against the bedroom door, a pool of blood spreading beneath her head. 17 Cap hurried, his cell phone against his ear, waiting through ring after ring until Singh's voice message system answered and gave him a beep. "Singh. I've located Burkhart's lab and confirmed the source of at least one of the creatures. I'm ready to call the police, but first I have to get out of here. Tell Reed that he'd only gotten halfway to the front door when the electric lock hummed and the knob rattled." He tumbled down behind a workbench as the door swung open, casting diffused sunlight about the room. Judging from the footsteps, 3, maybe 4, people came in, and they weren't little. He thought of the cell phone in his hand and frantically shut it off before Singh called back. Now he heard Philip Merrill's voice. "Secure the exits, this one, the one in the rear, and the side loading doors. Then search every inch of this place." By now Reed was praying, "Dear Lord, don't let me lose Beck again." "Sing," he radioed. "Any progress?" She didn't answer, but Sam did. "Hello? Anybody hear me?" Well, here was one source of relief. "Sam? You okay? We lost you, buddy." "I'm fine. I was trying to swing around to cover the east flank, but now I'm worried about Pete." "Have you talked to him at all?" "Negative. I can't raise him. The whole system's breaking down." "Have you talked to Max?" "Max came on. I'm still scouting the north side. It doesn't look good. They may have gotten through." "Sing." Reed still couldn't get an answer. "Now she's cut off." "We may have to call it a day, guys," Max suggested. Reed wasn't ready to concede that. "Max, why don't you stay where you are?" "Sam, we'd better check on Pete." "You got it," Sam replied. Cap heard someone coming. He ducked around the end of a workbench just in time to avoid being seen. With a quick, one-eyed glance around the corner, he caught sight of Tim, the campus cop, now in civilian clothing but brandishing a gun. It seemed out of character. Cap wondered what Merrill must have told him. Slam. Clank. The rattle of a chain and a padlock. That had to be the loading doors on the side of the building. Cap wouldn't be escaping that way. They were working their way through the lab, and it was only a matter of time before he wriggled around the corner to the backside of the bench and just missed being spotted by Kenny, the other campus cop. Now, that guy was not to be tangled with. He had an iron-jawed feistiness and the muscle to back it up. Clunk. Rattle. There went the rear door. Did these guys even know what was going on in this place? Did Merrill know? They were locking him in, but they were locking themselves in as well. Would they be all that happy with the idea once they encountered? The thing screamed one of its best banshee screams yet, and just faintly audible under the screams and the rattling of the bars were the voices of men screaming in horror, running footsteps, more hollering, cursing, a frantic retreat. Cap didn't smile outwardly, but some quirky part of him was enjoying this. Now Merrill was in the mix, cursing, hollering orders nobody was hearing, trying to hold his band of thugs together. Cap caught the words, "Don't shoot it." Well, imagine that. Merrill was surprised too. Footsteps. Apparently they'd satisfied themselves, with a little help, that Cap wasn't in the rear half. The lab was going to get a thorough going through. There had to be a cupboard, a cabinet, a garbage can, anything he could hide in. He scurried on his hands and knees across an aisle, peeked around the end of a counter, scurried across another aisle, straightened to peek over a bench. His shoulder upset a pair of forceps that hung over the edge. He tried to catch them but missed. They clattered to the floor. The footsteps started galloping his direction. There was only one place left to hide, and that was in a huge walk-in freezer built into the partition. He knew he was kidding himself, but then again, maybe he'd be able to hide in the cold just a little longer than they'd be able to search in it. He slinked across the floor, reached up, pulled the handle, slipped through the cracked door, and managed to click it shut just 1 nanosecond before his pursuers rounded the corner. It was dark inside, and yes, it was freezing. The cold was already working its way through his clothing. He rose carefully to his feet to look through the small window in the door and his breath fogged it. Nuts. He backed up, trying to get used to the dark. He wasn't alone in here. The first nudge of a hairy hand startled him like a jolt of high voltage. He jumped involuntarily, his arms flew outward and struck a hairy body on either side. Twisting, he saw 2 rows of 4, no, 6 no, 8 glassy-eyed, deformed chimpanzees, some whole, some gutted, all staring back at him in the light from the window. Their eyes were vacant, jaws slack, faces and fur glistening with frost. They hung from 2 rails by steel hooks inserted in their ear holes, and now he'd set them swinging like bells in a bell tower, thumping against him and each other. The first one rolled off the end of the rail and bounced off Cap's shoulder before thumping to the floor. The second followed, glancing off Cap and spinning as it went down. The third bumped into the freezer door as the door swung open and flooded the room with light. The fourth dropped, teetered, and fell right in front of Kenny the cop, now silhouetted in the doorway. Kenny hollered and jumped back but recovered when he spotted Cap. Cap was on the floor, tripped up by the first 2 corpses and trying to wrestle himself out from under the third and fourth. Kenny reached down, not to give him a hand up but to yank him off the floor, nearly dislocating his arm. Before Cap knew it, he was out in the warm, habitable lab, held fast between Kenny and a Kenny wannabe. A third guy in an expensive suit slammed the freezer door shut behind him. Tim stood before him holding a gun, and next to Tim was Dr. Philip Merrill, looking pale, his hair out of place, his tie crooked, and sweat glistening on his brow. "Dr. Capella," he said, winded and shaking. "You never should have come back." "1 more hour," Deputy Saunders thought, "and we'll call it a day." His volunteers were getting tired, cold, and hungry, and they had to get back down before the light was gone. The last discovery, a rusty pocket knife, was over an hour ago, and expanding the search area to include the entire inland northwest didn't seem like a wise use of time and manpower. "Okay, everybody," he spoke into his handheld radio, "1 more hour." They came back with muttered acknowledgements. A metal detector somewhere in the woods replied with a loud chirp. "Officer Saunders. I found it." "Vmad is it this time?" "It's the shovel." "I found the shovel." Merrill and his men took Cap to an office in a corner of the lab, a simple cubicle made from sound-baffling dividers, and sat him down in one of 2 available chairs. Kenny stood in the entry, big arms across his chest, expression not firm but troubled. Tim leaned in the corner as if he didn't want to come out of it, the gun lowered but visible. Merrill took the chair behind the desk and smoothed his hair back repeatedly as if trying to compose himself. The other 2 guys stood behind Cap's chair to make sure he stayed in it. Cap offered his hand to the one behind his right shoulder. "Ah, Mike Capella. Dr. Merrill and I know each other, did he tell you that?" The man gave him a cold stare. He and his partner were definitely on edge. Cap checked around the room. Only one entrance. The walls were too heavy to knock over, too tall to jump over. The room was too small to avoid being grabbed if he made a move. A snapshot push pin to the wall above the desk hinted that this was Burkhart's office. It was a photo of Burkhart, bearded and ponytailed, decked out in a build cap and fishing vest and posing with a good-sized cutthroat trout. Burkhart always had been an avid hunter and outdoorsman, which was ironic, Cap thought. Merrill loosened his tie, unbuttoned his collar, and finally reached a level of composure acceptable for conversation. "I suppose you've seen everything?" Cap studied him, and his men. "Looks like you have too. Didn't you know what Burkhart was doing?" "We had an understanding." Merrill leaned closer. "Sometimes the greatest scientific breakthroughs have to be made in secret, away from prying eyes, politics, and boards of ethics. So how do you like his results?" Merrill rubbed his face. "I don't suppose your so-called scientific community will be too wild about them," Cap went on. "American Geographic isn't about to publish them, and forget about public broadcasting and the Evolution Channel." Merrill's temper brought some of his color back. "Such steps are necessary to prove what? That random mutations work? Look around you, Merrill. Does all this look random? It's planned, it's monitored, it's carefully recorded, and it still doesn't work." He spoke to the men behind him. Burckhardt is planting mutated embryos in surrogate mothers and harvesting the eggs from the offspring before they are even born, Merrill interjected, to compress the amount of time between generations. Cap spoke to Kenny and Tim, so he can further mutate the mutants, implant the mothers, and start all over again. And thereby replicate the natural process. Cap was so steamed up he had to stand. Nature doesn't load the dice. You're using a lab here, Merrill. You're interposing intelligence into the process. The two guards sat him down again. You're not only proving that random mutations don't work, you're proving that purposeful mutations don't work. He spoke to Kenny and Tim again. Did you get a load of those monsters in there? Nice improvements on the original, don't you think? Merrill tried to argue to his men, mutations are the mechanism by which, so where is everybody? Cap said. Merrill wasn't in control, and it showed despite his effort to hide it. I suppose it's their day off. Cap felt sorry for this man. Philip, come on. We figured it out just as easily as I have. You know Burckhardt. He's not about to let somebody accomplish something when he's not around to take credit for it. The staff isn't here because he isn't here, and he isn't here because... Merrill sat there, cornered and seething. Cap answered his own question. Because his monster isn't here. You saw that hole in the wall, right? He asked the guards, right? He pointed that direction. There went the whole experiment, along with your funding, Merrill, into the great outdoors for the whole world to see. You think Burckhardt can live with that? You think he'd want you to find out? Cap could tell Merrill knew, but the esteemed college dean didn't offer to discuss it. Cap spoke to the guards. Burckhardt's gone after it. Deputy Dave Saunders, the housewife, the fireman, the heavy equipment operator, and the machinist found the shallow grave only a few feet from where the shovel had been dropped. It was the equipment operator who first hit something with his shovel, a boot. The housewife turned away. The others dug carefully as the stench of a dead corpse rose into the air. The fireman dropped his shovel and ran, bent over, and vomited. Dave could hardly eat himself, but he kept going, carefully moving peat and soil with his gloved hands until he found out what Singh and the others needed to know. Gasping for fresh air, he waved for a halt. It's Thompson. Merrill was desperate to make Cap the liar. You can't possibly know where Dr. Burckhardt is or what he's doing. Of all the arrogant, outlandish, can I stand up? Cap rose, testing the disposition of the two guys behind him. They didn't slap him into the chair again, so he knew he was making progress. Slowly, making sure they could see his every move, he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out some folded sheets of paper, digital photos Singh had emailed him. He unfolded one and showed it to them. Recognize this guy? They stared at it blankly. Cap went to the desk, reached for one of Burckhardt's pencils from a desk caddy, and scribbled a beard and on the man in the photo. He held it up. Now do you recognize him? He directed their attention to Burckhardt's fishing photo on the wall. Cap saw the light of recognition in their eyes. He's out there right now, lying to my friends and pretending he's helping them hunt down a Bigfoot. But we know what that monster really is, don't we? And so does he. You are a trespasser, Cap. Merrill lifted his voice. I could have you arrested. Trespassing where? Care to show this place to the police? Merrill fell silent again. I'm guessing Burckhardt cut the big toes off his monster so it couldn't be arboreal and would have to evolve into a ground-dwelling, bipedal something or other. I'm going to guess that Burckhardt engineered that thing to compete with any other primates it encountered. That's the natural selection thing, you know, competing with other species and prevailing, and that includes human beings. Well, it's not evolving, but it is competing. It's responsible for the deaths of 4 people, one of them a dear friend and one of them the Whitcomb County Sheriff. Merrill leaped to his feet, the veins showing in his neck. You can't prove that. The hair, stool, and saliva samples, remember? Now, the hairs don't reveal much, but that's okay. All the police have to do is match the stool and saliva samples with the saliva and droppings in that broken cage, and bingo. Merrill looked as though he'd swallowed a bitter pill. I knew nothing about all this. I had nothing to do with it. Cap pointed at him. You believe me? He walked over to Kenny and looked up at him. I'd like to go now. I need to warn my friends before Burkhart gets a chance to do something really stupid. Kenny locked eyes with him a moment, then exchanged a quick look with the others. Tim slipped his gun back into its holster. Kenny stepped aside. Thanks. Cap wasted no time getting out of there and called over his shoulder, you might want to wait here for the cops, and show them that photo. Merrill bolted for the entryway, but Kenny blocked him. Where do you think you're going? Merrill was dumbfounded. You work for me. Sit down. Merrill backed away, rubbed his hand over his hair, approached Tim to try to reason with him. He grabbed Tim's pistol from its holster and swept it around the cubicle. The men shied back, hands raised. Merrill dashed out of the office and across the lab and caught sight of Cap racing for the rear of the building. He aimed wildly and fired as he ran. The first bullet put a hole in a wall about 12 feet from the floor. The second shattered glassware on a workbench. Kenny and Tim raced after him, hollering to stop, to simmer down, but Merrill was beyond that. Cap ran down the hallway and ducked around the partition. Merrill shouted, Cap! The doors are padlocked. Give it up. There's no reason to call the police. We can reach an agreement. The Banshee started screaming then, a perfect giveaway of Cap's location. Merrill hooked a sharp left and ducked through the doorway into the Hall of Monsters. The beast in the far cage had already gone berserk, leaping and pounding the bars, spitting, screaming, groping, drilling into Merrill with murderous eyes. Merrill recalled how Burkhart's creations felt about competing primates, and ran sideways with his back sliding along the opposite wall. The last cage brought no comfort. Even before Merrill got there, he knew what the open cage door meant. Directly opposite the cage, he quit running and fell back against the wall in dismay. Yes, all the doors were padlocked, but there was nothing beyond that hole in the rear wall but the wide outdoors. Sam? Sam, you there? Reed and Sam had been converging on Pete's GPS blip and getting close, but now Sam's blip had vanished again, and Reed couldn't raise him on the radio. Reed rested against a tree and called again, Sam? Come in, Sam. Sing. Can you read me? Can anybody hear me? He took the GPS from his arm, checked the batteries, then recycled it. Pete's blip appeared again, but Pete still didn't answer his radio. As for Max, Sam, and Sing, he wasn't getting a blip or a radio response. Guess I should have known. This gremlin-plagued GPS system had been playing a cruel game with his hope all along. He tried not to let it distract him as he pressed ahead through heavy forest, following a game trail, closing on Pete's blip, the one thing he could call a known, maybe. Like an airplane popping out of the clouds, he broke into an open area where rocks and shallow soil stunted the trees and undergrowth grass found root and sunlight here, providing pasture for elk and deer. Hoof prints and droppings were plentiful, and there were obvious patches of flattened grass where elk had rested. He got a visual. Pete sat against a tree in the middle of the clearing, his back to Reed. Reed blew a sigh of relief and gladness. After all the gadget failure, it was great to have direct human contact again. Pete, he said quietly as he approached, I'm coming up behind you. Pete nodded slightly. I guess you know your radio's out. The whole system's on the fritz. Maybe it's sunspots, I don't know. Pete's voice was weak, barely audible. Reed double-timed and knelt beside him. Pete's rifle was gone. His face was pale, drained of blood, and he was holding his side. Blood oozed between his fingers. It looked like a knife wound. Reed didn't ask how it had happened. That wasn't important now. Easy, bud. We're going to get you out of here. Sam. What? Get down. Reed saw the terror in Pete's eyes as they focused across the clearing. Not thinking, just trusting, Reed ducked. A bullet zinged over his head and thudded into Pete's chest. Then came the POW of a rifle. Reed hugged the ground, looked up at Pete. Pete's lifeless body slumped over, revealing a bullet puncture and a red smear on the tree behind him. Reed held his rifle in a death grip. He had a general idea where the shot had come from, but he dared not raise his head to make sure. Sam. Pete said Sam. Why began to enter his head, but the why didn't matter, not now. Not being killed mattered. Reed rolled behind a clump of rocks, disturbing some brush, a telltale sign of his location. There was a puff of dust and the whine of a ricochet. The slope fell away just below Reed's position, providing a protective dome of earth between him and the shooter. He grabbed his chance and ran, crouching, down the slope and into the trees. Dropping behind a protective log, he peered back toward the clearing as he cycled the bolt on his rifle. Chambering around it didn't feel right. He opened the bolt. The firing pin was broken as if someone had punched it in with a nail. Max had offered to load Reed's rifle and Reed had said okay. Max and Sam. The cover-up. Them? Why? The questions would have to come later. For now, there was absolutely no sense in sticking around. Reed barreled down the hill, not navigating, just moving, ducking behind trees, zigzagging, always looking for cover. The GPS. He glanced at it. He could see his own blip, and now he could see Sam's, coming down the hill after him, homing in on his satellite signal. Reed clicked off his unit. The LCD screen went black. No Reed. No Sam. No signals. He was alone in the woods except for the men trying to kill him, out of contact. Hunted. 18 It was like awakening slowly from an anesthetic, coming out of the dark, re-entering the world from somewhere far away. She heard a voice but understood no words. The floor felt wet and sticky against her face, and it was reeling as if the entire motorhome were floating on stormy water. A sharp pain hammered her skull with every beat of her pulse, and she smelled blood. She became aware of her body in stages, first her hands, then her arms, and then her legs, but somehow, through the morass of tangled, swirling thoughts that were half dream, half coherent, she knew that she must not move, she must not appear alive. She heard a voice from somewhere, and in a few more moments and a few more painful pulse beats, she remembered whose voice it was. Thorne. She recalled the last image she saw before her awareness came to a shattering halt, Steve Thorne, eyes as cold as a shark's, aiming his pistol at her. As near as she could determine from the pattern of the pain and the state of her body, the bullet had struck her in the head. The bullet was now, she cringed to imagine, but she was still alive and beginning to think again, which astounded her. No, he's got it switched off, came Thorne's voice. He paused as if listening to someone and then answered, I know, but just keep moving, keep the pressure. She sensed from the direction of his voice that he was behind her. Carefully, she worked one eye open. The floor of the motorhome wavered and then came into focus. The first thing she saw was a pool of blood. How she'd managed to regain consciousness she had no idea, but one thing was certain, whatever consciousness she had would temporary at best. Just a few more moments, she thought. If I can gather my strength for just a few more moments. Reed rolled over a log, sank into the cover of some willows, and lay still, listening, thinking. Encouraging thoughts were in short supply. For all he knew, there hadn't been anything wrong with Wiley Kane's rifle, which would mean Kane was dead and maybe Singh as well, both at the hand of Steve Thorne. That left him no friends and 3 hunters trying to track him down. If he could turn on his GPS and pick up their locations, that was the problem. If he turned his unit on, the others would be able to see him just as he would be able to see them. He could guess that he was in the middle of a triangle with Max to the north, Sam to the south, and Thorne downhill to the west. They were no doubt closing in on him right now. He wriggled through the willows and ran for a stand of firs. A chip of bark flew from a trunk and nearly hit him in the cheek. Well, at least he was maintaining some distance. Jacob halted again, turned in place, sniffed, and searched as he grunted at his females, yanking them to keep them close together. They were still working their way north, but in zigzags, quick sprints, silent hidings. The woman was silent, unseen, but Beck trusted Jacob's senses and understood why he was keeping the group together. Predators went for the stragglers, the strays, those left alone. If they stayed together, mate and just maybe Beck had heard more gunshots behind them. She couldn't make any sense of it except to guess the hunters were trying to signal her. She felt the GPS in her shirt pocket. For now, surrounded by the frightened, fleeing family, she left it off. "Okay," Thorne was saying, "try to keep pace with him and don't let him flank you. I'm all set to torch this place as soon as you're done." Torch. Fire. Now Singh recognized a particular smell that didn't belong, gasoline. She concentrated, then raised her head a hair's breadth, gritting her teeth against the pain. "I must be a stone. Lord, help me not to feel, help me not to hurt." She raised her head higher. She tested the fingers on her right hand. From somewhere, she found strength. She couldn't see Thorne but could paint a picture in her mind from what she could hear, 4 feet away. Sitting at the computer. Facing maybe a quarter turn away from her. Looking down at the screen, and, dear Lord, please, his weight on the forward half of the chair. She wouldn't be able to test her strength or her ability to move. She would have only one chance to move at all. She envisioned where the knife rack must be, very close, above the cutting board, near the bedroom door. One quick leap would get her there, if she was able. She envisioned the carving knife in her right hand, the one with the sharpest point. She reviewed her memory of the various knifing victims she had examined, which wounds had killed in the shortest amount of time. "Is she dead?" Thorne was saying. "Are you kidding? I blew her brains out. You want me to do it again? I am a stone." She pulled in a long, steady breath, then let it out slowly, silently. She pulled in a second breath, then let it out. Without motion, she tested her muscles. Thorne was listening again, drumming his fingers on the counter. Hopefully, he would talk again, his ears would be filled with the sound of his own voice. "Adam, come on, now. You're in this neck deep with the rest of us. Let's get it done." With every reserve of strength, of body, and of spirit, Singh flipped from her belly to her back and then to her side, closing the distance to the computer chair. Thorne's head was turning toward the sound and he was saying, "And go home," just as her hands gripped the wheeled base of the chair, yanked, and upset it from under him. He fell away from her, grabbing the counter, trying to recover as the chair clattered on its side to the floor. She pushed to her feet, reached with her right hand, grasped the knife from the rack. Her head emptied of blood and she sank to her knees, head down, vision clouded, pain raging through her skull. Her hair and scalp were sodden and dripping. She held the knife in both hands. Thorne was on his feet immediately. He came at her. She raised her head and saw her target, the femoral artery near the top of his thigh. Her head was swimming, her strength departing. He put his hands on her, tried to grab her arms. With both hands, she plunged the knife into his thigh near the groin. He screamed in pain and horror, releasing his grip, backing off. The knife slipped from the wound with a spurt of blood. His leg collapsed under him and he staggered backwards, tumbling over the fallen chair. He was distracted, disoriented, on his back. Her chance would never come again. Unable to rise to her feet, she lunged forward on her knees, screaming like a cougar, pouncing like a bear. Just above the belly, just below the breastbone, at just the right angle with both hands and all her weight, she put the knife through his heart. He stared at her in disbelief, gasping, trembling, until his eyes went blank, his pupils dilated, and his head clunked against the floor. His arms, then his whole body, went limp. Near his head were the Mobile Labs auxiliary gasoline cans. He wouldn't be using them. Singh rolled to the floor beside the man she had just killed, her scream becoming a loud sobbing from pain, fear, and horror. Jacob and the females were moving swiftly, their articulated feet padding silently over deep humus and soft green moss, weaving up and down, under and around immense, ancient pillars of old-growth forest with seeming indifference. But Beck was sure she knew this place. Hadn't she once compared it to a Tolkien or Lewis fantasy, a wondrous, otherworldly place where hobbits and elves, fairies and princesses, knights and ogres had their adventures and intrigues? She'd been here with Reed only a week ago. Hadn't she, painfully clinging to Rachel's shoulders, she looked for a trail, a ravine, a creek with a log bridge, an old cabin torn apart by a savage beast, frightening memories to be sure, but it was the nearest boundary of her world, the last place she'd ever been as a human being. Rachel slowed, faltered, then turned downhill. "Vmo," Beck started to say. Rachel kept going, loping down the slope even after Jacob stopped, turned around, and grunted a question at her, even after Leah barked in alarm and Reuben whimpered. Beck pushed herself higher up on Rachel's back and scanned the forest on every side, wondering where Rachel was going, and why, and feeling anxious about being separated from the group. "Rachel? Hello? What are you doing?" Beck looked over her shoulder. Jacob, Leah, and Reuben were huddling together, fidgeting and grunting. Rachel's side trip was not in their plans. Rachel was sniffing, on the trail of something. Beck had never seen this behavior before, a Sasquatch sniffing after something rather than running from something it happened to smell. "What is it, girl?" They came to an immense log that had once been a majestic cedar unnumbered years before. A web of tangled roots clawed the air at one end, the other end disappeared in the forest, covered over with young firs and cedars that had taken root along its surface. Rachel sniffed the air again as if trying to be sure of something, then circled around the roots to the other side. A loud fluttering startled Beck. She ducked behind Rachel's head as a gathering of birds scattered into the air, ravens, an osprey, 2 bald eagles. Recovering, and peering over Rachel's shoulder, Beck saw that the birds had been here a while. The surrounding thickets, branches, and windfall were spattered with white droppings. Rachel straightened in that certain way that let Beck know she could slide to the ground. Beck released her grip around Rachel's shoulders and slid clumsily onto a mound of red crumbles, the remains of a fallen tree. Her legs were weak, she collapsed to the ground. Rachel took a furtive step, then another, looking at something amid the broken, dropping spattered branches of serviceberry, until, with a mournful sigh, she sank to her haunches, her head hanging. Beck struggled to her feet, eased closer, and caught a scent she'd come to know, raw meat and peeled animal hide, this time with a reek of decay. From behind Rachel's slumped back, she peered into the broken bushes and saw a rib cage almost picked clean by the birds, the blackening meat showing red where it had been freshly torn by their beaks. Eyes widening with horror, Beck saw an arm, half-eaten, half covered with reddish-brown fur, with an ape's hand, 5 fingers and a thumb. Beck moved from Rachel's right shoulder to her left for a better look. The innards were almost completely gone. The spine was visible through the empty chest cavity, and Beck saw that the neck had been violently twisted and broken. Lying crookedly, almost separate from the body, was the rotting head of a Sasquatch child, one eye closed, one eye gone, the face pecked and gouged. The little female was Beck's size. The mouth was smeared with huckleberries, and the hair, the long, magnificent hair, was reddish-brown, the same color as Rachel's. She was yours, wasn't she? Rachel's body began to quake as air rushed in and out of her nostrils like sobs. Beck, already in a state of shock, was further astonished. Was Rachel crying? Was it possible? Tears flooded Rachel's eyes, overflowed, and ran down her face, something Beck had never seen or imagined in the great ape. Rachel, sweetheart. Beck touched her, patted her. Rachel threw back her head and howled, a loud sound that rippled through the forest and carried for miles. From above, Leah began howling and Jacob barked a warning. The forest was filled with the noise. Beck covered an ear with one hand, stroked Rachel's shoulder with the other. She recalled the bite marks on that shoulder, the patch of blood that had soiled Beck's leather coat, the howls she and Reed heard that night, not vicious howls of predation and threat as they'd thought, but howls of struggle and loss, pain and remorse, the same as she was hearing now. Then, like a loathsome reminder, a third voice joined Leah and Rachel's from out there. The wailing woman, the demon of Lost Creek, began to answer the howls with her own eerie cry, matching them volume for volume. The ghostly chorus from that night on Lost Creek was complete. Beck had been in this place before. Reed was not terrified when the howling voices floated his way through the forest, layer upon echoed layer. For him, it was an awakening of hope. He knew those voices well, and judging from the sound, the beasts were still within reach if he could only live that long. He took a measured risk and raised his head from his hiding place between two moss-covered logs, scanning the forest all around. He saw no telltale movement behind the trunks of trees and the tangled stalks of bushes. He heard no snapping of twigs or crunching of leaves to indicate his enemies had found him. Not that it mattered. They were hunters. They would be doing all they could to remain unseen and unheard. The last 2 bullets had whizzed by his head before he'd seen or heard anything else. But he'd heard the beasts, and if they were nearby, Beck could be nearby, and if, on the outside chance that she'd decided to send a signal. He turned on his GPS and the screen lit up. He could see Sam almost straight uphill from him, and knew Sam could see him. Max was still to the north and moving farther that way, not interested in Reed at all but going after the beasts, and maybe Beck. He last saw Steve Thorne's blip approaching Singh's motorhome near the end of Service Road 221, but it was off the screen now, which could be the worst of news. Only Singh could update him on blip number 6, Beck's unit was turned on and if he could raise Singh on the radio, and only if Singh was still alive. A weak and faltering voice came through his earpiece, "Reed, I see you on my screen. Can you hear me?" Reed felt as though he'd reconnected a lifeline. "Singh. I was afraid you were dead." "Almost. Steve Thorne shot me in the head." He couldn't have heard that correctly. "Say again." Singh was slumped over in her computer chair, pressing a blooded towel to her head, trying to view the screen sideways and work the keyboard with one free hand. Sometimes she could think clearly, and sometimes she felt she was dreaming. It was a glancing blow. She touched the wound and winced. "It feels like a shallow depressed fracture, non-penetrating." She looked at the blooded towel. The bullet missed the temporal artery, but there's still a mess. "Have you called the medics?" "Thorne smashed my cell phone and I can't find the police radio." "Where is Thorne now?" "Steve Thorne is dead." "Did you say Thorne is dead?" She looked at the corpse on the floor for a moment, her focus wavering. I'm pretty sure. I severed his femoral artery and stabbed him through the heart. He isn't moving. Sing, Pete's dead too. Sam killed him. Do you copy? She heard the anguish in Reed's voice, as if he were hearing the news himself for the first time. Her wound pulsed out fresh pain in a faster rhythm. Did you say Pete is dead? Yes. Sam shot him, and now Sam's trying to kill me. She rested her head on the counter, weak with shock and grief. Maybe she was dreaming, and this was a bad dream. It felt like one. Sing. Are you there? The cover-up came to her mind and out her mouth. We need to find Beck. Can you see her on your screen? Sing blinked and forced her eyes to focus on the screen. Reed. Sam is coming down the hill, coming close to you. Sam's blip winked out. Oh no, he's not ping. Reed had just turned to scramble out of the logs when the bullet hit and chips flew only inches away. He ducked, rolled, plowed into some bushes, found a tree to protect him. Sam. Reed called into his GPS radio. Sam, you don't want to do this. No answer. Reed looked at his screen. That's what Sing meant. Sam had turned off his unit. He'd gone invisible. Well, it could work both ways. Reed switched off his unit. He knew Sam was heading down the hill from the south. Hoping to flank him, Reed started up the hill toward the north. Beck heard the shot and searched that direction but saw no movement, no camouflage jackets or caps. She thought of shouting, but no, not here, not where they would find Rachel. As if Rachel were not giving them plenty of noise already. She was still howling inconsolably, her head thrown back, her right hand beating her chest. Beck tried to calm her, quiet her down. Shush, now. Shush. Rachel, don't do this. The hunters will find you. Rachel shrugged her hand away, and Beck shied back a step, stricken by the tableau of a grieving mother and her dead, mangled child, incredulous at the revelation in the child's reddish-brown hair. I was her. You thought I was her. No wonder you wanted my hair the way it was. K.A. thump. As if he dropped from the sky, Jacob came leaping over the log and thudded like a falling timber right next to them. Beck jumped with a yelp, but Jacob paid her no mind. Growling and scolding, he yanked Rachel to her feet and shoved her against the log, trying to knock some sense into her. She quit howling but kept crying. He pushed her from behind, herded her, swatted her, got her moving around the log. Rachel did not look back to find Beck. She just went around the log, still whimpering, with Jacob huffing at her to be quiet. Beck stood there. Alone. Amazed. Nonplussed. Rachel didn't look back. Even they reappeared on the hill the log, Jacob was hurrying her along, pushing and grunting. She obeyed and climbed the slope in front of him, her soft feet taking hold of the ground with sure steps, her head hanging as she wiped her tear-stained face. They disappeared behind a tree, re-emerged, passed behind another tree, then two, and then the forest shrouded them like a closing curtain and Beck saw them no more. Somewhere in the deep forest, out of sight, Rachel quit whimpering and Jacob fell silent. Beck backed up a step, and noticed that she could. She looked over her shoulder, down the hill, and realized she could go there. She looked up the hill. No Jacob. No Rachel. No group. Vivid about the woman. Beck listened carefully, rotating a full circle. The woman was silent, which could mean she was gone, or lurking, or stalking, or trailing the Sasquatchs. There was no time to fret about it. There was no option but to get moving, to find a landmark or trail, to get that GPS turned on and make sure the hunters found only her. She ventured one small step downhill, slowed by the pain in her body, her ankle complaining but carrying her. Other steps came after the first, from tree to ledge to stump to tree to fallen log, farther down and still farther down, always peering ahead, always hoping to sight something familiar emerging through the ever-changing curtain of trees. Just one more time, she looked back. The Sasquatchs were gone. She was no danger to them. She pulled the GPS from her shirt pocket and pressed the on button. The LCD screen lit up. Singh just had to accept it. She couldn't explain it, she wasn't expecting it, she could hardly comprehend it, but there it was, blip number 6. Read, I have Beck on my screen. The screen faded to black, her thoughts disintegrated into nonsense and she began to dream. She didn't know how much time had passed before she jerked awake, forced her eyes open, and brought the screen back into focus. Read, Max is heading for blip 6. He can see where Beck is. Read, do you copy? No answer. Beck studied the screen on her GPS as she hiked a meandering, limping course down the mountain slope, heading for what looked like a stream on the moving map, hoping to find another human being. Hello? Is anybody there? She was alone, and she knew it. She was a stray, a straggler, and a perfect target for a predator. No wonder Rachel never let her wander off. Hello. I'm Beck Shelton. Is anyone there? Keep moving, girl, keep moving. Find those hunters. Was she making that noise? She stopped. The rustling she heard continued. It came from up the slope, back among the trees where anything could hide. Hello. No answer, just the snap of twigs, the rustling of some brush. Reed crouched in a thick cluster of young growth, not sure enough of where he was to keep moving. He may have slipped by Sam on his way uphill, but there was only one way to be sure. He pressed the on button. The screen told him he was a little upslope and a little south of where he wanted to be. Sing. Do you read? Her voice was weak but tense with excitement. Read, I have blip number 6, bearing 342, close to Lost Creek. Max is closing on it. Something in Reed came alive again. He zoomed out on his screen to find the creek, to orient himself to the bearing. Sam's blip appeared like a ship out of the fog, closer than ever. The bullet hit with a loud whack. Reed spun and went down with a cry, grasping his shoulder. Reed, Sam is coming uphill toward you. Reed had to grab a breath before he could answer, gasping with pain. Sing. I've been hit. Beck quickened her step. A human would have answered when she called. She moved downhill, ducked behind some trees, froze, and listened. The sounds were following her, moving down the hill, a thump, a dragging, another stick breaking. She leaped and limped to the next tree and listened again. She may have heard more noises, but now the gurgle of a creek was making it difficult to tell. A creek? She limped to the next tree and peered around it. A ravine? A creek? It had to be Lost Creek. Thump. Drag. Thump. Drag. She ducked behind the tree and peeked uphill. Through the spaces in the trees she caught a flash of black hair, a patch of yellowing flesh. Whatever it was walking. Beck only whispered, Jacob. The woman screamed in reply, so close Beck could hear the rattle of phlegm in her windpipe. Beck spun, tried to run, but her legs were weak and she fell headlong. The cry of the banshee blasted over her, around her, so close and so loud it hurt. Thump. Drag. Thump. Drag. 19 Reed disappeared from Singh's screen. Reed, don't do this to me. Be alive, please. With a few fumbling tries, she zoomed in on Sam's blip. He was shifting back and forth as if searching. Reed ducked and wove around trunks and undergrowth as quickly and silently as he could, mimicking the stalking techniques he'd seen Pete use, half guessing his bearing, hoping, praying for enough time to live, to stay ahead of Sam, to get to Beck and end this. His GPS was off. For now, he would have to be invisible. Beck rolled to a stop, righted herself, looked up the slope, thump. Drag. It emerged from behind an ancient fir, thumping on one crooked leg and dragging the other, still raw and bleeding from a bullet wound. It wavered, grabbed at one tree and then the next with long ape arms to steady itself, wheezing hoarsely, teeth bared and canines glistening. It was every bit as large and powerful as Jacob, but bent, twisted, deformed. Its black hair was sparse and patchy, bristling like quills from its jaundiced skin. The wrinkled head was nearly bald, and one half of the face was peeling, blistered and scabbed from a recent burn. When it saw her, it glared with bulbous yellow eyes and screamed a scream Beck could feel. It came after her, hobbling on uneven legs, careening, its long arms guiding it from tree to tree as it descended the slope. Beck leaped aside as it rumbled past. It planted a hand on a tree and spun around, fell, rose again, and crawled up the hill on all fours, thumping and dragging, grabbing and pulling, a crooked, arthritic hand clawing to reach her. Beck screamed as she turned to escape up the bank, her strength ebbing, the humus crumbling and giving beneath her feet. She screamed again with all that was in her as a huge hand swung close enough to strike her foot but not grab it. Thinking like an animal, Beck wailed a Sasquatch wail of alarm, loud and throaty, again and again, grabbing roots and small bushes to pull herself away from those hands, those teeth, those glaring eyes. Reed heard the screams, Beck's screams, he'd know her voice anywhere, and it was all he could do to keep his cool, stay smart, and not break into a blind run. Sam was still a factor, and Reed would never be able to outrun him. He found a hiding spot behind some rocks and collapsed there, taking off his hat, struggling out of his jacket. "Hang on, Beck." The thing fell on its face as its legs buckled, it writhed and flailed until it was moving again, hobbling on twos, walking on fours, stumbling on threes, shoulders uneven, knuckles skinned and bleeding. It lagged behind long enough for Beck to break into a clearing where patches of maple and elderberry grew through a crisscross of wind-fallen trunks. She came up against a wall of brush and fallen trees with no way over or around. The creature broke into the clearing, huffing and wheezing, froth on its chin, eyes crazed. Thump. Drag. Thump. Drag. Beck turned, her back against the brush pile, her arms and legs tangled in an explosion of shoots, leaves, and branches. She cried out again, looking for a way out, over, under, anywhere. The thing bared its teeth, reached out, boom. The left shoulder jerked violently as blood and flesh exploded out the creature's back. It cried out in pain and horror, afraid, wondering. Boom. The right arm jerked and twisted, the bicep punctured and spurting red, the bone beneath snapping. Boom. The creature reeled backward, a puncture in its chest. It stood, glaring at Beck, teeth bared, reddening saliva seeping through its teeth. Boom. With another blast through its chest, its breath became a gargle. It teetered and swayed, choking, its eyes locked on Beck with murderous intent until they slowly closed in sleep and the creature fell with a thump. That shook the ground. It lay still. There was a momentary, unnatural silence. Beck could not comprehend that the danger was over. She pushed farther into the thicket, tried to get a foothold on the log, slipped and fell into the elderberry branches. Then she saw someone. A hunter in camouflage came into the clearing, stepping cautiously, rifle leveled at the creature. Beck couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She could only stare through the leaves. He went to the creature, now spread flat on its back on the rough ground. He poked it with his rifle, then pointed the rifle directly at the thing's head. Beck turned her head away. Boom. One last shot. The hunter glanced around the clearing. Hello? Beck Shelton. He spotted her through all the helter-skelter limbs, and he appeared a little puzzled. Beck? Beck Shelton? Why was he staring at her? It's all right. The creature's dead. Language had left her. Who are you? Vmo am I? She nodded. I'm a friend. My name is Adam Burkhart. Reed lay among the rocks, unable to move. He switched on the GPS and spoke in a weak, trembling voice. Sam? Sam, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to kill me? For the very first time, Sam replied. It's nothing personal, Reed. It's something I was hired to do. I don't understand. It's not that complicated. Just call it survival. Singh saw Reed's blip on her screen, but it wasn't moving. Sam's was, changing course and heading directly for him. She mumbled into her headphone, Sam. I'm a witness. Sam, I can see you on my screen. There was an ominous silence as the blip kept moving closer to Reed's position. Abruptly, Sam radioed, You've got a hole in your head, so I figure I've still got a pretty good chance of catching up with you later. Reed? You still with us, buddy? Reed's voice was barely audible. Please don't kill me. Beck pushed a few limbs aside. She studied the man, unsure about him. He was suddenly preoccupied, listening intently to the device in his ear. She could see a GPS on his sleeve. Sam Marlowe got a visual, Reed Shelton down, propped against a log, hand against his chest as if he were having trouble breathing. Sam steadied himself against a tree, sighted Reed's back through his scope, sorry, pal, and pulled the trigger. The body lurched with the impact, then remained still, flopped over the log. He sighed with relief. About time. Keeping his rifle ready, he stepped carefully into the open, approaching his target. He could see a good-sized hole through Reed's jacket. He spoke into his radio, Boss? You there? Go ahead, Burkhart answered. Sam reached the body. Heard you doing a lot of shooting. Did you get what you were after? Yeah, so far. Well, I just got Reed, so let's close this up and get out of here. We've still got Thorne's job to finish. Roger. I'll get back to you. Burkhart's voice didn't sound too sure. Adam Burkhart set his rifle down, removed the earpiece from his ear, and turned off his GPS. I guess that's that. He looked at Beck, who was still hiding in the bushes. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. I spent quite a few years studying these creatures. For some reason, she couldn't move. Sam shook his head. Burkhart sounded as though he was having doubts again, which wasn't good. Burkhart set this whole thing up, and now he was becoming the weak link. Never send a boy. Sam grabbed Reed's body by the shoulder and flipped it over. It was Hwali Kane, dressed in Reed's jacket, his white mane stuffed inside Reed's cap. Reed could move now. He aimed his rifle from his hiding place in the rocks, only 15 yards away. Sam, drop that rifle. Sam's face flushed with surprise. He raised his weapon. Reed shot him through the heart, knocking him backwards. He dropped like a limp puppet. Reed rose only enough to make sure Sam and his rifle landed separately, then got on the radio. Singh? It's Reed. Can you hear me? Maybe being shot in the head had something to do with it. Singh was still hearing Reed's voice. Reed, are you alive? I had to do some play acting. Sorry to scare you. Sam? Sam's close. Reed over Sam's body and double-checked. Sam is dead. I shot him with Hwali Kane's rifle. He looked about cautiously. Do you have Max on your screen? No. He's gone now. But I still have Beck. Get me there, Singh. Sing was fading. Her answer came in disjointed pieces. Head for Creek. The bearing is 340. Less than a quarter-mile. Lost. Adam Burkhart sat on a log, wiping his close-shaven brow and staring at the grotesque, bleeding beast at his feet. This creature was an experiment that went terribly awry. He laughed. Makes me sound like a mad scientist, doesn't it? He quit laughing abruptly. Maybe I qualify. This is a terrible thing, just terrible. Beck ventured to the edge of the bushes, eyes probing this man and the hairy, misshapen creature that had almost killed her. Did it kill? She could not recall the man's name. Randy Thompson. She nodded. Oh yes. It's killed several people. We thought it had killed you. His face was sad, and yet he seemed to marvel. It was bred that way, bred to prevail, even though it can't reproduce. He pointed, almost proudly. But did you notice it was trying to walk upright? We removed the big toes so it couldn't live in the trees and would have to navigate mostly on the ground. We may have confirmed our theory, but then again, the knee and hip joints are unsuitable for bipedalism, so it's hard to draw any conclusions. She stared at him blankly. He shook his head. I'm sorry. This does take a bit of explaining, doesn't it? Well, have you ever heard how we're all 98% chimpanzee? Reed ran, ducked, swerved, jumped, ran some more, jamming more cartridges into Kane's rifle as he went. He still didn't have blip number 6 on his screen, but he had to be getting close. He'd entered a familiar stretch of old-growth forest. The terrain descended toward Lost Creek. Sing's eyes were so heavy she could hardly keep them open. Too far downhill. You want 355. Reed's blip changed course, but its progress seemed agonizingly slow. Sing, is Beck moving at all? Sing closed her eyes. The motorhome was rocking again, heaving like the ocean. She was getting nauseous. Sing. She opened her eyes. Now it's 350. Anyway, said Burkhart, replacing his hat and eyeing Beck with a strange look of pity, what we've taught people to believe, we have yet to prove, and now. He indicated the beast at his feet. Some could even say we proven the opposite, which would be very difficult for us, to say the least. We wouldn't want that fact to become too, noticeable. Am I making any sense? Beck could only shake her head. He stood, wringing his hands, obviously agitated, nervous. It made her nervous. Well, here's the situation, many, at least half of the search party, thought it was a bear, and when they shot a large bear, they thought they had the villain, and they all went home. That was excellent. That took care of half the problem. He stepped closer to her, his hands out in front of him as if gesturing. And then there was a really wonderful hoax by some Bigfoot fanatics. You should have seen it, footprints and everything. It provided an excellent dismissal of that contingent as crackpots that no one would take seriously. He came so close that Beck took a step backward. But then there were the people who actually saw our creature but were not killed, people like your husband, Reed. And you? He grimaced. If you just hadn't been in the woods, things could have been different. As it is, you and your husband are liability, and now, with your husband no longer a factor, that leaves you. Beck pressed backward into the tangle, dismay becoming dread, and dread becoming terror. Reed no longer a factor? What did that mean? Then it occurred to her, she was not back in her own world. This was not a human being come to save her, but an articulate, educated beast. She could see in his eyes what she'd seen only moments in the eyes of his creature. He was there to kill her. She turned and bolted into the bushes. He grabbed her by her collar, and jerked her backward, off her feet. She fought, striking and flailing, as he dragged her out of the thicket by her collar, by her hair. I'm sorry," he kept saying. Reed heard a scream, very close. He checked his GPS. He was picking up blip number 6, uphill, bearing 005, not more than 200 yards through dense, young growth. Sing. We got her. 005. Can you confirm? Singh saw both blips on her screen, with Reed converging. The image was fuzzy, fading in and out of her awareness, becoming meaningless to her. Go to her, Reed. She backed her chair away from the computer and put her head between her knees. The pain made her whimper. She checked the towel she'd been using, and fresh blood dripped on it the moment she lifted it from her head. She didn't remember toppling to the floor. She only remembered seeing the ceiling as high as the sky above her and hearing the faint sound of a helicopter before she fell asleep. Beck was face down in rocks, needles, and grass, trying to squirm free, flailing her arms at nothing, struggling for breath as Burkhart's knee pinned her to the ground. He clamped his hands on either side of her head, she peeled them loose. He gripped her forehead and the back of her head and began twisting. I'm sorry, he said. I don't want to do this. She grabbed, clawed, kicked, but couldn't resist his strength. Her neck twisted some more. Her scream became a gargle. He was going to snap her neck, kill her like all the others, carry out what his beast couldn't. Abruptly, his grip forced her head backward, and then, he was gone. His weight lifted from her body as if a huge eagle had plucked him up. She got her arms and legs under her, ready to dig in and get away. The sky was blotted out by blackness that moved, roared with anger, and held Burkhart aloft as if he weighed nothing. With long, tree-trunk arms, the monstrous shape hurled Burkhart across the clearing. Burkhart hit the ground, tumbled, struggled to right himself. He looked up, way up, and the sight paralyzed him. Beck was amazed, relieved, and terrified. It was Jacob, vicious and defensive, taking position between Beck and Burkhart with black hair bristling, fangs bared, and arms ready to dismember. Burkhart's rifle was only a few feet beyond his reach. He noticed it, tried to ease toward it. Deputy Dave Saunders had an iron grip on the wheel and a determined set in his jaw as he drove his squad car through Abney, lights flashing, and veered onto Service Road 221. Behind him came another squad car carrying 2 more deputies, a squad car carrying 2 Idaho State Patrol men, an ambulance with 4 paramedics, and behind that, a light green rig carrying 3 shotgun-toting forest rangers. Cap rode in the squad car beside him, hand on the dash, eyes intent on the road. How far? Dave got on the radio. Chopper 09, we are entering Road 221 at Abney. Any fix on the motor home? High above, piloting a National Guard helicopter on loan to Idaho Fish and Game, Jimmy Clark eyed the old road that snaked through the rolling, forested terrain. 2 sheriff's officers rode with him. Where the road began to fade from brown dirt to green weeds, Jimmy spotted the silver rectangle he was looking for. Car 12, I have the motor home, about 4 miles up the road. No activity, but we'll stick around. Drive safe, everybody. Dave drove as fast as safe would allow, the wheels pounding over ruts and potholes, the car nearly bottoming its springs. The other vehicles stayed right behind him. Burkhart had just grabbed his rifle when Jacob plucked him off the ground by a wad of his jacket. The scientist dangled in the air, legs kicking, face stretched with horror, trying to chamber around, trying to aim his rifle. Jacob didn't wait for Burkhart to resolve such issues but threw him into the brush, where he tumbled and thrashed out of sight in the tangle. Beck was suddenly surrounded by reddish-brown hair as huge arms enfolded her and pulled her in. She fell against a familiar bosom, felt a sweaty heat, inhaled a disgusting stench, and for the first time in a week, felt perfectly, wondrously safe. Rachel grunted, looking down at her. Beck had seen that expression before, when she awoke in Rachel's arms in a patch of huckleberries. Jacob tramped halfway into the brush, watched Burkhart's still body for a short time, growled a last word, and then he was satisfied. He stomped out of the bushes and started to leave, but not without an obligatory glance in Beck's direction. She wanted to smile, to thank him, to give him a hug, but of course, he would not understand such things. She only hummed her thanks, looking just below his eyeline. He huffed back at her as if to say, "This doesn't mean I like you," and vanished into the trees. Beck tried to relax. She had to deal with Rachel somehow, had to. Rachel tensed, her arms closing tightly against Beck. Danger. Beck could read it clearly in Rachel's manner. Was Burkhart still? The brush across the clearing opened, and Beck gasped audibly. Her legs weakened and her hands began to shake. It was Reed, hard run and sweating, holding a rifle, suddenly motionless at what he saw. She couldn't express what she felt in words, only a Sasquatch sound, a long mournful cry as she hung in Rachel's arms, trying to believe. 20 Reed was prepared to confront anything, but the scene before him was impossible to fathom. It was as if time had folded back on itself and he was below the waterfall again. The creature he never quite saw that night stood across the clearing, plainly visible, a reddish version of Arlen's photograph, but so much bigger in real life. Just as before, it held Beck, but what had happened to her? The pitiful woman in that creature's arms was dirty all over, smeared with mud and it looked like manure. Her face was bruised, and one eye was puffy. Grass and weeds hung from every chink in her clothing, the front of her shirt was stained with blood, and now she was making sounds like an animal. In the center of the clearing lay a grotesque, fly-infested corpse that shattered all of his previous assumptions. Rachel growled low in her throat and began to back away. Beck shot a hand toward Reed and cried out like a Sasquatch, pleading, "Oh, oh, 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 Reed." Rachel hesitated, huffing air through her nostrils, her arms like steel, on the verge of fleeing. But something held her here. Maybe, just maybe, she recognized this stranger. Beck detected Jacob's stench. He hadn't left. Reed didn't move, but he had a round in the chamber and his finger on the trigger. Beck had cried out his name. He said hers, very quietly. "Beck." "Look at me," she said, her hand extended toward him. "Don't look at her, look at me." Beck was talking. "Are you all right?" The big red beast was huffing, nervous, spooked, ready to attack, or ready to run. Reed couldn't tell which it would be, but he would shoot either way. He heard a low growl coming from the trees behind the beast and recalled the multiple footprints, especially those of the alpha male. He forbade himself to be afraid, but his hands were getting icy. "Reed," Beck called quietly, "you have to bow. You have to show them you're not a threat." Reed had to be sure he'd heard her right. Bow. Beck sensed that Rachel was warily checking out this intruder, which was a good sign. In a different situation, Rachel never would have stuck around at all. Beck kept her hand stretched out to show friendship and connection, hoping Rachel would read it that way. "Bow, Reed." She pantomimed a slight bow. "Bow down." Reed bowed only a few inches, his eyes taking in his target, his rifle pointing only slightly away. "Yes, yes, that's right." He looked up. "Don't look at them, look at me." He dropped his eyes and met hers. "We have to show them we know each other. Just look at me, and don't smile." He wasn't smiling anyway, but he relaxed his expression as best he could. "Good, good, good. Don't show your teeth, that's a threat. Now maybe you'd better put the rifle down." "No way. Can't do it," Beck, there came that growl from the trees again. Reed saw something moving back there. If that was the top of the thing's head, it was a lot taller than Reed would have expected. Beck made that weird guttural sound again, reaching out with both hands. Oh, 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 oh. Then she clicked her tongue. Talk. Talk. Now what was he supposed to do? Reach out to me, like I'm doing? Reed cradled the rifle in his left hand and slowly reached with his right, an eye on those trees. Look at me, Reed. How far do I trust her? The big red creature huffed, eyeing him with obvious suspicion as the trees behind her quaked. Come on, Big Red, he thought. You know me. We met before. Beck pushed to get free of Rachel's arms but was held tight. As for Jacob, Beck recognized his breathing from the last time Reed came too close. Reed? Reed, listen to me. I don't think they are buying it. He tightened his grip on the rifle. No. No, just put it down. Can't do it. They've seen hunters before. It scares them. Reed had to trust Beck or shoot. He looked into Beck's eyes one very long, final time. Reed, he found her. He finally saw, under all that filth, the Beck he'd known was there all along, the confident, competent woman he'd grown to love. He slowly stooped over and set the rifle down. Stay there now, she said. Stay bent over. Don't look up. He bent low, eyes to the ground, every bit of common sense telling him this was death for sure. The growling behind the trees stopped. Beck forced herself to relax. She looked up at Rachel and hummed in as calm and happy a tone as she could. Rachel gazed down at her, then cocked her head, eyes troubled. Beck reached for Reed again, not pleading this time, but expressing happiness. Hum, HMMMPH across the clearing, Reed sang to all fours. Rachel's arms relaxed. Beck told her, friend. My friend. Talk. Talk. Rachel eyed Reed for a long, careful moment, as if she was finally sorting out where she'd seen that strange creature before. See, said Beck, patting Rachel's arm. You know him? You've seen him before? Rachel quit huffing and just stared. Reed stayed on the ground but was poised to grab his rifle if anything went wrong. Rachel drew a deep breath, sighed it out, and slowly relaxed her arms. Beck stepped down, limping slightly, one hand holding Rachel's, one hand toward Reed. Look at me, Reed. He lifted his face to hers, and she could see hope flooding his eyes. Don't get up. Let me come to you. I have to come to you. She gazed back at Rachel one last time. Rachel seemed perplexed and troubled, but when Beck let go of her hand, she withdrew it, letting it fall to her side. Beck turned toward Reed and limped across the clearing, passing by the fallen monster. She could muster only a quick, fearful glance in its direction. It was the longest wait of Reed's life, but he kept to the rules, watching Beck come closer, stepping and limping over rocks, easing through grass and low brush. When she was only 10 feet away, she said quietly, I think you can get up now. He rose slowly, meeting her eyes, careful not to look at she fell into his arms. He embraced her as she held him, kissed him, clung to him, stinking like a sewer but totally, wonderfully Beck. He was still cautious, checking the area over her shoulder, almost dancing with her as he scanned a full circle, wondering what became of Max Johnson, checking the location of his rifle, wondering what the Bigfoot might do, the Bigfoot. He stopped and stared. Beck turned. See, Rachel? It was as if a dream had ended. The creature was gone. The brush and trees were motionless as if they'd never been disturbed. Cap pressed his fingers against Singh's carotid artery. The pulse was weak but steady. Singh. Singh. She opened her eyes. It took her a moment before recognition settled, but finally she smiled. "Cap, you're all right." "So are you," he lied. He kissed her gently, almost imperceptibly on the cheek, afraid he might snuff out whatever spark of life remained. "Hello," Singh said to all the wonderful people in uniform who were stepping around Steve Thorne's dead body to get to her. The medics went right to work, assessing her vitals. One shined a light in her eyes. The pupils responded. She pointed to the wall beside the computer station. The medics were too busy saving her life to look. Cap and Dave followed her direction and found a thin spattering of her blood and some of her hairs on the wall. In the center of the pattern was a bullet hole. Dave took a penlight from his pocket and shined it into the hole. He smiled. "The slug's in there." The medic tending her wound smiled. "Pretty good scalp wound, but no penetration of the skull. She'll make it." Singh. Dave asked, "What about Reed and Pete?" "Reed's looking for Beck." She gasped. "And Max is still up there." Cap told Dave, "Adam Burkhart." Dave eyed the computer. "Can you show us where?" "Lost Creek." Singh tried to rise but couldn't. She gestured toward her computer. "Help me up there." Reed gave Beck a kiss, giving no thought to the mud, blood, and filth, then immediately turned his attention to her battered face and blood-stained shirt. Her nose and mouth had been bleeding, then apparently wiped and smeared with a dirty rag. What happened?" "I got in a fight." "Somebody hit you?" "My snotty little cousin." "But you're all right?" "Nothing broken, nothing. We've been worse." "But I'm with you now, and," she gasped, her eyes looking in horror over his shoulder. Reed spun, then froze. Max Johnson emerged from the brush, limping, in pain, his shaved head scratched by branches and bleeding. He sighted down his rifle at them. Reed spoke quietly, without moving a muscle. "Max, it's over." He wagged his head, his eyes burning. "I'm sorry, Reed. I have to survive." Beck whispered, hiding behind Reed. "He made the monster." The pieces flew together in Reed's mind. "Survive as what? You want to end up like your creation? A killer?" The man was trembling. The barrel of the rifle oscillated in erratic circles. "Natural process. It's been going on for billions of years." "Burkhart," he spat. "Professor Adam Burkhart." "It's a-okay." Reed lowered his voice. "Professor Burkhart. You see? You have a name. You're a person, a man, you're more than that thing you made." The faint sound of a helicopter grew louder, coming closer. Reed never broke eye contact. "And now, just look at yourself. Is this Professor Adam Burkhart standing here? Is this something he would do?" Burkhart was shaking. "I don't want to do this. But I have to survive." Reed insisted, "As what?" Burkhart glanced at his creation. The sound of the helicopter grew louder and then appeared from the southwest, heading directly toward them. "Professor, when that chopper lands, what are they going to find standing here? A man, or a monster?" Burkhart could no longer sight down the rifle. His eyes strayed, looking far away, filling with tears. The rifle drifted to one side and then sank as his resolve melted. At last, his gaze fell and he began to quake, weeping. The chopper rose overhead, circled, and began to settle toward a landing site beyond the trees. "Professor! It's over." Burkhart sank to his knees, sobbing in shame and remorse. Reed reached into his shirt pocket. The handcuffs were there, for this moment. He pulled them out. "Professor Burkhart, you're under arrest." He took the rifle from Burkhart's weak and trembling hands and handed it to Beck. "It's my duty to advise you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent. He cuffed Burkhart's hands behind his back. Jimmy Clark and the two sheriff's officers were aghast when they first arrived, and Jimmy had not yet recovered even as he snapped photos of the scene and of Adam Burkhart's monster. Click. 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 The clearing from several compass directions. Click. The location of the monster in the clearing. Click. The monster, wide shot. Click. The ape-like feet, missing the opposing toes. Click. A close-up of the burn injury on the side of the head, compliments of Melanie Brooks and her pan of hot hamburger grease. Click. A close-up of the bullet wound in the leg, compliments of Sheriff Mills. Click, click, click. Jimmy lowered the camera and shook his head, something he'd been doing incessantly since he and the officers arrived. Reed had just finished using the chopper's first aid kit to clean Beck's wounds and prepare a cold compress for her face. Now he came over to take one last look before they left for the chopper. Jimmy gazed at him, struggled for words, and finally came up with, "I guess you've made your point." "Well, next time," Reed smiled and waved that one off. "No, we don't want a next time." "No, we sure don't." They shared a laugh and then a handshake. The two officers had Burkhart between them. Burkhart wouldn't look at his monster, he wouldn't look up at all. Jimmy hollered, "Okay, let's get these people out of here." Beck sat in the coarse grass, holding the cold compress against her face with one hand while pulling gitchy, prickly grass, twigs, and moss from inside her shirt with the other. Vivian Reed and Jimmy came over to help her up. Jimmy shied back from the filth. "Eesh! What did you do to yourself? Hey!" She got to her feet without any help and looked him squarely in the eye. "Just for your information, this is my family scent. It tells who I am and what I've been eating and how I'm feeling about things." Reed and Jimmy stared at her. "It even tells you whether I like you or not, so read it and weep," Beck Reed began. "Unless you can't read plain Sasquatch." "Beck." She turned toward him, her dignity reclaimed. "What v'mat happened to your stutter?" The question stopped her cold. Plainly, she hadn't noticed until this moment. She glanced toward the woods. "Maybe God took it." He gave her a special smile and then pulled her in close. She clung to him unabashedly. "Ready to come home?" he asked. "Anywhere with you?" He gave her his arm to lean on. "Come on. Let's get you to a hospital." The chopper was parked on a rocky knoll a short hike up the hill. As it rose above the trees, Beck watched out the window and marveled, the mountains really were as vast and mysterious as they seemed. Almost immediately, Jimmy started circling as Reed tapped her shoulder and pointed. They passed over a deep, meandering ravine with a creek running down its center. Because of the thick forest, Beck could only catch a few quick glimpses, but it was enough for her to recognize a natural log bridge across the creek and the square, split-shake roof of a forlorn little cabin.